Hey everybody, and welcome back to another Wednesday night movie live stream. Sorry for the dancing there, the music was still playing for me, but welcome all to another Wednesday night movie live stream. It's me, Pete, Playtendoguy, and I'm joined as always by Andy from Forgotten World Movies.
Hi everyone.
And Mike from Cinema Axeman.
Hello.
And tonight we're joined by a very special guest. We're joined by Terence again from Terence Miguana. It's great to have you back on the stream, mate.
Oh, my pleasure, Pete. Great. Thanks for having me back.
It's always a highlight when we get you on the streams. You always talk about so many great films and you do brilliant streams, so it's always great to get you back on.
Oh, thank you.
Anyway, before we get into the comments section, what are some of the films that you've watched over the past week? Andy, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. So I've been on a bit of a Schwarzenegger kick this weekend, so I've watched like all the ones I've got in HD of him, pretty much like Raw Deal, Red Heat, Conan, Running Man, Twins, True Lies, everything. All the good Schwarzenegger ones. And then I've been once I finish that kick, I'm now on a John Carpenter kick. So I think the two just go nicely hand in hand because they've both got some great movies to the name. So I'm about halfway through Prince of Darkness. I've just finished watching Big Trouble tonight. So yeah, just the good ones. And yesterday I finished watching that Wednesday TV show. That's on Netflix. So yeah, that's just all some of the stuff I've been watching.
Great selection there. I still haven't seen Raw Deal yet. Did you get the 4K one that came out recently?
Yes. Yeah. It's not one of his best ones, but it's fun.
Yeah.
It's got the line you shouldn't drink and bake. You should get the cake that says shit on
it. There's a bit in that film towards the end I just absolutely love it, where he's just driving around listening to the Rolling Stones. There's big shooting scenes happening. And then this big truck is like coming towards his car, and he jumps out the car and he lets out the most cliche Arnold scream you've ever heard in your life.
It's a shame that he's never. Speaking of John Carpenter, it's a shame he's never made a film with Schwarzenegger.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
I guess
that's a missed opportunity.
And when they were both at their peak, John Carpenter budget couldn't afford them, right?
Yeah.
But now that could happen. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to live in a universe where that existed.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah.
Great choices, man.
Yeah, definitely some great choices. So what ones are you going to watch up to with the John Carpenter stuff? What ones are you going to stop at?
I think I might stop before Escape from LA.
Right.
I'm a massive fan of Village of the Damned. I really like that movie. I know that's sort of like was the start of the decline, and I really like Memoirs of an Invisible Man as well, even though I know that's not one of his best either. But once you get to the early 90s, I think that's where it goes downhill for me. I love Body Bags. I'm not a fan of Ghosts of Mars, and I'm not a fan of The Ward. But
Vampires?
Yeah, that's one I enjoy. Yeah. Right. James Woods saves that movie for me.
James Woods great in that film.
The opening is fantastic to Vampires. It's amazing.
It's funny that you mentioned. Sorry to interrupt you, Andy, but it's funny that you mentioned Village of the Damned. Have any of you guys seen that Sky TV did a remake of Village of the Damned?
I think it was called
using its original title, The Midwich Cuckoos, which is the name of the novel that it was based on. I haven't seen it either, but I saw Mark Commode talk about it. I'm like, interesting. I think it was done as a series, like a kind of mini-series about...
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I need to look into it again, but just wondering if any of you had heard or seen of it.
Didn't even know they did one.
No.
Good.
I can't remember the actress that's in it, but it's a famous British actress. It was a British production, because the original was a British film. The original 1960s one, and so is the novel, the Midwich Cuckoos. But I've only ever seen the John Carpenter one as well, and I think it was fine. Right?
Yeah, I think
I enjoyed it. It's a good film.
The movie looks as good as The Fog. It's stunning. Like it's just gorgeous. This coast town, and the Pacific.
Where else are you going to find Superman and Luke Skywalker in the same movie? Right?
That's true.
Exactly. Yeah, it's so good. But the other night as well, I watched Assault on Precinct 13 and I watched Starman as well. So
Stop Precinct 13. Down, down, down,
yeah.
down. Down, 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 down.
Yeah.
But that is just
I was watching it. Yeah, I was watching it, and it was that scene with the ice cream truck, and my dad walked in, and he'd never seen the movie, and the girl's like, "Oh, this is vanilla. This isn't the flavor I asked for," and he just
vanilla.
He'd never seen it, and he went, "She's gonna die." I was just like, "Yeah," and then it happened, and then he just went, "Fucking hell." It's just great seeing someone's reaction.
You don't think the film's going to go that far?
Yeah.
Oh, I still haven't seen this infamous ice cream truck scene. I haven't seen the film yet, so I'm going to keep an eye out for that one. Yeah, I think it's on Amazon Prime, so I'll have to give it a watch over the weekend. I know I got in Memoirs of the Invisible Man quite recently. I haven't seen that one before, but that looked pretty good.
It's fun. It's all right. It does the job.
Effects were awesome.
Yeah.
I didn't even know it had Sam Neill in it until I saw the trailer.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
See, that's what I love about Assault on Precinct 13. Although it is a crime thriller, a siege film, it feels more like a horror film, doesn't it? It feels more like a kind of Night of the Living Dead kind of type story. Just with the way that the gang are portrayed as this sort of invisible entity that are just out there. It's frightening as hell.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Definitely.
I'll have to give that one a watch. Is it about 90 minutes like most Carpenter films?
Oh, yeah. Yes, it's so breezy to watch. It's great. If you get time, you got an hour and a half to kill, that's the perfect film for it.
Yeah.
I would say.
Oh, brilliant. That's one of the things I love about this film so much. The nice 90 minutes and you can fit two in an evening.
Yeah, Wes Craven was like that as well. You've never seen a bloated Wes Craven film, even though there was a 3-hour cut of Serpent in the Rainbow, and he personally trimmed it down because he was like, right, this is just too long. Right? I love Serpent in the Rainbow. I could watch a 5-hour cut of that if there was one. To be honest.
Yeah.
Oh. And what did you think of the Wednesday TV show?
It was good. It was good. It was entertaining. Yeah, that's all I can really say about it. I wanted to love it, but I just don't think I can. If I'm honest, I didn't like it enough to say I loved it, but I enjoyed it. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's fair enough. I'll have to give it a watch. I've heard some good things. It seems to be breaking records for Netflix. So the girl who plays Wednesday seems to be a perfect fit.
Yeah, Jenna Ortega, she's big. Everything she seems to do does really well.
She's had a huge year this year with like Scream and then X. This unbelievable.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike? What have you watched over the past week?
So on Monday, I think I watched a movie that I'd never heard of, and I was quite surprised I never heard of it. But it was a movie called Ironweed. And it has Jack Nicholson and Meryl Streep in it, and they play like homeless people during the Great Depression. And I loved it. I thought it was a fantastic movie. Great performances by them. What was that?
The director, Hector Babenco, he also directed Kiss of the Spider Woman.
That's the one.
He's a Brazilian director.
But no, I really liked this Ironweed. And last night I watched Chappie for the first time. Never seen it before. Really liked the director, and I thought it was okay. I thought it was decent. I know it gets a lot of hate, but I didn't mind it.
I can't stand the rappers in that film.
What? There's rappers in it. I still yet to see that one.
Yeah. South African rappers.
Yeah.
Right. I know. I see District 9, and I really like Elysium. I think that's quite underrated.
Yeah, I like that one. Yeah.
Chappie's still sitting there. I still keep thinking it's like a dog food sort of thing with the name. What about you, Terence? What have you watched over the past week?
Well, the only film I've seen recently is Men, the Alex Garland one. Is it Jesse Buckley and Rory Kinnear?
Yeah.
Kind of folky horror. I really enjoyed that. Very strange.
I enjoyed that one too. I thought it was a great film.
Yeah.
I liked it.
It had me scratching my head at the end of it, so I went looking for explanations, and it makes perfect sense once you sort of think about it. The symbolism in it, what it's getting at, right?
Oh,
and
Rory Kinnear's a creepy bastard in that film. Ooh.
Oh yeah, yeah. His performance was great, and the effects at the end were top notch.
Yeah.
I definitely agree. It looks wonderful, and all being set in like the English countryside. It's just really nice to see. And for me, I watched over the past week. I watched Planes, Trains, and Automobiles for the first time on Friday night.
What?
Thoroughly enjoyed it. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Oh
First
my
time
God.
watch, loved it.
Yeah, I want a fucking car. Yeah,
I heard about this swearing service. Like, this isn't like 15 plus, and then he was like, "I want my fucking car."
Yeah.
Oh, dude,
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. It's hilarious. John Candy and him together, fantastic.
Oh yeah,
and
those are
the ending's really sweet as well.
You insensitive asshole.
It's that woman who he has a go at, and then she says, "You're fucked," and he walks off.
Yeah.
That's the bit. Oh.
Yeah, that was John. John Hughes was just at the top of his game at that point. I mean, I think every couple of months there was a film with his name on it, whether it was a National Lampoon's Vacation movie or She's Having a Baby, Pretty in Pink. There was just, I remember at that time, like 87, 88, it was just John Hughes, John Hughes, John Hughes. You get in the video store, there was another film with John Hughes' name on it. It really was a seal of approval. Like Wes Craven. Once you saw Wes Craven's name on it, you're like, right, this is going to be good, or at least interesting, right? John Hughes was that equivalent for comedies and teen dramas.
And he used to pump out a script like within a couple of days for a film. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, apparently wrote Ferris Bueller over a weekend.
Yeah. He wrote 16 Candles over a weekend as well. And
nowadays it's like, oh yeah, you read about a film that's coming out and it's like, yeah, this script's been on a shelf for like 10 years. Like, that's a sure sign, isn't it?
I watched like a little documentary about him, and I didn't realise he passed away so young, very young, in 2009. Very sad.
Yeah, because I remember the Academy Awards that year. They brought out a lot of the actors from his films, Macaulay Culkin, and loads of them, Anthony Michael Hall, just all on stage to sort of pay tribute to him. It was really nice.
Yeah, that's good. I watched Near Dark for the first time. I picked that one up on a whim.
Oh,
I loved it. So good. The soundtrack, the actors were brilliant. Bill Paxton in it was awesome.
Yeah, do you know who's really good in it? Oh, the dad, right? That actor, he was in Trancers. Yeah, his name Tim Thomerson. He's really good. It's good to see him in a part that's not like a kind of cheesy B movie, right? He seemed to be sort of either in sort of goofy comedies as a sort of bit actor or in a cheesy B movie, but seeing him in a deadly serious part was really nice. But yeah, Near Dark is brilliant, isn't it? It's just it's ahead of its time.
Cast members. Lance Hendrickson in it was fantastic as the leading guy, and the younger one, that was a surprise. The young character, the lad, I think, he was really good. Yeah, and again, only 90 minutes, flew by.
What format did you see on? Did you see it on Blu-ray?
Blu-ray, yeah.
I've still not seen it on Blu-ray. Bet it looked great.
It did look good, and it sounded good. I love the soundtrack.
Oh, so jealous. That's the first time you got to see it. I saw it on TV in the 90s, and I think it was on Channel 4, and it had commercial breaks during it, right? And it was on like a portable television, right? And I said that I actually reviewed it last year on my channel, and I said that in my review. It's like, you people out there, you're so lucky. You get to see it for the first time on a Blu-ray, or maybe on a big screen, a revival screening or something. So you're that guy. You're that guy, Pete. You're so lucky. I am so envious of you getting to see Near Dark for the first time on Blu-ray. Oh.
It's always nice to pick up a film in HMV, and I heard some good things about it, but I didn't know nothing at all really about it. Just picked it up. It was about £7. So glad I did.
I know. I would love to see Catherine Bigelow return to the horror genre. That's the only time she's ever done it. And she's, you know, she's a respectable director. She's great at action films, but I'd just love to see her do one more horror film. That would be amazing.
Oh, I agree. It'd be good if she did another one, because obviously she did. Oh, what is it now? The Hurt Locker, Zero Dark 30, all that sort of modern stuff. Point Break, yeah.
Detroit's a good movie as well.
Yeah, I've yet to see that one.
Yeah, it's good.
Did she direct Blue Steel, or am I thinking somebody else?
With Jamie Curtis.
Yeah.
Yeah. I watched The Northman on Sunday night afterward. I really enjoyed that one. That's probably one of my favourites of the year. I thought it was really good. The action scenes were great, and it was a really good slow build film. My dad was very confused with all the chanting in it. He was like, "Well, why are they howling?" He was very confused, but very good film. And I watched Ferris Bueller's Day Off yesterday. First time in quite a little while. Oh, love it. Still as good as ever. Watched it on Blu-ray. Twist and shout, the whole thing at the end, so good. The side character, his best mate. Oh, what's his best mate called? Cameron. Yeah. Watching it again, it feels like it's actually his film, and it's like
he's the only one that has an arc in the story. Ferris Bueller has no arc, and I don't know. When I was younger, I seen Ferris Bueller. I was about 9 years of age. It was just perfect. I was just like, this guy is the coolest, right? And now when I watch it, I can't stand him. I really don't like Ferris Bueller. I think he's a complete asshole, right? And I actually want to see him get caught. It's really weird. My whole opinion of this character is flip-flop. But Cameron, when I was younger, I was like, oh, Cameron, stop being get this stick out of your ass. Stop being such a pure asshole. But no, it's his story. And I like Cameron.
It definitely is. Yeah.
And I'm with him. I'm not... Ferris.
Yeah, at the start of the film, he seems a bit glum and down and depressed, and Ferris helps him. Like, there's more to life, and it's a really sweet film. It is. I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah,
I'll have to watch some more of John Hughes films. I know I've still got 16 Candles to watch. I haven't seen that one yet. So yeah, that's all what I've watched over the past week. And before we get into the comments, as it's been the first time in a little while coming on the stream, do you want to promote your channel at home to everybody watching, Terence?
Yeah, well, my name's Terence Miguana. That's my name. That's my real name. That's the name. That's my real channel. Also, I do this live stream called Psychobabble Live, along with Curly Girl at the Movies and I Am the Ice Lord, where we sort of debate about certain aspects of horror films. Last week we talked about castration in horror films, and that was a lot of fun. So this weekend, we were planning on rounding up the whole year of 2022 and discussing all the films that were coming out. But due to working conflicts, we've had to postpone that. So watch this space. We will do that stream at some point. But in the meantime, feel free to check out my channel. I do film reviews, I sing songs, and I do live streams. So see you then.
You got a fantastic channel. Always love tuning into your live streams if I'm not up. And your reviews are great, and you're a very talented singer. So yeah.
Oh, the check is in the mail, Pete.
Oh, thank you. so yeah, if you like what you hear, Terence link is in the description down below, as is Andy and Mike. So go and give them all a sub. They've all got fantastic channels. So yeah, let's get on to the comments, and we've got quite a few. First up is, we've got Marcus here saying, you need to get Big Paulie on for a stream one day. Yeah, definitely be up to getting Big Paulie one day. I think he's working a lot of the time, so he's trying to find the best day. But yeah, definitely. We got Soph here saying, hey guys, getting in early. Hey, my lovely Terence.
Hi, Sophie.
Hey, Soph. Right, we have Andy Like Stuff here saying, hey guys, watch Black Christmas on Monday first time. Now that's a weird film. Was baffled at the end when the killer wasn't caught. Nice twist. What are your thoughts on the film? I haven't seen any of them, but I've heard there's like 2 or 3 different versions.
I've not seen Black Christmas yet either, but we're planning on doing a Christmas stream, so I need to get caught up with a lot of horror from Christmas, so I'll be binging a lot of Christmas horrors pretty soon, including that one, of course, because that's one of the sort of ground zero slasher films, if I'm not mistaken. And Bob Clark was a great director. It's funny that he made Black Christmas and he made A Christmas Story, like two of the most sort of
Wait, what?
revered Christmas films in different genres. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's unbelievable. That's recently come out on 4K, and he's done a Black Christmas as well. That's shocking.
Did he also do Baby Geniuses as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, pretend that didn't happen. Another really embarrassing one is Rhinestone with Sly and Dolly Parton.
Oh, Dolly Parton one, yeah.
Oh, watch that if you dare.
I have done. Oh dear, it is kind of torturous.
It is. It's painful, isn't it?
Oh dear.
It's like, that's if there's a streaming platform in hell, that's on rotation. Definitely.
Well, what about you, Andy? Have you seen Black Christmas?
Yeah, I think it's the 74 version? I want to say it's 74. But yeah, I really like it. Really like it. I've only seen it once, but yeah, I do remember really enjoying it.
That's good to hear. And what about you, Mike? You seen it?
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, it's really creepy. And it's kind of like, I like how the killer in it, he's not like a silent Michael Myers type killer. He's like very, I can't really think of the word, but you can tell he's definitely off his head and he's quite unnerving. And yeah, it's a very creepy movie. And yeah, I'll probably rewatch it this Christmas. I do really like it. Yeah.
Awesome. Is that the one on the 101 film label? Because I'm so confused when I'm picking it up. Because I have thought about it before, but I'm just like, I know there's a remake that's not very good.
Yeah, I've not seen either of the remakes. I've only seen that original one. But yeah, that one's on the 101 label, and normally it's cheap. I think I picked it up for probably like a $5 or something.
Oh, I'll keep an eye out for that. So they'll probably put it up now because it's nearer Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have Edward here saying, "Evening, everyone. Hope you're all well. What's your thoughts on the new Super Mario Brothers movie trailer?" Hey, Edward. Hope you're doing well, mate.
Looks fine.
I watched the trailer last night. I stayed up to 10 o'clock to watch the premiere of it. Loved it. I cannot wait. I'm such a geek when it comes to Mario and Nintendo. So yeah, I was squealing like a fanboy in the living room watching it. So yeah, sign me up. You see it, Andy?
Right.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I think it kind of just throws everything at you as to what you'd want to see from a Mario movie. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think it looks fun.
Yeah, day one for me. Terence, did you see the trailer?
I figured we'd be watching it, we'd be talking about it, so I did give it a watch just before the stream, and yeah, I mean, it looks perfect, right? But I did read last week that John Leguizamo, who played Luigi in the original classic 1993 film, is he's not happy about the fact that there's no diversity in the cast, the voice cast. Right, and because he said it was a big deal back then, him being of Colombian descent, and although he's playing an Italian New Yorker from Brooklyn, he said it was it was kind of a big deal for that casting back then, but now it's completely whitewashed, and the entire voice cast is whitewashed. And so he was complaining about that. Just thought I'd put that out there. But yeah, the trailer was fine. I must admit, the thing that got me the most was seeing the little the squirrel tail suit. You know, that one from Mario Brothers 3.
Mario 3, yeah.
Oh yeah, and the Mario Kart, all that stuff, right? But really, deep down, I know that because Nintendo were very protective of their brand because of the 1993 film, because they made it look like Blade Runner as opposed to Mario Brothers, and you can understand that. But it's got me kind of excited that this is guaranteed to make money, right? Regardless if it's garbage, it will make tons of money, and Nintendo will be like, okay, Legend of Zelda. Give us a Legend of Zelda movie, right?
Yes. Give us a Metroid one as well.
Exactly. Because they need to play catch up with Sega because they made the Sonic movies and they've done quite well. So, yeah, give us a Zelda movie. That's what I don't care about Mario. But I mean, I do like Mario Brothers, but make tons of money, happy days. Corporations are happy. Give us a Zelda movie. That's what I say.
And then once we've done all that, let's have a Smash Brothers movie.
Yeah.
Oh no,
that'll be like the Avengers, won't it? Where they all come together. Yeah. Right.
I'll be sitting out the cinema about a week before it comes out. I'll be that excited.
Oh yeah, I will hijack that cinema, buy all the tickets.
Yeah. What about you, Mike? Have you seen the trailer?
Yeah, I think it looks great. It looks like they've literally thrown everything from literally every Mario game out there into the movie. I got like a mixture of like flashbacks and post-traumatic stress with the with the Rainbow Road, and he's on the
Rainbow
Mario
Road,
Kart.
yes, yeah.
When I saw that Rainbow Road, I was like, oh my god, that level.
Oh yeah, I know.
It's
So many
impossible.
different versions of it, and it's so stressful to drive on.
Yeah.
Oh. If you look in the background, like when they show Donkey Kong, you can actually see Diddy Kong and like all the characters from Donkey Kong Country in the background. And with the Mario Kart sequence at the end, you get to see some more of the Donkey Kong characters. I've been watching all the videos. People have been going for it with a fine-tooth comb, picking out all these like different extras. I think it's going to be a massive hit when it comes out. I think it's April.
Easy. That, like I said, even if it's an absolute dog, it will make tons of money, and if it's great, it will make even more money. And I don't think it's hard to. I think it's difficult for them to mess it up. Really, you know. I mean, it's very simple, very basic. You know. Oh yeah, I can't wait. But yeah, give me Zelda.
I agree. I want Zelda
really
as well. We've got 70s, 80s experts saying, evening everyone, hope you're well. Evening mate, thanks for joining. We have the viewer Drew saying, hey, what's up? Hey Drew, hope you're doing well, mate. Thanks for joining. We've got the 70s, 80s experts saying, who picked up Robin Hood this week? The Arrow one? Yeah, I picked up mine.
You did?
Watching
I
it.
saw his video.
Yeah, Mike did. Yeah. You just got the normal edition, didn't you? Like me, Mike, the normal Amazon 4K?
Yep, that's the one, yeah.
Yeah. And I know Andy got it as well. You got the Steelbook, didn't you?
Yeah, I got the Zavi Steelbook one, which now I've got it in hand. I actually kind of prefer the normal one, just the way that looks, the artwork on it. To be honest, but yeah, it's still a great edition. But yeah, the 4K of it looks wonderful.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to give it a rewatch this weekend. Looking forward to it. I watched the Blu-ray in the summertime. I was like, oh, the picture isn't very good, so 4K on there.
It's one of those films I kind of like to watch it like in that week between Christmas and New Year.
It does kind of feel like a perfect film for the Christmas holidays.
Because I think that was like round about the time when I first saw it when I was younger. It was like Christmas had just gone and New Year was on its way.
I think it was a bank holiday for me on BBC One in the late afternoon, something like that.
Right.
And also, he says, cancel Christmas. Always remember that line.
Yeah. Hold off Christmas.
It's a flawed movie, but I still really enjoy it. I think it's massively entertaining. I just like the bit at the end with the clergyman and Friar Tuck's like, oh, you're going to need lots of gold for your journey, and he's just loading him up with all this money, and then just like pushes him out the window.
That's the bit where is it Morgan Freeman and Kevin Costner jump over there, and Christian Slater says, "Fuck me, they jumped it, didn't they?"
I never heard him say "fuck me" before. I always watched the version where that was cut out, and then I was only watching the 4K where I heard him go "fuck me." They cleared it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I cut it out for the TV ones probably, so it could be in the daytime. You didn't pick it up, did you, Terence?
No, I've just been salivating at all your collections. But I did see it on opening weekend back in '91, right, when Bryan Adams was at #1 forever. Took Michael Jackson to take Bryan Adams down, right? That's how long that thing was at #1 for. It you just heard it everywhere. The song. I'm not even going to sing it because you won't get out of your head. But it's brilliant. I love Michael Kamen's score in Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. Yeah. People really do get their knickers in a twist about Kevin Costner's lack of an English accent. And I did read somewhere that he did get a vocal coach and he was going to go full on English accent for this character. And then the director decided at the last minute, they were like, no, just stick to your own accent and just, play him as not as an American, but just sort of mid-Atlantic kind of voice. Honestly, once you forget, you just forget about it, right? I mean, it doesn't really deter me from enjoying the film.
No,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
such an
Right.
entertaining, wonderful film to watch.
Yeah, and the thing is, like Connor McLeod, in an extent, you know, Robin of Locksley, he's been overseas for a long time. He's been away, so he's developed this fruity accent from being out of the country for all that. There's a lame-o excuse. I'll give him.
Didn't the one who done the music in Robin Hood did the music for Highlander as well?
Yep.
I thought so.
Yeah, Michael Kamen. It's great, and but it's weird though. I mean, since then, I don't think they've been able to make a Robin Hood film that's matched it.
The
as
one a
much
few years ago
criticism
was
as
pretty
it-
bad.
Yeah, right. The Robin Hood films that have came since have just been forgettable. That one's still there. You go. People are buying the 4K. It still has merit to it, right? And
Definitely. And I've noticed it's been selling out a lot on Amazon. I went to get the Blu-ray, it was sold out, so I had to get the 4K because there weren't no Blu-ray option.
there you go.
Yeah. The only other one I really like is the Disney one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love the Disney one.
Disney one's
But
good.
the Taron Egerton one, oh god, it's awful. Oh, with
Oh,
Jamie
it
Foxx.
is.
Yeah,
Oh god, that movie's trash.
yeah. That was terrible.
Oh, it was. I got it from Poundland, and felt like I was robbed.
Yeah.
Right? Wow. It was in Poundland that quick.
Yeah, it was.
That feels kind of recent. It's like,
I think I picked up about a year after it came out. I was like, oh, give it a go. It can't be that bad. I was like, oh my days, I'm insulted. Right, pack it up. Here you go. I gave it to somebody. I said, oh, Robin Hood, the new one. Yeah, I said, knock yourself out, you keep the fucker.
I don't know. It's
Men
in tights.
They
great,
watched it and they were like, yeah, I understand why you want to get rid of it now, and they gave it away to somebody else.
Still haven't seen the one that came out in '91 with Patrick Bergin and Uma Thurman.
Yeah.
That came out a few months. It came out a few months prior to Prince of Thieves, and it didn't do very well. And at the time, I was like, I'm waiting for Kevin Costner, right? Because we all knew that the Kevin Costner one was coming out, and that one just kind of got fallen to the wayside. But I've heard it's actually kind of decent.
Yeah, I need to see it. Yeah,
I haven't seen that one. I've heard of it, but no. I still haven't seen the Ridley Scott one, but I've heard not great things about that one.
I wasn't a fan of that one.
No.
Next up, we've got Sinjin saying, hey guys, hope you're all doing well. Hey Sinjin, thanks for joining, mate. We've got Gary, the Blu-ray addict here, saying, hey all. Hey Gary, hope you're doing well.
Yeah. Gary.
Sub says, love the beanie mic, suit you.
Thanks. So I'm only wearing it because our house is freezing and, energy bills and all that.
I'm actually sitting near the radiator and I'm boiling, and I've got this hoodie on and I want to take it off, but I'm keeping it on. Surf says, I think my comment disappeared. I left a comment saying, hello, my lovely Terence. Yeah, it did. So it did pop up. Bristolian Dave's here saying, rate me, Babbers. Hey, Dave.
Hello.
Bristolian Dave says, that skeleton dog behind Terence looks sick. It certainly does.
Yeah, he's a bit sick. That was at Poundland, Pound Stretcher. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It was like £4. Yeah, not bad.
That's really good. I like it. We've got David here saying, good evening, guys. Hope you're all good. This is going to be a good evening. Hey, David. Thank you for joining me.
Hey, Dave.
Oh, just so you know, his name's Spot. Spot. That's a curly girl at the movies. Gave him a name the other night. Spot.
Oh, that's good.
I know. Really ferocious name.
He's keeping on guard. He's looking at the comments.
Yep.
We've got Brett here saying, watch you guys. Hope you're well. Just watch Top Hat with a Fred Astaire, such a beautiful dancing. Oh.
Awesome. Classic.
Yeah.
Haven't seen Top Hat, but I've seen Top Cat. That's the nearest thing. But have you seen this, Andy?
I think I have a long time ago.
Mm.
It's all a bit of a grey area
television
for me, the older
world.
movies.
Yeah, same.
The man's a legend.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, so many people have stolen from him. Michael Jackson had stolen so much stuff from Fred Astaire. He admitted it, right? He was just like a huge Fred Astaire fan.
You seen it, Mike?
I think I have, but probably a long time ago. But I just think of Green Mile when I think of Top Hat, because I think that's the film John Coffey's watching. You know, when he's in the prison. That's like that's the film he's watching.
Right. I must admit, I haven't watched any Fred Astaire films. I know there's quite a few, isn't there, with Ginger Rogers, but all the films back then, I know very little about. Heck, I know very little about ones that are released nowadays, so there's no hope for me with those older films. We've got Brett here says, I've said this before, but Terence looks so much like Ricky Gervais.
Did that crazy, stupid dance that he does. I can't remember from The Office. Yeah. Going to sit and slag off people now.
We've got Dave here saying, who's starting some Christmas movies tomorrow then? I may have started 2 days earlier. Ooh, what you picked, Dave? Yeah, I've got National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation to watch. That's going to be a first-time watch. I've never seen it before. So I've got the Vacation box set, so I'm going to probably watch that one. And is it the first Vacation? As they're both done by John Hughes, so I'll give them a go. Also Die Hard, I suppose, and the litter of other Christmas films I've got, like Santa Claus ones, Grinch, Muppets Christmas Carol, of course.
You never seen Muppets Christmas Carol?
Oh, I've seen it, yeah.
My favourite.
Yeah. I do want to give The Christmas Story a watch. I've never seen it, and as that's been released recently on 4K,
perfect.
I'll give it a go.
The movie is perfect. It's an absolute masterpiece of cinema. And I know that they've done this revival one, A Christmas Story, or...
Yeah.
The sequel, yeah.
I'm intrigued to see. It looks like a piece of nostalgia for people that love that movie. So I will check it out. But the original film is just, from start to finish, perfect.
And I'll probably give the Santa Claus Dudley Moore film a watch, because I quite like that one as well. That's a pretty decent
me too. Except I mentioned this to Curly Girl a couple of weeks ago, that the film ruined Christmas, because at the very end of the film, it says all characters portrayed in this film are purely fictitious.
Yeah.
You're like, fuck you, Santa Claus the movie. Right? You know, how dare you say that? You know? But yeah, it's I love it as well, even though it's flawed.
Yeah. What about you, Andy? What Christmas films will you be watching?
Yeah, I have like a big box. Well, there's like a big stack of Christmas films that are like my staple ones that I go to. I think you've said most of them, Pete. But I mentioned this the other day when we were on a stream, and we were talking about Christmas films at work, and I mentioned Christmas Story, and nobody had heard of it. It was just tumbleweeds going by. People were like, "What is that?" They said it sounds like a horror film. This kid wanting this BB gun, and I was just like, "You've got to see it. It's amazing." Yeah. And it's just, it's a phenomenal movie. I like it more and more each year I watch it. But yeah, this year is going to be the first time watching a lot of them in HD, because I've picked up the Blu-rays earlier in the year, but I've saved them all for December, like Love Actually, Muppets Christmas Carol. First time I'm going to be watching Christmas Vacation in HD, as well. But yeah, there's just the usual few that I go to. Scrooged is a great one.
Very good one.
Tim Allen, Santa Claus. Yeah, there's loads. I've got a video coming out tomorrow of 10 non-Christmas movies I like to watch at Christmas. So I'm going to be putting that out tomorrow as well. So they've got nothing to do with Christmas. I just like watching them in December.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. I look forward to watching that one. Sounds good to me. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think you guys have already mentioned like quite a lot of them. Yeah, probably like Home Alone 1 and 2, Scrooged, Christmas Vacation. Yeah, all the usual ones. Yeah,
Jingle All the Way.
yeah, Jingle All the Way. Yeah.
Yep.
Put
That's-
that cookie down.
Yeah.
Classic.
Yeah.
Oh. And you,
The,
Terence, what about you?
Well, see, weirdly, there's a film that I love that makes me feel Christmassy, even though it's not associated with Christmas, and that's arguably the first ever documentary that was ever made, but it was later discovered that it was kind of faked. Nanook of the North,
Nanook
which
of the
is
North,
about Eskimos,
Yeah.
and it was from the early 20s, I think. That I don't know what it is. It's just that whole surviving in the wilderness and the frozen wilderness that just makes me feel all festive. And it's about family. It's about family surviving in the wilderness, and I don't know what it is about this movie, but it's on YouTube. The whole film is a classic. It's
I'll have
great.
to check it out.
Yeah, Nanook
Watched
of the
it at
North.
film school. Nanook of the North. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I love it.
Never even heard of it before, to be fair.
Yeah.
Have any of you seen Krampus? As a lot of people say that's a Christmas film, Christmas horror
I
film.
haven't. Going to watch it this year though because I'm going to binge a lot of horror, Christmas horror, Silent Night, Deadly Night. I've not seen that. There's a few.
Yeah. I'm going to see this new Violent Night film on Friday because it just looks right up my street. Just so entertaining.
Yeah, the Ice Lord's going to see that too. He's pumped. I think he's going to see it tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think there's he's getting a preview screening.
Oh, that's
Oh,
good.
nice.
I must admit the trailers do look a lot of fun. David Harbour, isn't it, from Stranger Things?
Yeah.
It's interesting what you said about A Christmas Story though, because in the States that is like a cornerstone of Christmas films. Everybody knows that film. There's even channels over there that play it on a 24-hour rotation. Yeah. But you're right. In this country, I don't know how many people I've recommended it to, and they've like never heard of it.
Yeah. They're
never
just
heard
like
of it.
never heard of it. Don't know what it's about. It was just
it's one of those lesser known ones that you never see many people talking about. And when you're out and about, it's not up there with all the other big Christmas films.
And it should be because it's perfect. There's nothing in it you could fix about this film. It's timeless as well. It's absolutely timeless.
Oh.
Yeah, it's great.
I think it's Bob Clark's best movie, to be honest.
I will have to check it out. Did you pick up the 4K, Andy?
Yes, yeah. That's the only way to get it on Blu-ray as well, is to get the 4K. There's not a UK copy over here. There's no UK Blu-ray of it, I think.
Okay, so I'll have to pick up the 4K.
That's precisely why, they probably think there's not an audience for it. Who's going to buy a Blu-ray if they've never heard of it?
Next up, we've got Coro here saying, good evening,
all.
Good evening, Coro.
Hey, Coro.
Hope you're doing well, mate. We have Jason the Old Millennial here saying, what do you think of Tarantino saying that this is one of the worst eras of movies?
Who cares? Guy, I don't know. Seriously, he's just one of these old farts now, right? I don't think he knows what he's talking about, right? Because it's okay, you can attack the big studios for making bloated they've been doing that for decades, right? They've been making big bloated blockbusters for decades. Just because Marvel have been turning it into a sausage factory where there's just tons of them coming, and they're all, a lot of these filmmakers are really throwing the rattle out the pram about it. No, I don't think he's right, to be honest.
What about you, Andy? What do you think?
I mean, I don't think it's the worst era we've ever seen. I mean, there was a time for me, like in the late 90s, early 2000s, where movies were just garbage. Like a good movie was a rare thing. Like you had garbage like Catwoman and Battlefield Earth and shit like that, and it was hot garbage. Where movies just, I think they capitalized on the title selling a movie rather than putting quality in. Yeah, which is I think they've completely sort of fixed that now. There's a lot of studios out there nowadays that listen to fans and do take that on board. I mean, look at what happened with Sonic. You know, when they saw the trailer for that, there was such an outcry to say this is not what Sonic should look like, and the studio listened and changed it. Or well, that's apparently what happened.
Yeah, there's rumors saying it was done on purpose.
That was a PR stunt. But yeah, it's for me, it's not the worst era, because with the Marvel movies, they for me are like fast food. They're like the fast food movies. Every once in a while we all enjoy Big Mac or whatever. We like to dip in the Marvel movies, but I also like me steak meals as well, like me Oscar movies and movies with thought in them. I don't think it's the worst era. We've seen worse, but I think I mean, this year alone has just been phenomenal for horror. It's just it's been exceptional.
It really has, isn't it?
Yeah. And I'm someone who liked Halloween Ends, but I know people didn't like it at all. But for me, it's not the worst era.
You must admit, though, this year we've had 4 returns to franchises: Scream, Chainsaw Massacre, Hellraiser, and Halloween. And none of them can really hold a candle to some of the newer stuff, like Peril or Terrifier 2, right? These are the real horror films out there. These franchises ones are they're just going for that dollar. They're just going for that brand recognition, and they're very cynical in their approach to it. They're not really changing the game in any way. So I see Tarantino, right? The guy likes to think he knows it all, right? But he's a bit of a hack in the sense that he is like Canon Films, in a sense that he just copies other people, right? That he doesn't really have a lot of originality. What he does is he takes other films and sort of mixes them in with his own, right?
Yeah.
If he's got such a stick up his arse about this era, then get off your arse and make it better, right? Right? Yeah. There's directors out there like Jordan Peele, who's made 3 films in the past 4 years, right? And they've been interesting films, and he's made 1, right? And he's got more clout than Jordan Peele does, right? He can get a bigger budget than Jordan Peele does, but he's sitting there on the bleachers shouting into the wind, right? Get off your arse, right? I mean, Martin Scorsese is still making great movies. The Wolf of Wall Street, The Irishman, terrific films, right?
Silence, that's a great one.
You know, exactly. He's just that whole, just because the film stock itself is dying out. 35mm film is getting used less and less. People like him and Christopher Nolan are sitting there moaning about it, right? And it is. I think that argument is over. There's no way you're going to persuade someone to shoot on 35mm film now when you can shoot it digitally, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's where it comes from. It doesn't come from the hatred towards Marvel Comics. I think it's a sort of bitterness that film is evolving. It's changing into a new way of being watched, way of being experienced, and he just wants everything to be back to the 1970s. These movies reflect that. I mean, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was just a film that was complaining about the current state of Hollywood and saying, "Oh, remember when it was back here when we had Burt Reynolds movies and all that? Who cares? Like, we had that era. Get over it. No, it's time to move on."
What about you, Mike? What do you think?
I mean, I do think maybe there are a few too many sequels and remakes and stuff being made these days, and not as many original movies. But I do think a lot of the stuff we are getting today is still really good, and the quality is still there. It's just a lot of the box office earners now, like the big box office earners, all tend to be like sequels and remakes and stuff. But I do think it is starting to get better. Like you said, Andy, about the horror movies, like there's been a lot of great original horror movies this year, and that have been interesting. So yeah, I do kind of think like it is maybe getting better. So we'll see.
Yeah, I do think there is some little lack of creativity in some parts, but it isn't one of the worst eras now. Marvel's definitely the most prevalent thing, but we do have a good selection of other films. Again, like what you said, Andy, the horror this year has been brilliant, and majority of the good ones have been all original ideas,
Yeah,
all
stuff like
relatively new
Smile
stuff.
and Barbarian have just blown me away this year. There was a little one. There was a foreign one called Hatching, which was just horrific.
Right.
And
the Sadness as well.
I still need to see the Sadness. Yeah.
Oh, the Sadness is brilliant.
Yeah. But I'm I've been surprised by horror this year. Really been surprised by it. It's been fantastic.
We've got Gareth here from Video Tasty saying
Gareth.
evening, fellas. Evening, Gareth.
Hey, Gareth.
Well, I mean, one thing I've been moaning about for a long time is just British cinema, right? British cinema has never fully recovered from the 70s, pretty much the early 70s when Hammer closed its doors. It's always been this constant struggle to get British films out there, right?
Yeah.
And whenever it happens, whenever there's the occasional British movie, there's always Chariots of Fire being that example in 1980 or 81 when the Academy Awards, when they said, yeah, the British are coming. They actually said that at the Academy Awards, and it's never really came to fruition, right? That's always been a sad state of affairs. And occasionally we get this great movie that comes out, whether it's Shirley Valentine or Trainspotting or something like that comes out every once in a blue moon, and we're all like, oh, great. The industry's coming back. And it never really happens. Yeah. It just seems to be a setting for Hollywood to come and make Harry Potter movies or, other blockbusters to be shot here, Batman, whatever.
Yeah, that's true. Sinjin says, Chappie a dog food. Love it. Dr. Impossible says, evening all. Evening, Doctor. I took a dive into the film Diva last night. I still like Jacques, not pronounced that last one, classic French thriller. Have you seen it, Terence?
I haven't, but one of my favourites of his is Betty Blue. That's a great film. I still haven't seen Diva, though, but that was from that whole Cinema de Luc era of the 1980s, which Luc Besson came out of, where at the time, these films were criticised for being all style and no substance. But then when you look back at them now, you're like, whoa, these films were actually really good, really deep movies. I mean, one I love is Nikita from 1990.
Yeah,
right? And I thought, and that film got accused of that, most style over substance. But then when you watch it, you're like, wow, there's actually a lot to this movie. There's a lot. There's a lot going on than just the style. But yeah, Diva, that's been on my list forever, Dr. Impossible, and good to see you. Yeah, thanks for that reminder.
Have you seen Diva, Andy and Mike?
No, I've not seen it. Yeah, I've heard of it, but not seen it.
No, I've not seen it, but I've seen the one you mentioned, Terence, Betty Blue. That's a great movie, but it's a rough watch.
Coral says, should I be the one to tell Terence his dog is dead?
Yeah. Yeah, they put him down. The kid had to put the puppy go. Let's get the little puppy go off to heaven. As you know, all dogs go to heaven, right? Yeah, I've been pestering the curly girl to watch All Dogs Go to Heaven and review it on her channel. She won't do it. She's like, "Oh, I won't do that. No, it's not violent and gory enough." It's great though.
Yeah, it's good. Upsetting backstory behind it though as well.
It's a good film, but yeah.
It's on Netflix just now, the UK. Excellent.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good take, all right. We've got Brett. If you could watch any two pictures again for the first time, what are the first two that come to mind?
You did a video on this, Andy?
Yeah. I'd have to say the one I can remember is Batman, because I can't remember seeing that film for the first time.
Wow.
It's like as if before I was born, someone put in my mind that movie. and I can
Mary
never.
Poppins is like that for me.
Yeah,
Mary Poppins has just always been there.
It's always been.
Yeah.
So I'd love to watch that again with like a clean slate. Just because I love that film.
Great pick.
Well, I can't think of another one that was on there. Maybe Dawn of the Dead or something like that. I don't know.
That's good. You, Terence?
Oh, without a doubt, Predator, right? Because I recall the first time seeing Predator, and it was a long, long time ago. I was like 7 or 8 years old, and not knowing what the Predator looked like was really frightening, right? Especially when you got these fucking jacked up, roided up soldiers all bricking themselves, you know? And when you eventually saw the reveal of the Predator, it was just mind-blowing. Great creature design, right? I mean, if they stuck to the previous creature design when Van Damme was playing it, the whole film would have fell up. We wouldn't even be talking about it, right? It'd be one of these like, oh, do you remember this really rubbish sci-fi film from the... No, I've never seen that. But that costume design lived up to the whole hype around it. And watching it now, I just know it inside out. So you don't feel that tension anymore because you know what's coming. And to see that for the first, to just have the neuralizer from Men in Black just to wipe out Predator, that would be my choice. You know, come on, kill me, I'm here. Come on, do it, right? Just fucking perfect. You know, get to the chopper, right? There's so many great moments in it, and that I think that one of the scariest parts was when Dylan, Carl Weathers' character, gets it. When he gets his arm blown off. And I know people have said, oh, look, you can still see his arm tucked away there. But when you first watched that film, that was just terrifying. You didn't know what the Predator looked like, and you could see its shape. You could see its sort of outline coming at him. Oh, frightening stuff. Yeah. But now it's just like, oh, here we go. The bit where his arm gets blown off. Can't wait. Yeah.
Top pick. And what about you, Mike?
I think I'm going to have to say the same as Terence, because I remember when I saw Predator, all I had was a VHS, and the front cover was just Arnie holding a machine gun, and you just knew nothing about it. And I was the same when I was watching that movie. I had no idea what the Predator was going to look like. But nowadays, like, you just see the Predator everywhere in pop culture. It's like if you were to watch it for the first time now, chances are you'd probably already know what the Predator looks like.
Yeah. Even if they change it up a bit, it's still the same thing. And that was why I wasn't really sold on Prey. I know Prey got a lot of praise. I was not that big on it. And I think it is because the Predator's become so diluted. It's same with the Alien as well, to be honest. Right? The Alien films don't seem to pack that much punch as the original because it was so mysterious. And so I'm in the minority here. I'm one of the few people that didn't have a problem with the Predator when they turned it into basically a comedy, where the Predator was like using a guy's hand to stick up the thumb up and all that. I was like, yeah, may as well, because the thing is, it's no longer scary. It's, you know, oh, wicked.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm thinking of a few. Oh, that's quite hard. I was thinking of Alien. Alien would be a good one, and probably the first Terminator. I think Terminator would be a good one. I loved watching that as a kid. Always used to watch it a lot, and to watch it for the first time again would be amazing. Seeing like Annie enter there, going after Sarah Connor and all that, and the whole prosthetics with the eye. Even though it looks dated now, back when I was a kid, I was like, oh, it's terrifying. Turn it off. And now it's just like, yeah, you can see his face.
I was just going to say that whole part where he gouges out his own eye, that as a child was just terrifying. Also, I remember seeing as a kid, and I know it's stop motion and it looks hokey now, but see the moment where the Terminator reveals itself after the final act, where you see the whole exoskeleton. That was scary as hell as well. Now you're like, oh, here we go, stop motion time. Doesn't have that effect on it.
For me, there's another reason why Arnie was just perfect for that role, is because of his accent. And it gave this impression that when they were making the machines, they couldn't quite get the voice right. So that's why he has that Austrian accent, and that's why to me it's like it's so iconic.
What's the matter? You got a dead cat in there? Fuck you, asshole.
Yeah.
Love how he's got a selection of phrases to say to this guy.
Yeah.
And that's the perfect one. The guy's like, yeah, okay. Apparently, loads of times, kids, like children, have come up to Schwarzenegger and asked him to say that. It's like, oh, gotta say "fuck you, asshole." You know, famous line. I mean, he only has like 10 lines in the movie, right?
Yeah.
They're all perfect.
Yeah. I'd still say that's his best role ever for me.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
I know. I think they were going to go with, it was a toss up between O.J. Simpson and Lance Henriksen for the Terminator.
Yeah.
Just wouldn't have the same effect with it.
No, definitely not.
Even though OJ would have that whole killing aspect, he would.
Oh yeah.
He would
That's
bring
true.
some method to the character.
Dr. Impossible said, had the DVD since 2003, haven't watched it for donkey's years. Cool. Review Drew says, which up-and-coming 2023 movie do you think will be more of a disaster? The Barbie movie or Dungeons and Dragons with Chris Pine? Well, I'll just get it out of the way. I'm excited for the Barbie movie. Bring it bloody on. I couldn't really care less about Dungeons and Dragons. It's all about Barbie movie for me.
I think they're both going to be hits, to be honest. Because Barbie is an icon, right? It's just a giant toy franchise for 70 years. And Dungeons and Dragons is a comedy in the Dungeons and Dragons world. So I think they're both going to fly. They're both going to do well. To be honest,
I've actually seen the trailer. I think I saw just like a glimpse of the cast, but I haven't seen the trailer for Dungeons and Dragons yet. It
looks good. It looks like it's trying to be Guardians of the Galaxy with Dungeons and Dragons, and that could work.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And Barbie, I've not seen anything on it. I've just seen a couple of stills, and it really depends.
I think if the Barbie movie can be a bit like the Lego movie, I think that could be pretty good.
Yeah.
What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I'm with Terence on these. I think they're both going to be pretty good, to be honest. I mean, I've still got the Jeremy Irons Dungeons and Dragons movie.
Oh my!
Yeah.
I remember that.
I was like, I don't want to see that. I could somebody. I had a flatmate at the time and he got it on tape, and I was like, I don't want to see that. It just looked awful.
Yeah.
But I loved the cartoon in the 80s. So that's what I was thinking of when I saw the trailer for this, but I don't think they're going down that route.
Yeah.
But it looked fine. It looked funny. It looked sort of goofy. Like, what's that one that was a big hit? Jumanji. It looked like Jumanji.
Yeah.
Oh.
You know.
That could be good then. Yeah.
And
it's coming out early next year, isn't it?
Yeah, next year. And I think when they get a lot of these Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, House of Dragons programs, they're all very po-faced, very serious. I think people would appreciate seeing that genre take the piss out of itself a bit more. No, I know I would.
I'll have to check out the trailer. And what about you, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like maybe Barbie might be more successful just because it's more popular, and I know a lot of people have gone crazy for, I think, is it Ryan Gosling as Ken? I think a lot of people have gone really crazy for him for that, so that might be popular. I feel like Dungeons and Dragons is more of a niche thing, a bit more of a cult. So I don't know, but yeah, you might be right. They might both be equally successful.
Yeah. Cora says to Dr. Impossible, the Netflix film was the first time I saw it. Saw Betty Blue the evening after.
Great film.
Nice.
Just wonderful. And there's two cuts of it. I seen the original cut, and that was fine. And then there's an extended, like, almost 3-hour cut. It's excellent. Excellent.
Wow. Next up, we've got Rogue Does Review saying, hi, have any of you picked up the Before trilogy on Criterion for 20 quid? We know you did, Pete. Yeah, I picked it up.
Yeah.
I've only ever seen the first one.
I picked it up yet.
I've still yet to see the sequels, but the first one was brilliant. And that was a while
Or
ago.
Chesney Hawk, isn't it? Chesney Hawk, bloody hell!
Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Yeah. He is the one and only.
Mm.
Yeah.
No, yeah,
There you go.
I need to see that. 20 quid, that's a steal. Because I've heard they're brilliant. I've heard the sequels are great because they actually follow up like 10 years later. These actors, amazing. Richard Linklater, he's a great director.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's normally like 60 quid, so I thought, oh, go on, Anne, for 20 quid. We've got the 70s and 80s expert here saying, what is your favourite Arrow film? So released from Arrow. Do you want to go first, Andy?
Well, everyone knows mine.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Last
Fright Night?
Virgin.
Last American Virgin.
Right?
Yeah.
For real?
Yeah.
All right. I still haven't seen that. I've seen the original Lemon Popsicle.
Lemon Popsicle, yeah.
Yeah, I used to have that.
Yeah. No, but mine's Last American Virgin. Yeah.
Yes. And you converted all us to like it as well. It's really good. Yeah, I was surprised how good it was.
Yeah, I just like I said, this was a big surprise for me to you guys, and you guys checked it. Me and Mike actually we watched it together with our other friend, and he enjoyed it as well. But yeah, it was for me. It was just a big surprise. You can't watch that movie with 2022 glasses. You just can't. You've got to take it for what it is. But yeah, I adore that film, and yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things that you don't see many sex comedies do.
Yeah, definitely.
And also, brilliant
I'm just trying to look
soundtrack.
up what Arrow have released.
Yeah. Yeah. The soundtrack's phenomenal.
Oh wow. Well, I have got their website just now. It's got to be To Live and Die in LA.
Yeah,
that is a
great
effing movie.
Oh, I've got that sitting on the shelf, high on the watch list to give it a go. It looks amazing.
Get on it. Get on it, Pete. You're going to love it. It's
another brilliant first-time watch, Anne.
Yeah, the ending is just what? Absolutely brilliant.
Well, I'll give that a watch soon. Monk, what about you?
I mean, there's so many to choose from, but one's just come to mind, and I don't really consider it an Arrow movie, but Arrow have released it quite recently. But probably True Romance, one of my all-time favorites.
Yep, I agree. That's a fantastic film. Again, first time watch with Arrow. Loved it. Great cast. Such a huge cast as well. In that.
Yeah.
For me, I'm thinking off the top of my head. There's so many different ones. I could say The Thing, but I'm going to say Thief. I really enjoyed Thief.
Thief, Michael Mann.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. And James Belushi gets it. My goodness.
I know. That was a shocking scene.
Wow.
I was not expecting that. I went into that film not expecting anything and just loved it. It's just so good.
Yeah. So stylish.
We've got Josh here from Classic Reviews saying, hey guys. Hey Josh, hope you're doing well, mate.
Hey Josh.
We've got Dr. Impossible says there's a new boutique label set up by a guy who used to work for Arrow. The label is called Radiance. He's already released some interesting stuff, including Cutter's Way with Jeff Bridges on Blu-ray. Oh, I've never heard of him.
Yeah, I heard an interesting fact about Cutter's Way, that apparently when the producers went to meet Jeff Bridges to talk about signing him up for that film, his dog mauled one of the producers. His dog must have jumped on one of them and actually went for his jugular.
Whoa!
The guy ended up in hospital because of this, severely wounded. And Jeff Bridges took the part because he felt so bad that his dog had fucked up this guy.
Wow!
Right. So
what backstory to that?
Yeah.
Have you heard of this new boutique label, Andy?
Yeah. I only heard about it this month, but Yeah, if it's as good as Arrow, sign me up.
Yep. What about you, Mike? You've heard of it?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. They've got a few movies I'm interested in. I think there's one I mentioned on the other stream called. There's a movie called The Man on the Roof that they're releasing. It's like a Swedish movie, and it was fantastic. So that's one of the titles I'll be picking up.
Good. I'll have to have a look into this new label. We've got Josh here saying watching Ambulance in 4K and it looks incredible. Those drone shots are cinema.
I take it that's the Michael
Bay
Bay one.
Yeah.
Ambulance. I was thinking of the Larry Cohen 1990 one with Eric Roberts. Sorry.
That's a fun movie.
Oh, glad you're enjoying it. It's a really good film. Probably one of the biggest surprises of the year, Ambulance. Next up, we've got 70s, 80s expert. AJ told me about Neo, so I'm telling you, I haven't got a clue what you're talking about, mate. Classic. Josh says, made the most of a couple of deals in the last couple of days. Got Ambulance and The Northman for £24 on 4K today. Brilliant deal. And got the Before trilogy for Criterion for 20 quid. Bargain.
Nice. Yeah.
Great,
Well done.
great selection there. We've got Sinjin saying, talking to Sly, has anyone seen Tulsa King? It's really, really good. You should check it out. Is this new TV series on Paramount Plus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll have to give it a go. You guys seen it?
Nope.
No.
I've seen it being advertised everywhere, but
Yeah.
not seen it.
I suppose it's an excuse to subscribe to Paramount Plus for a month and then cancel it. Free trial. We've got the 4K lowdown saying, what's up, guys? Hey, mate, thanks for joining. He also says, click that like button, everybody. Oh, thanks so much, mate. We've got Jason, the old millennial, says, while Nintendo has some great characters for movies like Zelda, Metroid, Donkey Kong, Star Fox, do you think they'll make movies from those characters? Well, Star Fox would be a prime example because essentially it's Star Wars. The whole backstory to that is very centered around Star Wars, so that'd be perfect. Donkey Kong could be fun. Metroid's based on aliens, so bring that on. And Zelda, big adventure game, so perfect for live action.
Yeah, that's the thing is if this movie will make money, this Mario Brothers, but if it really makes a ton of money, Zelda won't be too far behind, guaranteed.
No,
right?
No. I'm honestly surprised after Detective Pikachu we didn't get another Pokemon film.
Yeah.
I know, but was that really that big a success though? I don't recall it really being that huge.
I think it did 400 odd million at the box office. I think it's like either the second or the third highest grossing video game movie. I think the other two Sonic films overtook it now. So it's done pretty well. We've got DVD for Film Globe here saying hi. You know the drill. I've seen a lot this week as well. Ah, that's good to hear, mate. I hope you enjoyed what you watched. Cora says to Jason, would love to see a Metroid movie. Could be a cool sci-fi horror movie. I absolutely agree.
But did they not make a Castlevania? They made a Castlevania Netflix series with swearing in it. And
that was really good. That wasn't bad.
Yeah. I was surprised at that Nintendo would allow that to happen.
Nintendo don't own Castlevania, it's Konami, and Konami does fuck all with the franchise, so I gather they just want some money, so they gave it to. Yeah, but I enjoyed that.
I just associated with Nintendo.
Yeah, because they were primarily Nintendo games back in the day.
Yeah, they own Contra as well, don't they, Konami?
Yeah, and Metal Gear Solid and Silent Hill. Hopefully they'll do something with them. They haven't done anything with them for the past few years by making money machines, gambling machines in Japan.
Metal Gear Solid, that would be awesome.
Apparently there is a film going into production and Oscar Isaac's going to be Snake, so that'd be good.
Yeah. I know. It's like, Snake! Where are you?
Oh, now the alert theme's playing in my head now.
Yeah. I know.
DVD
Classic.
from Bloke says, I finished my mini Hitchcock marathon with Suspicion, Spellbound, Notorious, The Paradigm Case, and I Confess.
Notorious is just great.
I confess I haven't heard of any of these.
Oh.
You seen them, Andy?
Yeah, I've seen a good chunk of them. I don't think I've seen the Paradigm Case, but I think I've seen the others. Yeah.
What about you, Terence? What have you seen of them ones?
I've seen Suspicion and Notorious. I don't know Suspicion as well, though. But Notorious is just perfect. Great film. Cary Grant is just awesome in that film.
And what about you, Mike?
Yeah, I've seen all 5 of them. I love Suspicion. That's got Cary Grant in it as well. Spellbound. I can't remember Spellbound. I think that might have Cary Grant in it as well, or Gregory Peck, one of the two. I can't remember. Notorious is good, and Paradigm Case is good, and yeah, so is I Confess. Yeah.
We've got DVD and Film Bloke saying they all range from good to great. With the only one I didn't like was the Praline case. The Paradigm Case. The script wasn't that interesting, and the producer, David O. Selznick, had more control than Hitchcock. I know Hitchcock didn't like working with Selznick, and the Paradigm Case was the last film Hitch did with him, and his follow-up film was Rope, which was one of his best. Yeah, Rope's excellent. My favourite out of the lot was actually Spellbound. In fact, I think it's one of his best and a truly underrated gem. He incidentally also did it with Selznick as well. David Olszalcznik, I bet I'm butchering that pronunciation, introduced Hitchcock to Hollywood. Rebecca, the first film he did with him, won Best Picture, but this was before Hitch became a celebrity director, and Selznick had a lot of control. Thanks for the history
That's
there.
right, because Hitchcock never ever won an Academy Award, ever.
Yeah, no.
That's shocking.
Same with Kubrick, right?
Yeah. I think Kubrick got one for screenplay somewhere. No, I'm thinking of Wells. I think I'm thinking of Orson Welles for Kane.
Yeah.
Maybe mistaken.
Probably.
But yeah, Kubrick never won.
Yeah.
No, that's a shame.
I know.
Coral says, wouldn't mind. DVD and Film Bloke says, I went going from Hitchcock. I saw Raging Bull, which is a masterpiece, and the first Scorsese film I ever truly wowed at. I still haven't seen Raging Bull. I should really watch it. So
it's
another one.
Film.
Yeah, another one to add to the ever-piling shocking first-time watchers. Keep seeing it, but never picked it up. So yeah, Robert De Niro, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Yep.
DVD and Film Bloke says, next film I saw was Terra Firma, which is the last of the Troma Marathon and easily the best film they've made and one of the best fictional films about making a film. Right.
Yeah.
You heard of this, Terence?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, I enjoy Terra Firma. It's just typical of Troma. It's just pure bad taste humor throughout, right? But yeah, a lot of fun.
Oh, good. You seen it, Andy?
No. I think the only Troma film I've seen is Toxic Avenger. That's there's so many of them I want to get into because they're just like mean-spirited fun.
Yeah,
movies
just
over the top.
Yeah. The ones that I've been told are meant to be great is Romeo and Juliet, and what's the other one? Troma's War. I've heard Troma's War is meant to be a lot of fun as well.
Never heard of all of these, so again, I've heard of Romeo and Juliet. Somebody mentioned that on the stream the other week, so yeah, I'll have to keep an eye out for these.
And that's where James Gunn came from. I think James Gunn and what's the dude's name? Eli Roth. I think they both came from Troma, right? Because if you notice in Guardians of the Galaxy, Lloyd Kaufman, the founder and director of the Toxic Avenger, he actually appears in Guardians of the Galaxy in the prison scene because James Gunn is one of his proteges, so to speak. now the guy's running DC film,
Yeah.
right? He's running the DC side of films now. Unbelievable, isn't it? To go from Trauma to that.
Yeah.
Oh. And what about you, Mike? You seen any of these Trauma films?
Only the Toxic Avenger. That's the only one.
Right. I must admit, I'm at a loss with Trauma. Trauma. That's better. 70s, 80s expert says thoughts on the Black Phone. Haven't seen it. What's it? Anybody seen it?
Yet to watch it. It's getting watched this week.
Oh, that's good. Hope you enjoy it.
Any
Andy,
you guys
you've
seen it?
Yeah, I thought it was great.
Hmm.
I thought it was really good. Really another solid horror film from this year. Ethan Hawke's fucking brilliant in it. Creepy as fuck. And yeah, it's kind of like a 70s version of Stranger Things. I think that might be the best way to describe it. But it has a bit of a more, well, I don't want to say realistic take, but the peril there is definitely more realistic, but it has some supernatural elements to it. But it's really good, really solid horror film. I enjoyed.
Good. And you, Mike, you've seen it?
Yeah. Same as what Andy said, really. Yeah, it's a good movie. Yeah.
Nice. I keep hearing positive things, but just gotta get around to watching it. DVD from Filmbook says, I believe Trauma nearly went bankrupt at the time, and this was the last film they were going to make, and if that didn't happen, then it would have been a perfect way to end. Comments gone weird. From what I've heard, as written in Lloyd Kaufman's book, Make Your Own Damn Movie, the events in Trauma Firma are not too far off what happened behind Trauma Productions. Really?
Oh no.
We've got Curly Girl at the movie saying, hey, thanks for watching.
Hey, Curly Girl.
The final film I saw was Near Dark, which I thought was very good as well. It's probably my least favourite of the big 80s vampire films, this, The Lost Boys, and Fright Night, but it was still great.
Yeah.
I still need to see Fright Night. I know, still haven't got around to it.
Near Dark is my favourite vampire movie overall.
Is it?
I remember you put it on my Instagram post that you love this film, saying it's your favourite.
Absolutely. I just love how subtle it is, right? It doesn't play up the mythology at all, right? And they don't mention they're called vampires. They don't have
No, they
fangs.
don't. I know it's that.
There's no garlic. There's no stakes through the heart. All you've got is sunlight, and they drink blood. That's it. Right?
Yeah.
You know, they're only called vampires because we call them vampires, right? You know, it's our fault if we go, oh, this isn't like other vampire movies. That's our fault, right? There's nowhere in the film that it says they're vampires, and that's what I love about it. And that whole sequence in the bar where they have what's his face? I'm so bad with names tonight. Bill Paxton. He's just absolutely terrifying in that scene.
Yeah.
And the thing that I find quite unique in it is usually when a character becomes a vampire in a film, they've got some sort of guide there that will show them the way of being a vampire. Whereas Adrian Pastar's character, he sort of discovers it as he starts to burn up in the sun, and he's like, "What the fuck is going on?" Right? He's got no one to help him, right? And that's frightening. It actually has the transformation into a vampire scene really frightening and upsetting. Where a lot of films, it's just like, yeah, you're a vampire now, just come on and join the Lost Boys, right? And yeah, I love it. It's quite unique and brilliant.
Yeah, I do agree with you about the transformation scene. That, like, Pub's whole scene in that is so good. Probably one of the highlights of the film. What was I going to say? DVD for Progress says the best way I can describe Near Dark is The Lost Boys played straight, since both films have a similar plot. A young man gets seduced into joining a cult of vampires and becomes one.
Pretty much.
DVD for Progress says, hey, curly girl at movies. DVD and Film Bloke says, I'm going to go on a bit of a rant, but it is a shame Studio Canal didn't do a proper reissue, instead reusing the old Optimum Blu-ray from 2009, because it could have been done with a new transfer. I must admit, it looked fine. I thought it looked nice on the TV. Probably with some DNR, yeah. DVD and Film Bloke says, 2009 disc has no extras, and the transfer has some DNR, which was a bugger on early Blu-rays. Extras do exist on the old 2-disc DVD from Anchor Bay, so why they're not there is beyond me. Yeah, I don't think there's no extras. So
what's DNR?
Digital noise reduction?
Right.
It basically just like clears all like imperfections, doesn't it?
Okay.
To the
So, like smooths out the image. Yeah.
DVD from Film Bloke says, normally Studio Canal do great reissues of older titles with excellent transfers and often with 2 discs, so it's a shame they cheapened out with Near Dark. I mean, at least it got rid of that shite cover. I don't know what the old cover was like. The new one was pretty good, I thought. Right. DVD. Dr. Impossible says, I'm embarrassed to say that I saw Space Truckers back in the day with Hopper at the cinema. I've heard of that one. I've heard that's quite an interesting film.
Yeah, I need to see that one.
Worst film in the world. Here's a question: what is the worst film you've seen in the cinema? Hands down.
Independence Day 2.
Oh, that's a bad one. Mr. Magoo with Leslie Nielsen. That was, that was terrible.
I think for me it was Cats.
Oh
yeah.
Ow!
That's painful.
Cats.
I haven't actually seen a bad film at the cinema because I haven't been there that often. Only just recently I've started to go a lot. So.
Oh, you're lucky. I walked out of Kingpin, even though I like that film now. I think I had a real stick up my arse about like being offended by parts in it. I don't know. It's just an idiot. But yeah, Mr. Magoo, that was horrendous. But yeah, you can't top Cats. That is, I mean, even Independence Day 2 is way more watchable than Cats.
Yeah, I mean, Cats. I bought the Blu-ray.
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Have you seen it since?
Just try to get them and make another one.
No, I mean, I thought because I'd heard it was the worst thing ever. I watched it and I was like, it was all right. It was, but I just thought it was what it was.
Yeah.
I didn't like it, and I didn't dislike it enough to say I hated it, but it was what it was. You know what I mean? It was one of them.
James Corden in it. That's the problem.
Oh fucking hell! Yeah. Here I am trying to defend it, and you bring James Corden up, and I'm just like, I can fucking concede. I can't defend James Corden. But it's
24/7.
Yeah,
24/7 with Bob Hoskins. That's about the only decent film I've seen him in.
Yeah, but yeah, it was what it was. I'm probably not going to watch it again. But it was. I didn't hate it. I get the criticisms, but it was what it was. I don't love the got by any means, but.
You know, when it came out, didn't they have reissue it with like new sort of CGI, like update it?
Ain't got a clue.
Yeah, I think they reissued it out because apparently the CGI was that bad. They did it again.
Oh, the movie is nightmare fuel. It's one of the most ugliest movies to look at. There's no plot. It is just it's horrific, and I think that's probably why I like it because it's just such a mess.
Yeah, I've got a pen stamp for pure disasters myself.
Yeah. I absolutely love train wreck movies with no survivors. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like there's something about them.
Yeah, I like ones that have been pure botched in the edit where they've had to patch it together. One of my all-time favorites like that is Smokey and the Bandit Part 3. I love that film. It's terrible. Right? Where they get one actor to replace Burt Reynolds and then they decide to put Burt Reynolds in at the very end of the film and all that. It's just It's just so many horrible moments in it.
No.
Mm.
DVD from Film Bloke says, I've only seen Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves many years ago on the heavily cut DVD, but I wasn't keen. Alan Rickman was the only good thing about it.
He's as good as Hans Gruber in that movie.
He is,
Oh,
yeah.
Fucking great.
Hans Gruber up to 11 though, isn't
Yeah.
he? He really goes over the top, but
Oh,
it's where he needs to be. That's where you want your popcorn villain to be. They have to be OTT, right? And that was just perfect.
Yeah. And then you've got Michael Wincott in there as well. You know, it's
Guys Gisborne, yeah, he's great.
Yeah.
He's always great though. I love seeing him in Nope. Yeah,
he was brilliant in Nope. I liked him in that.
Yeah, everything he's in. He's usually the best part about a movie. Michael Wincott.
Yeah.
I knew the film suffered from tons of cuts over the years when it was a PG, and even if I didn't know it was cut, I would have noticed.
I remember in the 90s when it was shown on television, Robin Hood, and there was a scene in it where where the characters are all being hung at the end.
Yeah.
And there was this child who tried to imitate that scene after watching it on television, and so they had to cut it from then on because some child was trying to reenact that scene from Robin Hood, and they were like, "Oh God,
wow!"
Oh, for me, when I was a kid, it was always the old woman that scarified the shit out of me.
Oh yeah, she's petrifying.
Yeah. Even now, when I rewatched it earlier this year, I was like, "Oh, you're a creepy old woman, aren't you? Jeez." We have Mike here from Did You See That saying, "Hey guys, hope you're all doing well." Hey Mike, hope you're doing well, mate.
Hey Mike.
We've got Edward here. What's your thoughts on the Willow TV series? Haven't seen it yet. Is it out yet? Don't think so.
Comes out in a couple of weeks, I think. Maybe.
Oh.
Saw the trailer again recently, but I don't think Val Kilmer is going to show up in it, which is a bit of a shame.
I'm not sure. No, I don't think so. No. Trailer looked good of the show though. I haven't actually seen the original in years, so I'll probably watch the film first, then give the TV show a watch. Looks good.
Yeah, it's a great film.
I
like the video game as well.
There's a video game of Willow.
Yeah, there was an arcade game back in the late 80s for Willow.
Oh wow. Didn't know
Like a
that.
platform game.
70s, 80s expert says thoughts on the film Life Force.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Toby Hooper film. Really like alien like vampires, aren't they, really?
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot to dislike about that film. I mean, the French actress of it is stunning. But yeah.
There's some appealing moments to it indeed.
Yeah.
All benefits by having the HD transfer on Blu-ray. Patrick Stewart's in it as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Was his first on-screen kiss was Stephen Railsback in Life Force. Patrick Stewart's first on-screen kiss was Steve Railsback in Life Force. Because I think he was on a talk show. I think it might have been Jay Leno or something years ago, and they asked him that. It's like, oh. That's great.
Yeah. And your thoughts on it, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, the first time I watched it, I wasn't that keen on it, but it's one of those movies that I think when you rewatch it, it gets better, and yeah, it's a lot of fun.
DVD from Film Bloke says, also noticed the dog skeleton, Terence. Is that the skeleton of Nipper? I actually thought of Nipper, to be fair.
Nipper? Like Gnasher and Nipper?
The
HMV Nipper.
Nipper.
Oh, right, yeah. His master's voice.
Yeah.
Yep.
I suppose it should be quite. I'm the master. His name's Spot.
Did you see that? Mike says, what physical media titles are you hoping to get for Christmas? If not, then what would you be hoping to pick up in the Christmas sales? Andy?
I live in Down LA on Arrow. My God. I didn't even know that was out. Such a
No, I mean,
gorgeous film as well. Sorry.
So, I mean, for me, people I know refuse to buy me movies because they say you must have fucking everything. So I'm usually the one who ends up spending like Christmas money picking up the movies, but I normally just pick stuff up in the sales or that I catch my eye or something I don't own. But yeah, that's usually it, really.
Sounds good. Terence?
To Live and Die in LA. I just saw that on the Arrow website.
Yeah.
I'm after this stream, I'm going to be doing a nose there. Another one would be Eve's Bayou. Any of you guys seen Eve's Bayou?
No.
Oh, that's a terrific film, and it's a debut movie as well. It's and I think that's out on Criterion. Yeah, that's it's weird because just like A Christmas Story, it's one of these films that it never really got a proper release here. As far as I remember, I don't remember it coming out here. I only heard about it a few years ago, and I'll tell you this: it's one of Samuel Jackson's best performances, and it's not a very obvious Samuel Jackson kind of part, right? It's more of a sort of subtle Samuel Jackson part as opposed to the sort of usual overblown sort of tough ass Samuel Jackson performance that you're used to. But yeah, Eve's Bayou, you need to see that, Andy. It's perfect.
Yeah, I'll give that a look.
Yeah, sounds good.
1997, 96, 97, round about that time it came out. Great movie.
Awesome. And you, Mike? What about you?
I've got all sorts on my wish list. So it's just going to be a case of what's in the sales and what not. Yeah, too many to list.
Sounds good. For me, probably Nope. I want to get that after recently watching it on streaming, and probably pick up some of the Argentos on 4K because I really like them.
Yeah.
Tenebrae. Have you got Tenebrae?
I've got it on Blu-ray, but I want the 4K of that. That's probably my favourite Argento.
Oh, it's great, isn't it? Lovely music.
I love the music too. Dr. Impossible says, I'm looking forward to the Studio Canal vintage classic releases of Queen of Spades, directed by a great British director, Thorold Dickinson. Does Terence have any knowledge of this stunning supernatural yarn?
I've not seen that, Dr. Impossible. Is it right? If it's a British like ghost story, I need to see that. When is that from? Is that like the 50s or 60s?
I haven't heard of it. Have you guys heard of it, Andy, Mike?
No.
We have some of these experts saying favourite John Hughes film written and directed.
It's got to be it's got to be The Breakfast Club. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's one of those films that when it starts, or like you switch on TV and it's on and you just get sucked right into it. Right? I just love The Breakfast Club.
Still need to see that.
Whoa. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my favourite.
I've got it. I just need to watch it. So again, another one I need to watch. Andy, what about you?
Yeah, I think I have to agree with Terence on this one. Breakfast Club was my favourite movie for the longest time, in my early 20s, but he only directed 8 movies. But yeah, the last 2 weren't the best. But yeah, I don't know.
Did he direct Uncle Buck?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he directed Uncle Buck.
Saw that in the cinema. It was great. I mean, in comparison to Breakfast Club, it's not, but
yeah,
I don't mind Uncle Buck. Uncle Buck was pretty good.
Yeah.
Wasn't there one called Peggy Sue or Curly Sue?
Curly Sue, yeah. Yeah. That's all right, that film. So it's a dick to get hold of, though. Oh, it's a pain in the ass to get hold of that film.
Right.
But he directed She's Having a Baby as well, but I think that's his worst one that he's directed.
Kevin Bacon in that one, isn't it?
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
heard
Alec
of that
Baldwin.
one. That looked quite good.
Yeah. But That's the weird one. That's the one that doesn't feel like a John Hughes film that he directed.
Still brilliant though.
Yeah,
Even
it's
though
still really good. Yeah,
the humor is just dated, right?
Yeah.
But it's,
definitely. Yeah. Well, like he did that in The Breakfast Club in the same year, and I'm just like,
no,
wow,
Wow.
two
No.
polar opposite movies.
Mm.
But yeah, Planes, Trains as well is fucking great. And Ferris Bueller, they're like the big three: Breakfast Club, Ferris Bueller, and Planes, Trains. But then you throw Uncle Buck in as well, and it's just like that's a fucking good one as well.
did he not direct Some Kind of Wonderful? Did he direct that?
No, we only wrote that.
Right.
What about Pretty in Pink? Did he do
Yeah,
that
he only
as
wrote
well?
that as well. Yeah,
Oh.
but
Because
the
they really pushed
director
him
who
as
did
John Hughes films. That was the thing.
you always you always
Yeah.
think of them as his movies, but he only wrote them.
Mhm.
Well, I think they were both directed by the same director, Pretty in Pink and Some Kind of Wonderful.
Yeah,
But
they're both awesome.
yeah, even
Yeah.
stuff like Christmas Vacation and Home Alone.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah,
written
I can remember
fantastic.
one with Owen Wilson called Drill Bit Taylor. He wrote that one as well, and that's quite a recent one, just before he passed away.
Yeah.
did he not write Made in Manhattan? But it was under a pseudonym. I'd heard that
I think he might be right
wrote
there.
some screenplays under a pseudonym for a while as well.
Did he write Beethoven and the remake of 101 Dalmatians as well? Or
Yeah,
had something to do with it?
Yeah, I think he wrote Flubber as well.
Oh, always used to like that. It's good.
He wrote one that Keith put me onto, and that was Dutch or Driving Me Crazy.
Oh,
Yeah, he wrote that as well. That was a fun film.
he's done so many films over the years, through the 80s and 90s. Unbelievable. Written
Yeah,
and
Mr.
directed.
Mum. Yeah.
Michael Keaton.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What about you, Mikey? You got a favourite John Hughes film?
Yeah, it has to be Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. I just think it's a perfect movie.
Yeah, I will agree with you after watching it for the first time. Absolutely love it. I will probably have to pick up the Blu-ray of it. But I do have to admit, I have a soft spot for Weird Science. A thoroughly entertaining film. And it was a surprise to see Robert Downey Jr. in there, looking so young.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's yeah.
And then you've obviously got Bill Paxton in it as well for a little while.
Oh god. Yeah.
Oh yeah. The shit blob that he turns into, that's fucking great.
Oh yeah. Carl says, is that the one with the old stuck-up hag, Dr. Impossible? The viewer Drew says, question for you, everyone. Which horror remake do you think is worse? Nightmare on Elm Street 2010, Friday the 13th 2009, or Rob Zombie's Halloween? Seen none of them, so I'm out of this one. Who wants to go first? Terence?
It's got to be Nightmare on Elm Street 2010. That film put me in a depression. It was so bad. It really was. It was just, how could they mess that up, right? I mean, but also just how they, I mean, you can go to my channel, you'll see my review on it, and I'm pretty downbeat in the video as well. How they could take such a classic character and expect us to be scared of him now, right? Freddy Krueger had really, they ran him into the ground, right? Only Wes Craven himself could make Freddy scary again with New Nightmare, and that was by completely transforming him. And the biggest mistake that they made was not bringing him on board, right? Because apparently they did not consult with Wes Craven at all when they were making the 2010 remake. Unlike the Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake, where Toby Hooper was on board for that, even went out and did publicity for it. Wes Craven did not get consulted one bit, and it shows. You get the moments, the classic moments from Nightmare on Elm Street, like even the moment where he's coming out from the bathtub between our legs. You watch them side by side. It's actually done different, a little bit differently in the Wes Craven version, where the blades are coming out of the water first, and then the glove, and it just is far more frightening. he just does everything with so much more aplomb than whoever directed that. I've forgotten. Right, I've tried for the life of me to forget the movie as well. Friday the 13th, I haven't seen, and I haven't seen Rob Zombie's Halloween, but I guarantee none of those two are as bad as Nightmare on Elm Street 2010.
Andy?
By default, for me, it's Rob Zombie's Halloween because I haven't seen the Elm Street remake.
Lucky you. You're so lucky.
I do. Curiosity has got the better of me, though. I do want to see it. I think just because of how bad it is, and it is an Elm Street movie. But I know I'm in for a rough ride.
Big time,
I think, with that one. But Friday the 13th is one of the, if not the best cinema experience I've ever had. That Friday the 13th remake. Oh god, it was brilliant. Yeah,
awesome.
I remember you said about it in a previous stream, didn't you, Andy? Was it like cinema electrifying with like a lot of people cheering and all that?
It was like the opening of Scream 2. It was
right.
just everyone was just. Mike was there as well, but everyone was just giving it their all, and just. I think because it was a brand new cinema as well. Yeah. And I just turned 18 at the time. I think 18 or 19, and it was like the first 18 I'd seen at the cinema, and it was just everyone was just pumped for this movie, and it was just electric.
Yeah. And you, Mike, you'd probably say the same. Friday the 13th, your favourite?
Yeah, probably is. Friday the 13th is definitely the worst. It's just it's as boring and as generic a horror movie as you can get. Yeah, it's not very good.
Dr. Impossible says yes. Cora says, okay. Saw it last year, Dr. Impossible. David Beach says, hi, Terence Miguana. What is your favourite Pixar film and Disney movie, and how many 4Ks do you own, Blu-rays, and do you collect steelbooks? And what is your favourite movie of all time?
Okay. I don't really collect steelbooks or 4Ks or Blu-rays. I have a very minimal collection. I was a big VHS Betamax man for a whole life. So I've kind of became a bit of a minimalist. I'm more into streaming and, and video on demand, to be honest, David. Sorry. But I definitely want to get back into it, especially now that I see that To Live and Die Nearly is out on Arrow. I want to see that in an amazing copy. But favourite Pixar film, easily Ratatouille. I just think Ratatouille is absolutely exceptional. And the reason I say that is because we've had so many animated films where animals can speak to humans, right? They either can speak to humans or they can't. So in Lady and the Tramp, for example, the animals cannot speak to humans. So there's a rule there, right? But they can speak amongst each other. Or you can have animated films where the animals can speak to humans, like in Top Cat or something like that, right? Whereas I love the way that Ratatouille breaks that rule, where there's a scene in it where the chef says to the rat, he says, hey, did you cook that, little chef? And the rat looks around like this and then goes, that just kills me. It's almost like he's just going, I can't talk to you, but fuck it. Yeah, and the whole sequence with the sort of torn-faced critic who eats the ratatouille, and I don't know how many times that's been copied, where he has that back to being a child, having like ratatouille made by his mum for the first time. That was just magical. Yeah, Ratatouille, hands down, is my favourite Pixar movie. The other question is, favourite Disney movie? It's got to be Mary Poppins. I know it's cheesy and hokey, but it's just been there forever. And I love that movie. What is my favourite movie of all time? It's Woodstock, the documentary, 1970, about the famous rock concert in 1969. That is just magnificent. And it was a blockbuster as well. People forget that the movie... That's why Woodstock is one of the most revered music festivals. Not because it was the greatest music festival of all time, but it was just 500,000 people in a field. And I've done my research into this, only 2 people died at Woodstock in 1969. A guy had a heart attack and another guy got ran over by a tractor who'd fallen asleep in a field. And that just blows my mind that 500,000 people can be in the one place at the one time and not fucking kill each other, right? And the movie captures that atmosphere of peace and love and harmony in such a wonderful way. The split screen editing, Thelma Shoemaker, who's the editor for Martin Scorsese, which he worked on it as well. He edited some of the stuff on Woodstock as well. The editing in it is just magnificent. Great film. That's my favourite movie.
Oh, sounds good. I must admit, you've kind of made me want to watch Ratatouille all over again. You've just stuck a beat on it again. It's a wonderful film.
Just perfect, isn't it?
Yeah. Mike says, which video game to live action adaptation do you think would work the best? You'd like to see if you could choose one like Rayman, Crash Bandicoot, or Spyro the Dragon. I think
live
Crash
action.
Crash Bandicoot would be quite good and horrifying at the same time. How would they do that live action?
Yeah. Yes, we get like. See, Rayman I played briefly, and Crash Bandicoot I played a long time ago. I've never played Spyro the Dragon. That's a tough one. If you're talking about live action, like actual actors on screen playing Crash Bandicoot, right? I mean, you need some serious drugs to get that done.
I'm just imagining a CGI one voiced by what's his name now?
CGI,
can't think of his name. Vin Diesel voicing Crash Bandicoot. Other ones I can think of is stuff like Gears of War. Well, Last of Us is getting a TV series. Stuff like Uncharted. Uncharted already had a film. It was shit, but yeah, stuff like that. That'd be quite good. You think of anything, Andy?
I mean, the one I'd probably like to see would probably be Crash Bandicoot. I'd just like to see that in a film, whether it's live action or animation. But I think the one that, out of the three, the one that probably might lend itself better to live action would probably be Rayman.
Yeah, I'd like to see that one. That'd be quite cool. Terence, you got any thoughts?
No, I'm stuck. You've stumped me. Did you see that? Zed that?
And you, Mike, you got any?
I think out of those three, I'd like to see Crash Bandicoot. I feel like they could do something similar to what they did with Sonic with Crash Bandicoot. Yeah.
I sure read somewhere that Clancy Brown actually voiced the main villain in Crash Bandicoot in the earlier days.
Yeah.
Oh.
We've got Rogue saying Nanook of the North is entirely fake. They fund the tribe, and we're shocked that guns and lived in cabins, so they made them fake their lives to fit the general population versions of Eskimos. Oh, didn't know that.
That's right.
Sounds really
I don't know that. I
interesting.
didn't know the total ins and outs of it, but they tried to pass it off as a documentary. Right, the first ever documentary was faked. Right, you know, it just says it all, doesn't it? But it's still wonderful, right? I mean, it just makes me feel all festive for some reason.
I'll have to check that out on YouTube. You said it was on YouTube, didn't you?
Yeah, the whole film is on YouTube. It's ancient. It's like 100 years old.
Yeah, it's coming up to, if not 100 years old,
100.
Yeah.
Wow. David Beach says, what do you think of Wizard of Oz Returns? Was that Return to Oz? And is it available on Blu-ray?
I saw that in the cinema when I was like 6 years old. Absolutely fucking traumatized me, pardon my French. But in the theatre next door, they were showing Rambo First Blood Part 2. And I saw there was a giant Rambo poster. And I was like, oh, I want to go see that. No, we're going to see this. I would have been much better off. I would have slept better that night if I went to see Rambo First Blood Part 2. And you know, the thing was, I found out years later that the people that made Return to Oz actively found out from psychologists what terrifies children and put it all in that movie.
Mhm.
You believe that? And it shows the film is just an absolute, it's just nightmare fuel, right? It's just an act of cruelty to make a child watch that film. But
Well,
yeah,
it
I don't
did
think
not
it's
affect me as a child. I must be a rare case. I was like, that wasn't scary. That was pleasant.
Are we talking about the same one here with the Wheelers?
Yeah, with the Wheelers. Yeah, I was like, Wheelers, are they terrifying? And I remember we had a chat with Sofa Bed. It showed me a photograph. I was like, no, they're not terrifying. No, don't scare me at all.
Stronger man than I thought you were.
I'll have to rewatch it again and give it a go, and I'll probably be scared shitless now.
From it. Yeah, it's just kind of stuck in there. I mean, I can sit and watch An American Werewolf in London, all the other horror films that really got me when I was a kid, but that, no.
That's strange. I watched it as a kid. I've seen it on BBC Two. I was like, that's all right, nothing special. It didn't scare me. Watched American Werewolf as a kid. Didn't scare me. Even watched Razorhead as a kid. Didn't scare me. Just confused me.
As a kid watching a Razorhead.
My dad thought it was like Laurel and Hardy. He said, "Oh, it's black and white. You can watch that." What about you, Andy? I know you found this film a bit scary, didn't you?
I was a bit like you, Pete. I saw it on TV for the first time, and I've got to admit, it didn't frighten me. But as I've gotten older, it's a movie that I don't go back to an awful lot. But when I do, I watch it and I go, okay, I get why kids are scared of this film, because it's the imagery in it is quite horrific. The music in it is quite scary. The whole sort of shock therapy went over my head as a kid because I just didn't know what that was. But yeah, I do think it's a good fun movie. But the my Wizard of Oz is the 80s anime. That is my Wizard of Oz. I hold that in such high regard, even more than the Judy Garland movie. That to me is my Wizard of Oz. But yeah, it's a fun film. I do like it. It's definitely not boring, but it's just it's good fun. It's got some good characters in it. But yeah, I completely get why some of the imagery in that film would scare kids. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but you got to understand. Yeah. I'd already seen the Judy Garland one. That's another one that I'd seen as a kid that just I don't remember the first time I'd seen it. So I was already well educated on the world of Oz. So when you get brought into that world in this sequel, which it was carrying itself as, Oz is all fucked up, right?
Yeah.
When Dorothy gets there, and I was 6 years old, right? Give me a break. It was on the big screen.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I get it. Yeah, I do get it with that film. It's because it's very different. It's a very different movie to the original.
Very different in tone to the original. Totally different. And you, Mike, what did you think of Return to Oz?
Yeah, I kind of think the same as you guys. Like, I remember seeing it as a kid, and I think again it didn't frighten me, but I do get that it was a darker movie than like the original Judy Garland one. But I think by all accounts, I think it's meant to be closer to the books in tone than the original movie.
Yeah.
And yeah, I loved it as a kid. Although I do have to admit, I did rewatch it maybe a year or two ago, and it didn't hold up for me. I don't know, like, I didn't enjoy it as much as when I was a kid. But I do get that it is a dark movie, but it does have a big like cult following. But yeah.
70s, 80s expert, best and worst Star Wars films.
Well, that's easy, isn't it? Empire best.
Mm.
Whatever that last one was called.
Rise of Skywalker.
Rise of Skywalker. Yeah.
Easily.
Mm.
The Star Wars Holiday Special isn't as bad as that. Because that doesn't carry itself as a Star Wars movie, and you knew it was going to be crap when you went into it. Whereas Rise of Skywalker, you were kind of like, "Oh, this is the final chapter. Here we go." Oh God, right? And it was mince straight from the opening crawl. When has a Star Wars film been garbage just from the opening crawl? The dead speak. Oh, Palpatine is back. You've heard his voice throughout space. It says this in the crawl. You're like, "Oh, we're doomed." Yeah. Easy.
Andy, what about you?
For me, it's Empire for best, and Last Jedi for worst. Simply because, I mean, it's probably my own fault, but my expectations for that movie were sky high. And I came out. I've only ever come out the cinema twice feeling angry at a movie, and Last Jedi was one of them. And I came out of that movie completely confused as to what that movie was trying to do, what story that movie was trying to say. And then having rewatched it, I just don't like it at all. It's a well-made movie. It looks fine, but the story there when I watch that movie, I don't care about anything or anyone in that film. And by the end of it, I'm the same. And I think after watching it, I just thought the next movie is going to be garbage. And I wasn't disappointed because it was garbage. And I knew exactly what that movie was going to be, because Last Jedi was such a director having a hissy fit saying he wanted to do what he wanted to do. I thought Last Jedi was Rise of Skywalker was just the studio clutching at every possible straw to try and please everyone, and it failed. And that was the movie I got when I watched it, and it didn't disappoint me because my expectations were so low. I knew exactly what that movie was going to be like coming out of it, and I was proved right. But Last Jedi committed the sin of making me not care about Star Wars, and that's why I hate it.
Yeah,
I hate that movie. I hate that movie. It's easy for me to say I hate it, and hate's a strong word, but I do hate that movie, and I stand by that statement. Yeah.
I feel very much the same with you there. Empire is my favourite. Last Jedi is probably the most disappointing I've ever been with a film ever. It was on a high, definitely after Force Awakens, whether it was a modern day remake of New Hope or whatever, but so many cool plot points they had there, just chucked it in the bin with Last Jedi. They fucked up so many different things, so many characters got screwed, their development never even happened. Finn was wasted, Snoke was wasted. They absolutely ruined Luke Skywalker with that film, and it's just about a mess. And the whole thing with Carrie Fisher's character out in space, I could never get along with that one.
When your own cast say this isn't the characters we are used to, we're going to portray, it's fucking doomed for failure. I mean, people go on about that throne room sequence being amazing, and I'm just like, yeah, okay, visually it's nice, but there's no stakes there. I don't give a fuck about any of the characters in that, because the movie doesn't give a fuck about them.
Absolutely. They introduced that other character, Rose. She was just there in the background. She didn't really get expanded upon.
Yeah.
The only good thing about The Last Jedi is that it introduced Porgs, and the Porgs were the best thing.
Yeah, that's about, and then it's just Luke Skywalker feeding himself off the tit of an alien.
Yeah. What about you, Mike? For you?
Well, I mean, you guys are talking about these movies, Last Jedi, Rise of Skywalker. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what these movies are.
Yeah.
I think I just think like that sequel trilogy, I think I've just kind of like, I just refuse to accept it in the whole Star Wars universe. I just kind of look at those 6 movies and that's it for me. So I'll be a bit different and not say one of the sequels. I'll go with Attack of the Clones as the worst.
Yeah,
I think
Right.
that's the only one out of the 6 that I kind of struggle to get through. I find it a bit boring in places, but it's nowhere near as bad as any of the sequels. But the best one is definitely Empire.
Yeah.
Attack of the Clones is just an ugly movie to look at.
It is. Yes.
It's so green screen heavy.
The dialogue is
It's
pretty
just a very
awful as well.
unpleasant, a very unpleasant film to look at.
Yeah.
But as a coherent story, the prequel trilogy, it does the job. Whereas that sequel trilogy was just tying itself in knots.
Yeah.
It was an embarrassment to watch. I felt embarrassed for the actors that were in it.
Yeah,
definitely.
The one thing about Attack of the Clones is, at least with Revenge of the Sith, it actually pulls it back and gives you an incredible finale.
Yeah.
It pains me that we're saying this about a Disney-funded Star Wars trilogy. It fucking hurts saying it. That's how pissed off and disappointed I am with that trilogy.
That fucking mouse screwed us all.
Yeah.
It will continue to keep doing this. Keep giving
away. Big Lake says, ever watched Broadwalk Empire? Great show. I've heard of it. Heard very good things. Haven't seen it. You guys seen it?
Heard of it, but never seen it. Steve Buscemi in it.
Yeah, I think so.
But I've never sat down and watched it.
Right. David Beach says, hey to all on YouTube who is watching the stream. Hey, David. Dr. Impossible says, Wurzel Gummidge Christmas special for me, the good old days.
Oh.
Yes. I have seen the Wurzel Gummidge Christmas special. Pretty good.
Classic.
We've got Mad Vinyl Movies here saying, two of my favourite ever movies came out in the late 90s, early 2000s, Donnie Darko and Memento. Nice.
Yeah, but they're like both original movies, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Christopher Nolan, isn't it, Memento?
Memento, yeah. Donnie Darko took some work for me to get into that film, but I love it now.
Yeah.
Still need to see it. Still need to see Memento or we've got Peter McCluskey here saying, hey everyone, will any of you be keeping an eye out for the 2022 Sight and Sound poll released tomorrow? These polls are a great way to discover new films, especially foreign cinema. Never heard of the awards.
No.
Just going to take a wee bathroom break. I'll be right back.
No worries.
Same. I'm gonna do the same. Won't be a minute.
So, Mike, have you heard of the Sight and Sound poll awards, whatever they are?
No, I've heard of Sight and Sound, and I know they're very like a like highly esteemed like film magazine or whatever, and I know they do like to go and look into like foreign movies and all that, but no, I'm not aware of the polls or anything.
Same here, but I mostly just watch like stuff on YouTube, like top 10 films of the year from various different movie channels. Carl says, fantastic movies indeed to Mad Vinyl Movies. David Even Film Bloke says, yeah, the British film industry is in a pretty rough state. The last good British film I recall is I, Daniel Blake from Ken Loach. Yeah, that was a good film. Yeah. I suppose. Well, yeah, Paddington films, British films. You can say them as well. Yeah, they weren't too bad. And they did really quite well in cinemas.
Yeah.
DVD Even Film Bloke says, I need to watch more Ken Loach films. I have Kez recorded off Talking Pictures. He also did the BBC TV play Kathy Come Home. I have seen that years ago. That wasn't too bad. You seen any of these, Mike?
I've seen Kez. I can't think what other films Ken Loach has done, but there must be others that he's done. But the only one I can think of is Kez.
I, Daniel Blake is a classic movie. Apparently they're doing it on stage now, where they're updating it to the sort of the new austerity Britain that we're under, because that was what it was about when it was made about 10 years ago. Yeah, I, Daniel Blake is a great film. Ken Loach is just he's a legend. He's an absolute legend.
Rogue says, I've been catching up with the Criterions, watched Lost in America.
All
It's a
right.
great underrated film.
Albert Brooks.
Albert Brooks.
Yeah, that's a great movie.
Is that the gambling one?
Yeah.
His wife, like, yeah.
Gives away their nest egg.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a classic movie. Love it.
DVD from one bloke says, all dogs go to heaven. I've not seen any Don Bluth films. I might have to see American Tail, but I'm too young to remember.
All right. All dogs go to heaven's a classic.
Yeah. He's done some wonderful films. Did he
Don
do
Bluth's
Land Before
amazing.
Time?
Yep.
Yeah.
Secret of Nim.
Secret of Nim. Yeah.
Anastasia.
Yeah. Troll in Central Park.
Yeah.
Fumble It, Titan AE. Yeah.
Right.
DVD from Public says, I heard this Dead Dark as a film. In fact, a lot was cut out. Plus, watch What Happened to Judith Marcy makes it even more dark.
Is this Return to Oz?
It's All Dogs Go to Heaven.
Yeah. Oh, right. The girl, she was murdered by her own father.
Yeah. Very sad.
It's tragic, that.
Shocking. Andy Likes Stuff channel says, found out some pointless information the other day. The stuntman who stood in for the scenes in The Crow after Brandon Lee died is the director of the John Wick movies. Wow.
True. Yep.
That's interesting.
Yeah, the scene where he's up, I think when he's running over the rooftops and stuff like that, not only just for the stunts, but just as a stand-in as well, because there was so much stuff missing that they had to use a stand-in for quite a lot of, when he's up on the roof playing his guitar, and that's a stand-in. There's so many scenes with the stand-in in The Crow. It's unbelievable. Yeah, because the weird thing was The Crow was sitting on a shelf after it got shot because there was about good 20 to 30% left to do in the film, and of all the people who raised money to get it completed, it was Harvey Weinstein. Yeah.
DVD from Film Bloke says, I might like it if I give it a go. I mean, I'm such a sadist because I love depressing animated movies.
So watch Watership Down.
Oh, yeah.
And
the Plague Dogs. The Plague Dogs. Watership Down, at least, Watership Down, it builds to a sort of, it becomes more of an adventure film. I know people always tar it with this depressing movie, but actually becomes a sort of guys on a mission movie eventually, where they have to rescue the other rabbits from that evil warren, right? So you don't leave. I've actually seen Watership Down on the big screen. It was fucking perfect, right? In a revival screening, of course. So I'm not that old. But the Plague Dogs, on the other hand, I would argue that's more of a depressing movie.
I've heard that's pretty rough, the Plague Dog.
Yeah,
let's check that
out. Sorry.
Peter says, I think it is the worst era, but there's still some great films from the last decade. The Irishman, Master, and The Phantom Thread are a few masterpieces in my opinion. Yeah, I can get that.
Yeah.
Irishman's fantastic. Love that film. The Entertainment Hideout's here saying hello everyone. Hello mate, hope you're doing well.
Hello.
Dr. Impossible says, just look at Film 4. Charlotte Gray was a significant kick in the teeth of the distributor who signed a deal with Warner Brothers to make 6 or 7 films at the time. Film 4 and the BBC were keeping.
Yeah, Film 4.
British film together for a good decade. Yeah, Film 4's brought out some great films. Andy Like Stuff says, has anybody seen Payback with Mel Gibson? For me, an underrated film. Haven't seen it, no.
Only the original, Point Blank, with Lee Marvin.
It's a remake of Point Blank, is it? Oh,
it is.
Oh,
yeah.
I like the original with Lee Marvin. That's good.
Yeah.
Entertainment Hideout. Haven't seen very many Alien movies and can't watch Prey. I watched the first 30 minutes and I still haven't seen it yet, and I don't really want to see it. That's fair enough, mate.
It just struck me as a bit weak. I mean, I had this conversation with King Need Gore. Big shout out to King Need Gore, or King Gore, sorry, as he travels under now. Is they really held back on the gore, right? The Predator.
They cut away the camera from
the Predator when it kills people, it fucking kills people, right? And also here it's going up against this tribe, and the Predator's using arrows. It's not using its high tech weaponry to take them out. And we were both having this conversation. Yeah, we're all on board for girl power, right? Having women, strong female characters fighting in films, but don't have your super alien sort of pulling its punches like that, right? Because that makes it seem as though it's making it easier for the woman as opposed to just taking her out just as if she was one of those Marines or mercenaries in Predator, right? And that kind of irks me, and it feels like the Disney machine coming into play. Yeah, we need to soften this for the Disney audiences now, which is what I was expecting. Now that they own Fox, right? They're going to soften it, and then you realize, wait a minute, when we had this conversation before, when we were talking about those Star Wars shows like Boba Fett, where you're making Boba Fett more likable, right, and things like that, or the Sand People more likable. That seems to me like Disney are just trying to make everybody nice and happy, right? Mos Eisley isn't as fucked up as it once was, or you were told that it once was. It's actually, everyone's sitting around singing Kumbaya. We don't want that. I want Boba Fett to be fucking evil, right? To the core. I'm sorry, I don't want him to be likable, right? We've got enough likable characters in the Star Wars universe, and it's the same with the Alien and the Predator. These things are dangerous. Make them hardcore dangerous. Keep them that way.
Yeah. I agree there, definitely. I did enjoy Prey. I thought it was a fun, entertaining film. It wasn't too bad at 90 minutes, but I definitely do think they dumbed down on the violence bit. A lot of camera cutaways when there was about to be a gruesome death, so you didn't really see much. And it definitely did feel like the Predator wasn't at full potential there, full killing power. So, yeah, you're right there. Andy, what about you?
Prey. I didn't mind it. I just thought it was all right. I mean, we're never going to get a movie that's as good as Predator, are we? I think.
No.
Or Predator 2, for that matter. I'm a big defender of Predator.
Yeah, it's a good film. I enjoyed that one too.
It's good. It's good. It's good. But I just think you're not going to get as good as Predator. I think it's just lightning in a bottle, that movie.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. It's Predator 2 is still really good, but that first movie, man.
You can only really pull off that magic once with that film.
Yeah. It's a franchise where it's only got one good movie, and that's the first one.
And what about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'm the same. I enjoyed Prey, but it was just fine. Nothing to write home about. It was fine.
I think a lot of people were expecting it to be rubbish as it went straight to Disney Plus, and because it was not too bad, that's another reason why a lot of people have been hyping it up.
Yeah.
Rogue says, fun fact, James Cameron didn't choose O.J. Simpson for the Terminator because he couldn't see him as a cold-blooded killer.
Yeah.
God.
Well, neither did the jury. Yeah. Yeah, it is all hoodwinked.
David Even Filmblock says, I think Lance Henriksen would have made a Terminator, but Schwarzenegger is irreplaceable. I agree.
Yeah.
David Even Filmblock says, people, conservatives, are moaning that the Barbie movie would be woke, but of course they are. I just think the Barbie movie is just going to be a lot of fun. I think it's going to not take itself too seriously and just have a lot of fun with it. Probably take a bit of spoof of some films and some other brands, something similar in lines of the Lego film. And if it's like that, yeah, sign me up.
Mm.
Got to play the Aqua song though. That's the one rule. Got to play. Got to play it.
Yeah, they have to, or get someone to cover it.
Mm.
And I mean, it's just a way to look at lots of pretty frocks in it. I mean, that's it. It'll be just a way to punt more Barbies. I mean, that's what Mattel will be all in for.
Oh yeah, there'll be like a huge line of new Barbies that all look like Margot Robbie and Kens that look like Ryan Gosling. They'll be sold out within hours. Oh, Mattel can't wait till next year for that.
Yeah, totally.
Dr. Impossible says, what's the most contentious film you've seen since you started watching film? Dig deep as always. Ooh.
Well, the one I just can't stand, and I keep bringing this up as well, is the what's that called? Saving Mr. Banks, right? You ever seen that one? Right, where they're making Mary Poppins.
Yeah.
And the thing that annoys me about that is that whole Disney have changed the story, but not in a way that it's a way to sort of force their agenda on artists. That's what I get from this film, because I thought it was a well-made movie, well acted, everything, where Emma Thompson is playing P.L. Travers, and she needs money, and Walt Disney Studios, Walt Disney himself, has been trying to get the rights for Mary Poppins for decades. That's true, right? And she wouldn't part with it, but she needed the money, so she flies to Hollywood. They make the Mary Poppins movie, and at the end of the film, and she does all this soul searching as well. She thinks back to her childhood throughout the course of the movie, and throughout the movie, she's critical of them making the film, and she's critical about things that we love, right? Like, oh, that song's dreadful, but we all already love that song, right? This film is resting on our knowledge of Mary Poppins as a movie. So we're going, oh, how dare she criticize this, criticize that. And at the very end of the movie, she's in the cinema and she watches it and she cries her eyes out watching Mary Poppins, right? And apparently that never happened. Apparently P.L. Travers was still not happy with Mary Poppins as a film. So it's almost like Walt Disney Studios is saying to the audience, yeah, you're an artist, you've written this piece of work, but we can make it better, right? We can make it better than even the artists could, the original author could, which is pretty much what they do day in, day out. I mean, there's very few Disney properties that come from original material, right? If you think about it, most of them come from other pieces of work. And that's what they're saying. They're laying, to me, it's saying you're the artist, you have no idea what you're talking about. And this movie got a lot of praise, it did well at the box office, and now I was sitting there just feeling this is propaganda. That's what this is. And I hate it for that. I absolutely hate it.
Yeah, I can remember when it came out, there was people saying it wasn't really based on what truly happened with all of that. Yeah.
But that's the message it's giving out. Because it's using your love for this film, and I love Mary Poppins, right? Regardless what P.L. Travers had to say, right? I think that film's perfect in every way, and but I've got to give her respect. She was the author, and she wasn't happy with it. Don't put words in her mouth that weren't there, right? Yeah. Let her still be unhappy with it at the end of the film. Why can't we just have that? No, because Disney's got, and it is a Disney produced film, right? And Tom Hanks portrays Walt Disney as just this great guy, right? They're obviously not going to do anything to tarnish his reputation as a person at all. And it's a lot of crap.
Andy, you got a pick?
I don't really know. Like a movie that's sort of like it's going to cause an argument. I don't.
Yeah, let's go for it.
I remember Man of Steel being very fucking divisive when that came out. Very divisive. People either loved or hated it. But there's I don't know. I think we've lived in a culture where it's like with movies, it's like big famous movies. It's like people say you've got to like this film, or you've got to hate this film.
Yeah.
You know, there's no like grey area. But there's big movies for me that I don't like. I can't stand The Social Network. I think Dark Knight is extremely overrated. But yeah, I don't know. This is a tough one. I don't know. I'd probably say Dark Knight Rises. That's the other film I walked out of that I was like,
wow,
fucking angry. Yeah. With Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah. It's full of what Roger I was going to say Roger Corman, Roger Ebert would call the idiot plot, right? Roger Ebert called this the idiot plot. That if there was anyone in the cast who was not an idiot, they would figure it out and it would just all fall apart. But because everyone in the film is an idiot, then it holds together. And then The Dark Knight Rises is just full of stuff like that. Yeah. Like throughout the movie, there's so many stupid plot holes. And the whole idea that the entire Gotham City Police Department would all go underground looking for Bane and his gang is just preposterous, right? That's just like, let's just all walk into this fucking trap together, right? You know, I mean, I can forgive a film like a great movie, The Taking of Beverly Hills. Have you ever seen The Taking of Beverly Hills?
No.
Oh. Put that at the top of your list, Andy.
Okay.
You'll love this movie, right? It is preposterous fun from the 90s, right? And the cops in it are just absolutely blithering idiots. I can forgive that film because it doesn't carry that sort of pretension. Whereas the Christopher Nolan Batman films had that sort of pretentiousness to them. That these are, you know, I remember there was so many puff pieces saying, "Oh, this is like a Michael Mann crime thriller," right? They're comparing it to great crime thrillers, and you're like, no, it's a fucking Batman movie, right? Why can't it just be comfortable being a Batman movie? And that annoyed me. That's why I thought Batman Begins was absolutely perfect. I think that's the best one because it doesn't shy away from being a Batman movie. I think the other two are kind of reaching to being a Scorsese film when they're not.
Yeah.
And
definitely.
Yeah. The Taking of Beverly Hills. Oh, I know you love your cheesy action films. That is so much fun.
I'll look that one off. Yeah,
it's great.
Definitely.
It's out on Blu-ray as well. I know for a fact it is.
I'll
definitely look that up.
Mike? What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I don't know because I don't really tend to get like offended very much by movies. I tend to be able to watch pretty much anything, so I kind of just have to go from what other people say. And a couple of movies that come to mind would be like William Friedkin's Cruising, because I know that was quite controversial when it came out, especially with like the gay community, or maybe like The Last Temptation of Christ by Scorsese. Like obviously all the religious fanatics went nuts with that movie. So yeah, I just have to say something like that. But they're two movies I really enjoy nonetheless. But I know they were very controversial when they came out.
Yeah, Cruising's brilliant. That whole sequence with the big dude with the cowboy hat on and the jock strap, right? Just walks in and punches him out of nowhere. Right?
Yeah.
And apparently the New York City Police Department used to do that. Like William Friedkin said that he sat in on an interrogation, and that's what they would do, so that they would they could basically assault him and get away with it. Because the next day, the perp would go to the courtroom and the judge would go, "Oh, what happened to your face?" And he says, "Oh, yeah, those guys assaulted me." "Oh, yeah, what happened?" "Yeah, some 6 foot tall black man with a naked black man with a jockstrap and a cowboy hat just walked in and punched me in the face." And they'd be like, "Right, get him out of here." Right? When you watch the film, you don't realize that. You're just going, wait a minute. How come no one's noticing this guy? Right? It just kind of comes out of nowhere. Oh, great.
Yeah.
For me, like, sort of controversial film, the only really one I can think of the top of my head is probably Irreversible.
Oh, yeah.
I'll never watch that.
I bitterly regret watching that. I actually resent having it in my collection, and that is the only title that I would happily sell.
Well, I understand that, but yeah, I'd watch that movie again over Scum though, if I'm honest.
Scum's a toughie.
Yeah.
Scum is a tough one. Yeah.
The when that came out, Irreversible, one of my colleagues went to see it, and they came back and just were like, "Oh, don't watch this film," and I was like, "Okay." And I've taken his word for it. But since then, so many people are saying, "Oh, it's a great, great movie. You need to check it out." So I'm kind of like, I don't know. Maybe when I'm just feeling really pleased with myself, I'll watch it just to level myself off. Right?
I think it's just too realistic. I think
it is. Yes,
it.
it's that scene goes on for way too long.
Yeah, that scene is what I imagine it to be like if it were to happen. I think it executes that what my mind eye sees.
Yeah.
To a T, but it's very unpleasant. Yeah.
Never has a film made me that angry watching it. I really came close to turn it off. I had to fast forward it because it just kept going on, and it's so realistic. It feels so real.
Yeah.
And also the fire hydrant. Is it the fire hydrant scene? In the
the start. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. Yeah, that one. That's pretty rough as well.
Yeah.
The Entertainment Hideout says, "I love Payback. It's a great movie, in my opinion." Cool. I'll check it out.
Payback's great. I watched it off the back of watching Ransom. I fucking love Ransom. I think that's probably the one out of the two that I do prefer. But Payback is still pretty good.
Yeah. Mel Gibson was just great in the 90s. So many great movies in that decade.
Yeah, I fucking love Ransom.
Yeah. Gary Sinise is great in it.
Yeah.
What about Conspiracy Theory?
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah,
that one's pretty good.
I quite like that too.
Yeah.
He balances a bottle of beer at his door. So he knows that someone's at his door. He's got this freaking bottle of beer just sitting there. That's really paranoid.
David Even Filmblock says, actually, if the Barbie movie had earring magic Ken, the gay Ken doll with a cock ring, yes, it's real, I would watch it. Wait, what?
Somehow doubt it.
What? Moving swiftly on, David says, did anyone pick up the Young Ones TV series on Blu-ray? I haven't. May do. It seems like a nice box set. Probably after Christmas in the sale, I think. Andy?
Same as you, Pete. Oh, I've got the DVDs. I'm in no rush to sort of pick it up, but yeah, maybe in the sale.
I can't imagine what these old BBC shows being blown up to Blu-ray must look like. I mean, I can understand ones that are shot on film, like an old episode of The Sweeney or something that was shot on film would look better. I can't imagine, because I know you guys were talking about getting the Ghost Watch, right?
Yeah.
Can't understand what that must look like, because to me it's just a sort of bog standard British television series. Is there an improvement? I just
it's clearer, but it's not going to look any better than what it is on Blu-ray. There's no improvement to be added to it.
I saw that you got it. Is there a lot of supplementary stuff on there about the backstory?
I've not checked out any of the special features or anything like that on it.
It's more the lavish box set it's got with like the booklet behind the scenes, the script excerpts, and there's a few cool special features on there. I think there's a new one celebrating the anniversary as well, so they put a few new special
that was
features
30 years. I can't believe that. I remember getting. See, I never watched it that night. I watched it a few years later. That next, I think it was a Saturday night, and then I went to school in the Monday, and all the kids were like, "Did you watch Ghostwatch? Did you watch Ghostwatch? Oh my god!" It was great. You know, it just people really bought it.
That's another thing. That's another film I've mentioned at work, and it's just gone on. Oh, it's gone over everyone's head. People are just like, "What's Ghostwatch?" Like, I was like, "This put the country in meltdown," and they were like, "I was like, no." They're like, "No, don't remember about." I was like, "You've got to check it out. It's amazing."
It's amazing that you're calling it like a film, because it feels that way. It feels like a feature film, and Sarah Green, right? Her acting is just
She was
excellent,
good.
right?
Yes.
And that's the thing is you think of like these people were not actors, they were television presenters. So that's what really fucking hoodwinked us, because you were going, right, okay, she would host Going Live with Philip Schofield or Andy Peters or whatever at the time. And then she'd be in this show and she's crying her fucking eyes out. And you're like, oh my God.
Yeah. And then you got Michael Parkinson in there as well, and you'd be like, wow, he's in it as well.
He was
And
convincing and all. I know.
Yeah. But yeah, the Blu-ray is an okay transfer. It's probably just not much different to the Blu-ray, but more for the set. It's probably one of the nicest sets of the year, I'd say.
Oh yeah, definitely. The work that's got into it is great.
Yeah. Oh, I love the young ones. My God.
Yeah. I think for the Blu-ray box set of the young ones, it's about 20 quid, so it's only about £5 more than the DVD, so it's not too badly priced. And they've got loads of new special features in there, especially for the new anniversary of it. I've heard the special features are incredible.
Yeah, Rick Mail's just a fucking legend, right? He actually died on my birthday, and I was so it was like one of my friends had phoned me and says, "Oh, did you hear Rick Mail's dead?" And I was like, oh, "What?" Right? It was just heartbreaking. It was the worst birthday ever. But a friend of mine met him one time. He was up here in Glasgow, and a mate of mine worked in a Chinese restaurant, and Rick Mail was getting his dinner, and he was serving him. And he says, "Oh, Rick Mail, I'm a big fan. Can I get your autograph?" And he's like, "No, but I'll give you a blowjob." And he got a photograph of Rick Mail, like down on his knees. This is Rick Mail's idea, right? Right? Rick Mail's down on his knees like this, going like that at his jump, right down there at that region. That was what he got. He didn't get an autograph; he got a photograph of him pretending to fuck him all off.
Wow. What a legend. He'd be sadly missed. That was incredible, sad and shocking news when that was announced.
I know, because a lot of the people I speak to from the States, they only know him as Drop Dead Fred.
Yeah.
Right? They've never seen the New Statesman or Bottom or anything like that. I know. Just electric.
I agree.
So good.
And Mike, will you be picking up the young ones on Blu-ray?
Nah, I've got the DVD and I'm fine with that. I think like you guys say, I think it was shot on tape, so I don't think it's probably going to look much different on Blu-ray. It's probably going to look about the same.
Yeah, I think it will do. I think it's more just for the special features more than anything.
Yeah.
DVD before both, except me and Lisa Lubbs, we both thought Last American Virgin was crap.
At least you gave it a shot, you know.
That's the main thing.
Yeah, you gave it a shot.
Watched it.
Yeah.
The Entertainment Hideout says, "I've never seen The Last American Virgin." Ooh. It's worth a go. You may like it.
Yeah. It's definitely worth a watch.
David says it's a classic TV show for young ones. Yep, 40 years. Yep.
It was a game changer.
Hopefully next year the BBC will give us Bottom on Blu-ray. Now that would be a day one pickup.
Yeah.
DVD Film Bloke says, The Entertainment Hideout, if you can find a decent free copy, try it, but I warn you, I hated it. I can see why some people hated it, I can. But
yeah.
We've got Brian Drums here saying, "Yo, hey Brian, hope you're doing well, mate." Yes, I remember seeing this on a Movie Bug stream. Rogue says, "I actually bought Last American Virgin on Arrow for £5. Managed to haggle it down from £15. It usually goes between £30 to £80 as it's long out of print." That's an incredible deal there, mate.
Yeah.
Still can't believe it. I paid 25 quid for mine.
I think I paid 11 for mine.
Yeah, I remember you said, was it from Amazon? You just ordered it because it was available in stock, and you thought, "Oh, I'll try it."
Yeah, it was on for like 17, and it wouldn't budge. And I was like, I know Arrow titles; they'll come down eventually. And it dropped to about 11, and I was like, yeah, all right, I'll pull the trigger. And then after that, it just sold out. It was gone. I had a look on eBay. It was like 40 quid. I was just like, oh my god, I've pulled a blinder there.
David said 40th anniversary. Yeah, the young ones.
Wow.
70s, 80s expert says, what character in the Star Wars do you hate the most? Can I say Rian Johnson or Disney itself?
Probably Supreme Leader Snoke, because he was just a fucking nothing character. I mean, it turned out he was a friggin' android or something. It was just a joke, that character, to be honest.
Total waste. I agree there. They built him up so much and then just took his character away. Another one that I don't really hate this character, but kind of like, what was the point in it? Captain Phasma, is it? Like her in the first two?
Yeah, they really the promotion for that character was relentless, and then they didn't do anything with her, and she was like a big badass fucking stormtrooper, and garbage. Also, Benicio del Toro's character in The Last Jedi, right? I mean, I love that actor, and he was fine in it, right? They just did nothing with him. It was just like he wasn't in the next one. They just like, we forgot he even existed. So what's the point? Why even have a named actor like that in the Star Wars universe? Just to like, there was just no confidence in what they were doing at all.
Then you had Kerry Russell's character that popped up in Rise of Skywalker. She was there for about 5 minutes as well.
There's Jar Jar out there going, Misa, oh good. You know, he's like, you don't hate me as much anymore, eh? Nah, Jar Jar, you're fine. You're all right.
Yeah. Come on, Jar Jar, you're fine. We don't hate you.
No. Want to buy you a pint.
Andy's You're going to say you fucking hate him,
What, Jar Jar?
Yeah.
Oh, God, he's fucking Darth Vader compared to the shit fucking got in the sequel trilogy.
Well, isn't he the guy that actually like causes it all though? Like in the Revenge of the Sith, he's the senator that says, "Yeah, let's hand all the power over to the Emperor." Yeah. And there's all this like sort of theories that he is actually a
Sith Lord,
Sith Lord, yeah. That would be neat.
Yeah. I wanted when I went into Last Jedi, I thought Snoke was going to turn out to be Darth Plagueis. That's what I thought was going to happen. And I thought it was cool the way they had like the Jedi text with Luke and Yoda come back, and I thought, Luke. I thought, how good would it be if Luke's looking through and like pages are missing, and Yoda says to him, "Yeah, they're missing because when we were battling Darth Plagueis, it was a bad time for the Jedi. We couldn't beat him, and that's why it was a bad mark on our religion, and we wanted to get rid of it." And I thought that would have been fucking amazing, but it was just wait. But instead, Disney thought it would be better for us to get a casino scene, which was, pivotal to that film for whatever fucking reason.
Oh, that absolutely seems a waste of time. Yes,
and that's why I'm going to pick Justin Theroux's character. As a fucking Star Wars character.
Yeah.
There for 2 fucking seconds.
Yeah.
Wasted. Yeah. So instead let's get it instead of a fucking decent backstory with Sith and the Jedi, like Palpatine said in episode 3, it's not a story the Jedi would tell you. Let's link it back to that in a clever way. No, fuck that. Oh, fucking awful movie, Last Jedi. Hate it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so bad I bought it 3 times. What a fucking idiot I am. Oh dear.
You bought it 3 times?
Yeah, I bought it 3 times. I bought it on DVD, and then somehow I managed to get 2 Blu-rays of it for some reason.
Wow.
I think I bought it twice because I bought it for the Blu-ray and then bought it again because I thought I didn't have it, and then I realised I had both copies. Wow, I'm an idiot. And I'm never going to watch that film again, I don't think. I've tried to wipe it from my mind.
Nobody can defend that casino scene.
No. It's one of the most unnecessary things in that film. I think the best part of that film is probably the bit on that red sand planet at the end. I quite like that.
Yeah.
That sequence, that wasn't too bad.
Yeah. But it wraps up. It's the second movie in a trilogy and it wraps it up. It's like, where are we meant to go now?
I must admit, with Kylo Ren as a character, I didn't like him in the first one. I thought he was a stroppy teenager. I couldn't stand him.
I like that though. That was kind of different, you know, where he was like smashing up the controls panel and the stormtroopers walk in and they're like, right, fuck this.
Yeah.
I got a big laugh at me.
I must admit, I kind of warmed to his character after bizarrely playing the Lego Star Wars game, where it just took the piss out of him playing as like a child, and rewatching that film. I don't mind him now, but when I first watched it, I was like, really?
Yeah, there were rumors that Max von Sydow, his character, was supposed to be Boba Fett, because he was when he was showed up at the beginning of Force Awakens, and he's like, "Let's begin to make things right," and then they just killed him off. That went nowhere. The whole Maz Kanata thing with the lightsaber, that went nowhere. How she got hold of that? Fucking awful trilogy, man.
The whole history of Rey and who she was.
She was wasted.
Yep. Everybody was wasted in that film. Yeah. How to fuck up a trilogy. There you go.
Yeah.
And Mike, what about you? What's the character you hate the most in the Star Wars franchise?
I'll go for something a bit different. I fucking hated Sebulba in the first movie, you know, Anakin's pod racing rival. He's such a little shit.
Oh, yeah. I don't like him, no.
Yeah.
I like the other one, the blue nose one, like the one with the cock for the nose. Yes, that one.
Yeah. The Jewish stereotype character.
Yeah, that's great. They got some stuff for that, didn't they?
Yeah. Did they? I didn't know that.
He's a money grubber. Oh God. You know, at least make him Scottish. Make him Scottish, and we'll just go up typical. You know, Scrooge McDuck.
Entertainment Hideout says, "I love True Romance." Yeah,
good taste. Yeah,
film.
Amazing film.
Dr. Impossible says, "Being the complete utter bastard that I am with the questions, give me a good Alan Delon film." Okay. And search that person up.
Yeah.
Why does it come up a hotel for me? It's come up a hotel. A hotel in London, what the heck?
Maybe it's the films they show at those hotels.
Yeah. Delon. Ah, here we go. Right. He's a French actor. Right. Nah, I haven't seen any of them. Oh, I've heard of one called Le Samurai.
Oh,
That's on Criterion. That looks pretty good. I've heard a lot of people like that one. So, Leopard?
Yeah, is that with Burt Lancaster? I think so. I haven't seen it, but it's meant to be great.
I'm at a loss. I haven't seen anything.
Yeah. And Mike, have you seen anything here?
I've not heard of him, to be honest, so I couldn't tell you a single movie.
Sorry, Dr. Impossible. The Entertainment Hideout says, "Okay, DVD and film block. I'll see if it's on the streaming service." Last American Virgin. It is on YouTube, but it isn't the greatest quality, though, is it, Andy?
I wouldn't advise watching it on YouTube.
No?
It's not good. Yeah.
DVD and film bloke just said it. Yeah, he watched it on a dodgy site. So did I. Plain Solly Ill, Dr. Impossible. Oh, that must be one of those films he just asked us to check. David Beach says they should bring out Donkey Kong the movie. I think it would be great. What do you guys think? Actually, they are doing a Donkey Kong TV series, I think, with Seth Rogen. They're talking about some sort of spin-off, so yeah, that's happening. There was a Donkey Kong Country series in the 90s. Now, that was nightmare fuel. If you search up that, the CGI in that is absolutely awful. Oh. DVD from Film Bloke says, the Mario movie would be awesome if it had swearing. It's a shame they didn't cast Joe Pesci the Oh my days, I'm just thinking of him in Goodfellas, like, where is that guy in the fucking bar? Jeez, like he is Bowser. Oh dear, that would be worth it. You fucking looking at me? You're fucking looking at me? He's taking the fucking piss out of me. That Bowser is. Oh. Dr. Impossible says Purple Dune, great choice, Coro. Lee Circle Rogue.
Yeah, these are all these Alan Delon films.
70s expert says, what would you like to get a 4K release?
Caligula.
Oh.
Because there was some speculation during the the Vinegar Syndrome sale that Caligula was going to be their surprise release, but it didn't happen. So a lot of people were saying Caligula. I mean, I hate the film; it's garbage, right? But it's notorious, right? And it deserves to be remembered for that. And just to see the supplementary stuff, right? I mean, it's one of those car crash films, right? The making of it was just one disaster after another, right? And yeah, just to hear all the stories from it would just be wonderful.
Andy, what about you?
Yeah, I haven't got a clue, to be honest. I always like it when an older film gets a 4K release, because that's when I know, it's gonna look good. Because I think the older the movie, the better the 4K.
Yeah. Well, one for sure is Condor Man, the Disney film. I mean, come on, it's not even got a Blu-ray. It's been released once on DVD. That film, it's not the greatest movie in the world, but it deserves, it deserves a proper treatment, and it's a gorgeous film. The cinematography in it's beautiful, and so a 4K of that. Sorry to jump in there, Andy, but
yeah, no, it's all right.
Popped in there.
I'd say something like Day of the Dead, I think, as well.
Oh yeah,
would be good 4K.
Yeah,
they've done such a good job with Dawn,
right?
Yeah.
Mike, what about you?
I can't really think of anything off the top of my head. Yeah, I'd probably just have to say maybe something like Dirty Harry or the original Planet of the Apes movies. Yeah, something.
Really good pick.
Yeah, just like something from the 70s.
Yeah, there's some really good picks there. I know one that I watched recently that I didn't mind. What would be quite cool in 4K? The Disney Rocketeer film. I quite like that one.
Oh,
yeah,
perfect.
Can't think really nothing much more else. I'll go on and Mac and Me 4K with a free voucher for a Happy Meal.
I hope we get this Hitcher 4K. That's meant to be coming.
It's supposed to be coming. I've seen updates.
Yeah.
If you follow Second Sights on Instagram, they'll give you updates on it.
Okay.
It's meant to be summertime. I think it's coming out.
Yeah, it's been delayed just a little bit more, but they're apparently nearly done it all up.
Yeah.
There's a part in the Hitcher that someone pointed out to me, and every time I watch it, I can't unsee it. And there's a scene where C. Thomas Howell gets the blame for being the Hitcher.
Yeah.
And he gets grabbed by the sheriff and thrown onto the hood of this car, right? And when he gets thrown down, his back legs come up and kick the guy in the back of the head.
Yeah.
You know it's an accident. You know it's an accident because the guy doesn't react. He doesn't because it's not in the script for him to react. Yeah. And every time I watch that, I'm like, here it comes when he's about to get kicked in the back of the head.
Yeah.
I'll have to look out for that now.
Yeah.
Never before had I ever seen it until someone pointed it out, and then that's it. It's there forever.
Yeah.
I think it's the bit in the diner.
The diner.
Yeah. Okay.
Dr. Impossible says, I've never seen that one, Cara. You've got me tied to the ground with my tongue hanging out.
Oh my goodness.
Right. The Entertainment Hideout says, what is the most not don't talk about movie that you like? What's the most not don't talk about movie that you like? What unheard of, sort of like
films that people don't talk about, but they need more
sort of hidden gems, sort of like thing. Yeah.
The Silent Partner. No one ever talks about it. We're talking about Christmas movies. I know it's not technically a Christmas movie, but it has Santa Claus robbing a bank. Elliot Gould, what's his face? Christopher Plummer, great movie. 1979. That is a really good thriller. Do you have that, Andy?
No, I'll have to check it out.
Oh, it's a really good thriller. Christopher Plummer is the psychopath who dresses up as Santa Claus to rob the bank, and Elliot Gould, he's the bank clerk, and he figures out that he's going to rob the bank. He susses this out. So he robs the bank secretly himself by stealing the money out of the safe, and makes it look as though the bank robber has taken the money, which he hasn't. He's only taken a few $1,000. And so it's just a sort of cat and mouse game between him and this psychopathic bank robber. It is really good. Yeah, no one ever talks about that movie, and I don't know how many YouTubers are pestered to review it. You know, and yeah, the Silent Partner, great, perfect for Christmas.
Have I even heard of it? But I'm gonna have to keep.
I'll check that
out.
Dr. Impossible knows what I'm talking about. He knows all the films.
He certainly does.
He does, doesn't he?
Mm.
It always catches me out.
There's so many. Maybe like Retroactive with Jim Belushi. The Keep. There's a movie with Sidney Poitier called, I think it's called Shoot to Kill. But it might be under a different title. I can't remember. I think it has two different. Yeah, I think it's either called Deadly Pursuit or Shoot to Kill, depending on what country. But yeah, that's a fun movie that doesn't really get talked about. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Nice. You got any, Andy?
Mine's one that's just come to mind. Fully enough, because you've just said Sidney Poitier, I'm gonna have to say Sneakers.
Oh, love Sneakers.
What a cast!
Sneakers is great.
That movie has.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what a cast!
Did they not have a scene in it that's kind of like the sequence in Mission Impossible, but it doesn't involve dangling from the ceiling, where they've got to kind of sort of move slowly through this room where it's going to get like heat detected, sort of thing like that. I recall there being a bit in it. But yeah, Sneakers is good. That Retroactive, I saw that on your video the other day. I'd never heard of that film, that James Belushi one. Yeah. Have you ever heard of the one that he did in the 80s called The Principal? Yeah, that's a good one.
That's a good film.
Yeah.
I like James Belushi. I think he's a fun actor. Like when he's given material to go off the hook, he's fucking great.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. He sells pot now, doesn't he? He does for a living. He just sells weed.
What?
Yeah, he's got his own marijuana business.
Wow.
Fair enough.
Fair play.
Yeah. Quite a change from movies, but that's cool.
Yeah.
Me, I'm just thinking at the top of my head. Michael Caine in The Black Windmill. I remember picking that one up on the 101 label. Really enjoyed it. Very solid thriller. Somebody nicks his kid, and then he has to try and find him. Very sort of government espionage-esque film. It's quite dark for a 12+ film, especially for like a film in the early 70s, but it was cool. Yeah. I enjoyed it.
Don Siegel, I think, directed it. The same guy that did Dirty Harry.
Yeah,
another one
just before Dirty Harry, wasn't it?
Another Don Siegel film that doesn't get enough praise is Charlie Varick with Walter Matthau.
That's
a good film.
Yeah. Cora says to Dr. Impossible, get the previous non-4K remastered Criterion or Studio Canal release of The Circle Groove. Absolute masterpiece. The 4K remaster release looks disappointing. Coral, I'm going to buy that after this stream. Cool. 70s, 80s expert says, what's your favourite Bond film?
I don't even think I need to say my answer. Like, I think I've said it enough on previous stream.
I think you need a card just to pop up and say what it is now.
Yeah.
I would say You Only Live Twice. I know it's cheesy, the whole Bond becoming a Japanese man, but I just think it's great. It's just got such a great set piece, and you've got Blofeld with the Donald Pleasance. You know, die, Mr. Bond. Just so much fun. You know, I like Shaki, especially when you serve at 7.4 degrees Fahrenheit like this is. Fucking just so much fun. You know, there's a great helicopter shot or a crane shot where he's on the rooftop and he's running over the rooftop, punching guys as he goes. That's brilliant. And you know, Roald Dahl wrote the screenplay.
Yeah, it's hard to think that.
Everything in it's perfect, even though the whole part where he becomes a Japanese guy is debatable. And it's got one of the most fucked up deaths, I think. Like when he's in bed with his wife.
Yeah.
And then poison down the string, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That stuck with me forever.
Yeah. That's frightening,
that was harsh stuff, yeah.
Yeah. It just takes that one drop, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. That one drop.
Yeah.
It's her on the lip and she's fucking gone. It's just like, oh. That's actually my dad's favorite James Bond movie. You Only Live Twice. Fucking loves that film.
Yeah.
And Andy, I think I might know yours.
Yeah, same as Mike. License to Kill all day long.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. That would have been right up there as well.
Yeah.
So
good.
Yeah, that's the same for you, Mike, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is excellent.
I rewatched both the Timothy Dalton ones over one weekend, and Living Daylights has gone up a lot more, in my opinion. That's a really good film, and I love the theme song by is it Aha?
Oh
yeah.
I get goosebumps when I hear the opening bars to Gladys Knight's License to Kill.
Yeah,
God, it pumps me up.
Yeah.
She had a problem with it at the time. Apparently,
she
some
wouldn't do
persuasion
it,
to record that
yeah.
Yeah,
It
because of her
became like,
religious belief that they had to kill.
Yeah.
You know,
fair play to her. She did, you know, eventually obviously do it, but it did take
the fuck out of it. Yeah, it's great.
For me, probably my favourite is Spy Who Loved Me, but I'm going to say the On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Love that one.
Yeah,
perfect.
That for me's got the best ending to a James Bond film.
Yes, I agree there, and I think it's a bit more of a personal Bond film than all the other ones. You see him more himself.
Yeah.
There's a great scene in License to Kill where that calls back the ending to that.
Yeah.
When Felix's wife throws him like the garment or whatever it is, and she says, "Oh, the next, you know what this means when you catch this," and he just goes, "No."
Yeah.
And then she turns to Felix and says, "Was it something I said?" And he says, "He was married once."
Oh yeah,
that's fucking brilliant callback to it.
Yeah. There was another one, wasn't there? In the Roger Moore one.
Is it Spy Who Loved Me when Triple X is like listing off all of his?
Yeah. That's
like,
a moment as well.
Yeah, she's like married and
married once.
Yeah.
And then he says, "Right, you've made a
point." At the beginning of For Your Eyes
Only.
Only.
Your Eyes Only. That's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, that was a nice touch.
Yeah, but they have Blofeld going down a chimney.
Yeah,
because they couldn't have Blofeld in the films.
No.
Legally, they weren't allowed to have him in it, so they just had this bald guy on a chair with a cat. So they were allowed to sort of work the way around it and just throw him down a chimney. That was their way of dealing with Blofeld eventually.
Entertainment Hideout says, "Hello, Carl. What is the Circle Rogue about?" Comments have gone weird. Carl says, "Start impossible. I have the Studio Canal Digibook release and the iTunes 4K release, but I prefer the old transfer." Awesome. It's a done deal, Carl. I've just bought it. Fantastic. David Beach says, "What are your favourite Batman films?"
Batman Returns.
Same.
I love Batman Returns.
That's top one. I do like that one. Andy?
Mine's Mask of the Phantasm. That's my
Sly Devil. I would have said that, but forgot about that one.
It's only 70 minutes long, and it just crams so much story and
Yeah.
adventure into one film, and it's incredible. It's got a great twist, even though Kenner the toy company ruined it at the time. Because when they put the figure out, they put the figure unmasked in the box.
Oh,
so they spoiled the ending as to who the Phantasm was.
Mhm.
But
has that had a proper release now? Because I remember there was a while where it hadn't been released.
You can get it in the set with the TV show on Blu-ray.
Right.
I think that's the only way you can get it here.
Isn't there another animated film as well that's in that box set as well?
Yeah, Sub-Zero. It's like a Mr. Freeze movie, which is ironically, obviously, better than the Batman and Robin film. But it's still a bit weird, that movie. It's like the plot is like Mr. Freeze's wife is like, obviously she's like dying, and he has to get like a blood transfer, and Barbara Gordon's the only match. It's a bit weird and it's a bit convoluted, but it's still a good movie. Yeah.
Wasn't there a Batman Beyond film as well? Sure there was.
Return of the Joker.
Yeah, that one. I can remember that one from the kid. I quite like that one.
They had to change a scene in that because it was too dark.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Where the I won't spoil what it is, but someone dies, and the way they die, they had to change it because it was just too dark for a kids movie.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. For me, favorite Batman film, probably the original one with Jack Nicholson. But I really do like Batman Begins. That's gone up so much over the past few years. It's the best out of the Nolan ones.
Yeah.
And I do prefer it more than the new one we got this year. Carl says to Entertainment Hideout, hi. It's a French movie from the 70s about a small group of criminals who rob a jeweler. It's mostly about the setup and planning of it all. Also recommended. Hi, Jules. That's in. Oh, great to hear. David Beach says, what is Elvis movie any good to watch, and is it worth picking up? What, the new one? The new Elvis film? Andy, do you want to go first?
I'd say it's worth a watch. It's definitely a movie that's not for everyone. Baz Luhrmann is very hit and miss for me, mainly miss, but I enjoyed it for what it was when I finished it. It definitely does have pacing issues, but it was what it was. I did enjoy it. It was a great looking 4K as well. But just had a good time with it.
Terence, have you seen the Elvis film?
I haven't seen it.
No.
The only Elvis movie I've seen is the John Carpenter one from the 70s.
Oh, that's a fantastic one, that is. Love that one. Mike?
Yeah, I wasn't that keen on it, but it's worth a go. You might enjoy it. But yeah, I'd definitely pick the John Carpenter one over that one.
Yeah, I agree. For me, I weren't keen on it. If you're an Elvis fan, give it a go. Definitely worth giving it a go. But for me, I didn't like the pacing of it, and to be honest, Elvis took a back seat in his own movie, I thought. Entertainment Howard Out says, okay, sounds good. Hope you enjoy it. Yeah, hope you enjoy it, mate. Dr. Impossible says, stunning film, Terence to Live and Die is fucking mind-blowing. Red one, most bodacious film since The French Connection.
Disagree with you there, Dr. Impossible. Can't knock Sorcerer. Sorcerer might be my favourite William Friedkin movie, actually.
Yeah.
I fucking love Sorcerer.
That's
Live
available
and Die
on
in LA
Blu-ray,
is
isn't it?
awesome.
Sorcerer. I've seen it about.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it's on
it's
Blu-ray. Yeah.
pretty cheap, isn't it, I think?
Yeah, I think it is, yeah.
Sure, I've seen it on Amazon for £7.
Pick it up, it's terrific.
Yeah.
What's it about?
There was a time that there was a HD copy on YouTube for a short while, and I would watch it like maybe once or twice a week.
That good.
Just because I knew it would get taken down eventually, which it did, right? And it was just at the point where I was like, it was like about a year or so ago, I was saying to the Curly Girl, I was like, Curly Girl, check this out. This film is fucking phenomenal. Gave her the link and everything, and then she was like, it's not there. Fuck.
Yeah.
You know, bugger. But yeah, it's worth checking out. Just for honestly, there's one sequence in it that I know. I mean, I don't know personally, but I believe that Alfred Hitchcock must have went, oh, I just got my ass handed to me there. When it comes to suspense, there's a scene in Sorcerer that just tops Alfred Hitchcock on his best day. Seriously, just remarkable.
Oh. Entertainment Hideout says, hey, Curly Girl. Dr. Impossible says, cheers, Dutchman. Waiting for the comments to load. Rogue Review says, you want a good war film? Watch any Soviet-era war film that loved what we now call Soviet realism, where they like to show the brutality of the Nazi invasion of the USSR. Oh.
Yeah. Happy days.
Cara says to Dr. Impossible, also watch Rocco and his brothers. The Leopard, my God, that one is otherworldly great. La Christine and Delon Itchy's recommendations. Sounds good. Rogue says, I wonder why every Soviet era movie is made by Moss Films. It's because Moss Films was the Soviet government's movie division, but when the USSR was collapsing, Gorbachev sold Moss Films to Janus Films. Rogue continues to say Janus Films is the parent company of Criterion, which means Criterion has access to every film made in the USSR and add them to their collection. Carl says to Rogue Reviews, have you seen Bordachunk's War and Peace? Andy Lake Stuff says, worst film I've seen in cinemas, Suburban Commando, Hulk Hogan was shocking.
I love that film.
I saw that in the cinema. I didn't mind it. But, you know, and I saw that in the cinema in Spice World as well. Saw that in the cinema.
Yeah,
didn't mind
Spice World's quality. Oh. Now this is a question. What would Andy rather watch, Cats or Bugsy Malone?
Oh. Oh.
Oh, don't go hard on Bugsy Malone. Come on. You hate Bugsy Malone?
I used to. Big time. Yeah. I rewatched it and then I thought, okay, it wasn't as bad as I remember it. But I think just because I've not seen it in a while, Cats.
I have a film magazine from the 1970s, and Bugsy Malone gets a better review than Taxi Driver. And this is upon its release. They're both like out in the UK that week or that month, and yeah, Bugsy Malone gets a better write-up than Taxi Driver. Can you believe that?
I can't believe that.
Was that like a Jodie Foster special or something like that?
Yeah, 2 films in the same month.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. The Entertainment Hideout says, I'm not going there every time I talk about the movie. I hate to most I've seen in the movie theatre people get mad at me. You hate whatever film you like, mate. It doesn't matter. We all like different things at the end of the day, don't we? Yeah.
You know?
Dr. Impossible says, Christ, Coral, you're heavy on the D-Lon tonight. I've just written that one down and I need to get more into French films. I used to be heavy with French films, but now it's vintage British TV.
Quality.
Rogue says, sadly not. I'm currently getting into Soviet movies. DVD for Film Boy says, I actually have Bugsy Malone on my YouTube watch list, along with a lot of silent horror films I've never seen, and Night of the Living Dead. What a contrast. I kind of want to see how shit it is.
What, Night of the Living Dead or Bugsy Malone, right?
I think he means Bugsy Malone, yeah.
All right.
It's. I don't think it's a shit film. It's just for me. I growing up as a kid, I hated it with a passion. I couldn't get into what that movie was trying to do with the whole sort of mashed potato gun or whatever it was, the cream and the kids acting as gangsters. I just couldn't get on board with it.
Oh,
but
yeah.
On rewatch, I just thought it was all right. Thought it was average.
I mean, at the end of the film, where they had all the mashed potatoes thrown all over the place, or whatever the fucking heck it was, it kind of reminded me. It kind of reminded me of Dick and Dom the Bungalow when I was a kid, when they used to throw crap all over each other. Oh dear.
Yeah. Well, I think Night of the Living Dead is fucking great.
Oh,
but I think if you're watching it today for the first time, I think you might watch it and go, doesn't really hold up. But
the remake does. The remake's pretty decent.
The remake's pretty good, yeah. Yeah, I do like the remake. It does change the ending a little bit, but it's a good remake.
A lot of these Living Dead films I haven't seen, and I really need to right that wrong. I keep hearing everybody talking about them, and they sound so good. So,
Return of the Living Dead's fucking great. Fucking love that film.
I'm gonna have to make a list of them to watch. Again, more of them. Rogue says, I've ordered the Criterion release of Come and See, which is regarded as one of the best Soviet-era war movies, but it's a US exclusive Criterion, but it's the only region-free Criterion Blu-ray in the USA. Cool. Hope you enjoy it.
It's a great film.
I haven't heard of it, to be fair. DVD from Filmplex says, I was one of the few who'd never seen Bugsy Malone in school. I don't think I'd get much out of it at 22 years old, given I've actually seen gangster movies. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they were just like, oh, well, we can't show Goodfellas to kids, so we'll make Bugsy Malone to shut them up.
Yeah.
The music, Paul Williams did all the songs, just like he did with Phantom of the Paradise as well.
Oh, what a film.
Yeah. Paul Williams is just an absolute legend when it comes to songwriting, right? And that's what when I think of Bugsy Malone, I think of the songs. I can barely tell you a scene that happened in it, and it's been so long since I've seen it. And I don't think I'll tarnish it by revisiting it, because just if what everybody's saying, they're all sort of throwing eggs at it, it probably doesn't hold up. And I'll just leave it in my memories.
It's probably better through nostalgia goggles than actually watching it again. Yeah. That's all they ever played at my school. I think that was the only VHS tape that worked. Dr. Impossible says, War and Peace is better than Waterloo by a large margin. Beautifully shot film and truly remarkable film. I've seen several adaptations of War and Peace, and I do love that. Cora says, Dr. Impossible, those are the ones I have seen. Been watching vintage British movies on Netflix lately. Saw Young Wives' Tale with Joan Greenwood and Audrey Hepburn. Very nice. Cora says those huge epic scenes in War and Peace have to be seen to be believed. Phenomenal. Yeah, great bits of work there. You seen War and Peace, Andy?
No, I've heard of it, but not seen it.
Mike, have you seen it?
No, I'm assuming it's based on the book.
Yeah.
I'm guessing. Isn't the book meant to be like really long? Like,
I'm pretty certain it's like one of the longest books ever created, isn't it? It's like super long.
Yeah.
You, Terence?
No. I've always been kind of off put because the book is so long, right? You're just like, right, how can they cram that into a feature film, right?
Yeah, that's true. Dr. Impossible says, Cora, did you ever see James Mason and Margaret Lockwood in The Wicked Lady?
Is that the one? That's not. He's not thinking of the one with. What's a Faye Dunaway? Is it? I'm not sure. I think he's thinking of old classic films.
The Wicked Lady. Let me have a look. The Wicked.
I'm thinking of the
Lady.
one with Faye Dunaway, the Michael Winner one, which is like whipping the woman's clothes off.
This
Garbage.
one? Yeah, there's one in
Diana Troy from Star Trek?
There's one in 1945 and there's one in 1983. The one in 83 was by Michael Winner, so
yeah.
I don't think so. Entertainment Hideout says, what's your thoughts on the Mission Impossible movies?
They're great. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just Tom Cruise is just going to run and do something crazy with his body.
Yeah. Tom Cruise is defying his age. He's just like doing
he's
unbelievable stunts.
He's set to be the first civilian to do a spacewalk. That's going to happen. I don't think it's going to be part of the Mission Impossible franchise, but he is going to be the first civilian to do a spacewalk.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
I mean, they're just kind of, as spy thrillers, they're okay. I thought the first one was a really decent spy thriller, right? And in this sort of traditional sense, with a really good plot and all that stuff. And then since then, they've just became built around the big stunts that he does in them, right? Because when you think about a particular Mission Impossible film, you think of that one where he scales a building, that one where he's hanging onto a plane, or it always seems sort of based around that. The last one that came out, I did see that on the big screen, and it was great. I mean, because a lot of the stuff, I think most of it is done in camera as well. Tom Cruise is really going for the old school way of making action films as opposed to relying on the blue screen. Because I think he's kind of determined to be like the modern day Buster Keaton, where it's like everything you're seeing me on screen doing this, and it's all real, and the guy's as crazy as a box of hammers, right? But you got to give him his credit for that.
I agree. Andy?
Yeah, I think that there is demo reel, really. I think, if you just want to go and see, like, if someone was discovering his movies for the first time, I'd say just check out Mission Impossible, because that's what he's really sort of all about. But yeah, some are obviously better than others, but yeah, they're just it's a fun franchise. I'm looking forward to the new one.
Me too.
Yeah.
Mike?
Yeah, I mean, my personal favorite is the first one. I've just got a lot of nostalgia for it, but I think it's, like you said, Terence, it's just a great spy movie. I think it kind of stumbled a bit after that with the second and third movie, but the last three they've been great. Just fantastic action movies, and yeah, I'm looking forward to the next one.
Cool. I must admit, I only watched the first one after seeing 4, 5, and 6, and it's such a polar opposite experience. I was like, when's he going to do something death-defying? It was like very slow pace, but upon rewatch, it is a really good film. Is it a Michael Mann film? Is it?
Brian De Palma.
Brian De Palma, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. The second one I wasn't too keen on, but I thought the third one was pretty good. It had Philip Seymour Hoffman in, and he was great as the villain.
Yeah.
The franchise has definitely improved with age, and I can't wait for the final two, because it's going to be a two-parter, I think.
That's right.
Dr. Impossible says, Terence, did you see the film Letter with Bruce Hebb with Margie Clark, Alfred Molina?
I love that film.
Was Dom in that film?
Yeah, that's a great movie. I've seen it in a long, long time. I used to have it on cassette. Letter to Brezhnev. I love British films. I mean, from that era, I love watching British films that were made in the 80s. I mean, I've got what's that? My Beautiful Laundrette. I've got that right here on cassette, my original copy, which I haven't parted with. Anybody want it? But yeah, I love Letter to Brezhnev. Great. Just getting nostalgic even talking about it. Thank you.
We've got Steve-O71 here saying, hi guys, is anyone picking up the new Vault series from Warner Brothers? Is that those 50 quid 4K sets?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What's on them?
I think 1917's on it. I think Blade Runner's on it. Goodfellas.
Yeah.
Right, just some of the best sort of Warner Brothers.
Yeah, it's
But
just like 4 titles.
Enter the Dragon. I mean, that to me is just one
Should
of the
be on it.
Jewel in the Crown Warner Brothers movies.
Yeah. I don't think there's much in the set, is it? You just get the Blu-ray, the 4K, and various odds and sods with it, put in a big box for 50 quid. Bit expensive, I think, and to release for, saying hey to Steve-O. 70s, 80s experts saying most overrated film of last year. For me, Ghostbusters Afterlife.
For 2021. Wow. Can't even remember 2021.
I can't remember what came out last week, let alone last month. Yeah.
The big hype one was
the Black.
I was going to say the big hyped one was No Way Home, wasn't it? But I think that lived up to it.
Do you think that was overrated? Yeah, it just felt like fan service. I didn't think it was the best Spider-Man movie like people made out to be, but one for me was Black Widow because I think the problem with that was that it was one for the fans, right? The fans were really choking for a Black Widow movie, and I don't think they really delivered it, to be honest.
No,
right? Especially when within the film they were actually referencing Moonraker as this great movie. When they said that, I was like, "Oh no, we're in trouble." Right? not that I hate Moonraker, right? I've got a soft spot for that, but Black Widow was a bit of a letdown.
Andy, what about you?
Oh, yeah, Black Widow wasn't great. Eternals as well. Oof, that was like
garbage. That's got to be the worst that they've put out in it.
Yeah, that's the MCU's low point for me. Eternals
makes Iron Man 2 look like fucking The Godfather Part 2.
I really like Iron Man 2. I've got to be honest.
Okay.
There's a scene in that creeps me out, where he's like, it's Mickey Rourke's character and the two fellas. They put his bed in the bag.
Yeah,
I think, and then the next scene, he's like, Sam Rockwell's like, keep an eye on him, and saying to the guards. And then the next scene, he sat down at the computer, and then all you can see is their bodies hanging in the background.
Oh yeah.
I was like, I completely missed that the first time I watched it. I was like, that's fucking creepy, that.
Right. Oh, yeah. I don't think I've ever spotted that.
Yeah. They're like the two of them are tied up, and you can just see them hanging from the neck in the background. It's like blink and you miss it. But it's like, yeah.
Oh. And what about you, Mike? What was your overrated film of last year?
I'd probably have to say Ghostbusters Afterlife. Yeah, I just didn't really like it, to be honest.
Yeah, that's fair enough. For me, I don't know. I'm trying to rack my brain thinking a bit because I honestly thoroughly enjoyed Black Widow. I think bar Spider-Man, that's probably my second favourite of the Phase 4 stuff. I really like Shang-Chi. I enjoyed the first half more than the second half, I must admit. So probably that, or probably Kong versus Godzilla. I did enjoy it. I thought it's a good film, but there's like the human elements again. I just don't care. I just want to see the two Titans fight.
Yeah, that's another one that just kind of went in one ear and out the other, right?
Yeah.
After all the hype, no, totally. What was your thoughts on Black Panther? Wakanda Forever, I wonder.
Haven't seen it yet.
I thought it was good. Chadwick Boseman's it's the elephant in the room when you watch that film.
It's just such a big absence.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's the way I must say though, the way they handled the actual wake of this character and actor, because the film is meta in that way, where it's dealing with the loss of this actor and this character at the same time. I thought that was marvelously done.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't like what they did with the Submariner, to be honest.
Yeah.
They kind of had him flip-flopping from being good and bad in such an unconvincing way, right? But it was good. It wasn't great. Black Panther was great. I actually came out of Black Panther like, yes, like feeling fantastic. But that I was kind of like, okay.
I think it's one of the best acted MCU movies. Wakanda Forever. The acting in it is on point, but I just think the story isn't quite what I wanted it to be.
Yeah, and it's interesting when you talk about the sort of wokeness, blackness in the film. I've always been a big defender of the original, and I went on a stream just like this. I wasn't on it, but I was in the chat on the Real Black channel, right? And they were debating the original Black Panther, and they made a brilliant point that it is kind of disingenuous that this secretive African nation is getting cozy with the CIA, right? Because historically, the CIA have got a terrible reputation in Africa, right? They have actually overthrown governments many times, right? This is not a conspiracy. This is factual. You can find this out on the CIA website, right? So they were sitting there going, this film is like promoting blackness and black excellence throughout the world and what have you. But at the same time, it's making it seem okay to be pally with the CIA. And this one kind of doubled down on that again, right? They had more of him. They had more of Bilbo Baggins, the CIA guy who's all right, you know? And that kind of... Yeah, where they won't work with those Frenchies though. The dodgy French will come and try and steal our fucking vibranium. But yeah, the American CIA, yeah, they're all right. You know, it feels this smart sort of kind of political agenda from the Disney Corporation there, and they pointed out. That went right past me when I saw Black Panther, but they pointed it out, and ever since then I'm like, yeah, that is a bit fishy, isn't it? But here, you know, talking about girl power, I mean, that film was predominantly black women on screen at all times. And you know what? It didn't feel forced. It didn't feel disingenuous. See, when you watch something like Captain Marvel, where it sort of it felt like forced feminism, right? That it was just being kind of unnecessarily that way. Or Wonder Woman 1984 was another one that did it really badly as well. Whereas Wakanda Forever, it felt natural. It felt right. You know, I was not one going, oh my God, it's just really forcing the feminism on us. I didn't feel that at one moment in the movie. I'll give it that.
Dr. Impossible says Kirk Douglas did 2 films that I loved beyond belief. First one was Town Without Pity, and a great reflective take on Hollywood, The Bad and the Beautiful. What's your favourite Kirk Douglas film?
Spartacus.
That's the only one I can think of at the top of my head.
I love Spartacus.
Yeah. There's 2 I'm a big fan of. Pass of Glory.
Oh, I should have said that.
Yeah. And Ace in the Hole. Fantastic.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's in this one. I have seen it before. Is it The Final Countdown? He was in that, weren't he?
With the submarine and it travels in time?
Yeah, that's the one from the 80s. 80s film, isn't it? I like that one. That wasn't too bad. Mike, what about you?
Paths of Glory, great movie.
Awesome. We have Cora saying, ban me, ban Pete. What have I done? What have I done? Cora, please. The The Entertainment Hideout says, I liked Ghostbusters Afterlife, but it's probably because of who in it. Yeah. Rogue says, can't wait for my Breakfast Club Criterion in January. Yeah,
Oh, nice.
that's a cool release. Entertainment Hideout says, I'm not sure what movies John Hughes has done except for Pretty in Pink, Breakfast Club, and 16 Candles. Queen of Spades was 1940s.
I'll need to look up that one.
David says, what are your favourite actors do you like to watch?
Denzel Washington.
Yeah.
Even in a bad film, Denzel Washington's always on his A game. You can always rely. He's Mr. Reliable when it comes to that, right? Nicolas Cage, I suppose. Nicolas Cage, even in a piece of trash, Nicolas Cage is always watchable, even if he's kind of phoning it in, because you do get these parts. I've had this argument with people that he does phone it in from time to time, even though he said he never did. Even when he did those straight to DVD films, he never phoned it in, but you can tell, right? But yeah, Nicolas Cage as well.
Good picks there, Andy.
Yeah, Michael Keaton is one of my favorite actors. I love him. Michael Wincott, just great. Love seeing whatever he's in. Alan Rickman.
Do you have Multiplicity with Michael Keaton? Excellent. Yeah. That's one of my favorites of his, because he just he just nails those four characters so well.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. There's a lot of Michael Keaton movies that don't get talked about. I like Pacific Heights.
Oh,
it's incredible. Clean and Sober is one I absolutely love.
Oh, yeah, Clean and Sober.
Yeah, I fucking love Clean and Sober. Night Shift was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Do you know what a big favourite of mine? Gung Ho.
Yeah. It's Ron Howard, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Directed that, I think, yeah.
Yeah, Gung Ho's a really good.
Gung Ho's pretty good. Film. Yeah. But probably just say those, to be honest. Yeah.
Cool. Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I'd say Michael Keaton as well, and probably Harrison Ford.
Great picks. I'm going to have to agree with Terence about Denzel Washington. Fantastic actor. Love him in Training Day. Love that film.
Do you know,
the two Equalizers are quite good as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. I love those Equalizer movies. And I remember when the first one came out, and I was like, how can anyone play the Equalizer and not be Edward Woodward, you know? And Denzel was just...
They're doing a third one as well, which has gone into production. So, yeah. What I was going to think of? Clint Eastwood and Kevin Costner as well. Yeah, I like watching them two actors. Dr. Impossible says, Terence, what's your thoughts on Stanley Baker? Have you seen his films, Bar Zulu? I was thinking about Perfect Friday, The Brilliant Robbery, directed by Peter Yates.
I'll need to look him up, because I've probably seen his films and I don't know that he directed them. But yeah, I'm not. You're always catching me out. I know nothing. Stanley Baker. See. What's his filmography? Was this the actor? So is it as an actor?
Seems to be, yeah.
Green is My Valley. Not seen that in a long, long time.
That beat Citizen Kane, that, didn't it? Best Picture.
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh, you've totally caught me with my pants down. No, The Italian Job. You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off. Oh no, he's a producer. He's the producer of that film. So there you go. Yeah. No, you've caught me. I'm a Philistine.
Of course, the first 15 minutes of Friday the 13th remake is pure gold.
Yeah. It took forever for that title card to come up in that movie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did it?
In the remake, yeah.
Sorry about this. The comments have gone absolutely weird. Yep, here we go. Friday the 13th remake. Yep. I remember you've said about a couple of scenes in that remake sounds pretty good.
Yeah. The opening's just horrific. Some of the stuff that what goes on.
Entertainment Hideout says, often it runs in the family and the only movies I've seen with Kirk Douglas. Oh, cool. Dr. Impossible says, thinking about Peter Yates, I watched The Friends of Eddie Coyle. That film with Robert Mitchum is just a classic. Yates had a decent run of films in his career, plus The Dresser.
Is that Albert Finney, the dresser?
I think so. Cora says, I remember seeing Woodstock in the cinema. Great experience.
Wow. I'd love to watch it on the big screen. It'd be amazing.
Entertainment Hideout says, I've never seen it. Cora says, try to. It's great. Cora says, it's long road, but I always end up watching it in one sitting. Sounds good. I'll definitely think it's going to be a good movie. I didn't know they made a movie of it, Cora. Just after Woodstock. Huh?
Yeah, you see in the Omega Man with Charlton Heston, he's watching the Woodstock in the cinema by himself when he was the last man on Earth, right? And so he's kind of feeling, he's feeling lonely that he's watching this giant rock festival. Yeah, brilliant.
70s, 80s expert says, will H&B still be here in 10 years' time?
I hope so.
I hope so.
It's been around for over 100 years, hasn't it?
I'd like to think they'd still be around. They're evolving into different things, so yeah, I think they'll still be around in some form or another. What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, I think it'll still be around. Well, I hope it is.
Cora says, what the fuck did Andy just say?
I've said a lot of things tonight.
What the
fuck? Dr. Possible says, what's your feelings about British director Ben Wheatley? I'm interested in your thoughts, Andy, Mike, Terence.
I've not seen a great deal of his films. The one I've been wanting to see is A Field in England. But I saw that one that Mike bought that last month. Was it Free Fire?
Free Fire, yeah.
Yeah,
it was okay.
It seemed like an experimental film, didn't it? It didn't feel like it was like a fully fledged movie. But I've heard he's great, right?
Did he do High Rise with Tom Hiddleston?
Yeah, I love that film. Yeah,
that wasn't too bad.
He did one called Kill List. That was quite good, like a British horror.
I've seen that one about. Yeah. Did he do Sightseers as well?
Sightseers, yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fun film.
Yeah.
But yeah, I need to get caught up on him. What's happened to Shane Meadows though? You don't hear much about him these days. He was a big deal for a while. True. I love Dead Man's Shoes. I think that's an absolute classic.
That's a great film. I agree.
Yeah.
Cora says, are you trying to piss me off? Wait, what? David Beach says, Johnny Depp's coming back into Pirates of the Caribbean movie in 2023. Is he?
Yeah.
Is it?
As long as no one shits his bed.
I think it's just wishful thinking at the moment, mate. I don't think nothing's been officially confirmed. I know they've cancelled the all-female version they were doing. I think they should just leave the franchise now. Just leave it. If you're going to do something, do a TV show or something.
Oh no! Just run it into the ground. Go on. I dare you.
I think it's already run into the ground. The franchise as a whole. Carl says, "Have you seen the Sins riff talking French classics?" Entertainment Hideout. I've never seen Return to Odds.
Oh,
It's an experience. We have Peter here saying, me being Swedish, I'm trying to learn about these amazing different British accents you all speak. What sort of accent is Mike speaking?
he's just Scouser. He's from Liverpool.
Yeah, maybe it's
Am I
not
right?
as strong as like. Maybe it's not a strong Scouse accent, but yeah, Liverpool.
Oh, somebody just wanted to know what accent Mike was.
What, Hoover?
No, so Peter just asked what accent Mike was.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I don't think I have one.
It's certainly not a wispy.
Is it? I thought mine was a country bumpkin.
No, it's not a wispy.
Rogue Does Review says there's 3 films that traumatized me as a kid: Coraline, The Brave Little Toaster, and Return to Oz. Coraline, yeah, is creepy, but Brave Little Toaster is quite not too bad.
The clown in it is really.
It's the clown.
Like, yeah, nightmare fuel.
Yeah. But he just leans in and goes, run. And it's just like, all right, yeah, I'll take your word.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's quite creepy. He's a creepy fucker.
Yeah. He's up there with Art the Clown for me.
Brave Little Toaster.
Yeah.
Mm.
Mine was Judge Doom and Roger Rabbit. Like, fucking hell,
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Saw that
Oh
on
my
the
God.
big screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When his
That's
eyes.
quite dark for a
Yeah.
kids' film. To
Have you
be
seen-
fair.
Have you seen the picture of him without the animated eyes? It's just Christopher Lloyd. It's probably
No.
scarier.
I need to Google that after this.
Yeah.
Oh.
Give myself a nice sleepless night.
Cora says Coraline even traumatized me last week as an adult. Yeah, that's pretty dark film. It's fantastic though.
Still yet to check out that new one that Jordan Peele did with the dude from Coraline. The name escapes me. It was on Netflix, I think.
Oh.
It was in that similar animation style.
Was it like a film that came out in cinemas and
Yeah, a feature film on Netflix that Jordan Peele co-wrote, and it's got Jordan Peele and Keegan-Michael Key from Key and Peele together doing voice work on it.
Oh, I
And it's
didn't
an
know that
animated
one.
feature directed by the same guy that directed Coraline.
Oh, not that.
It's been meant to be quite good.
Roy Fofoy is brilliant, unforgettable movie, Cora. The Other Mother gave me nightmares for weeks. Okay. DVD from Film Black says, my God, a Star Wars movie worse than Episode 2. I fucking hated Episode 2. It was so fucking boring. Watching grass grow is a great way to watch grass grow. So not a fan. Yeah. There's a struggle. It definitely feels like a soap in that does. 70s, 80s expert says, do you like Motown music?
Yeah, absolutely. Grew up on Motown.
Yes.
No.
Yes. My mum's nodding her head saying, yes, she likes Motown too.
Of course. There's yet to be a proper Motown movie. Besides the best one, I would say, is the Temptations TV movie they did in the 90s. That's really good. That's all on YouTube if you're interested, and it's got the license to all the songs as well. The closest they've got is probably Dreamgirls, which is loosely based on the Motown story. I think the problem is you can't get a decent Marvin Gaye. They've been trying to get a decent Marvin Gaye story off the ground for decades. Cameron Crowe tried to get one made, but because Marvin Gaye was so integral to the Motown story that he was related to some of the people. He was married into the Motown family. I think we need to wait till those people die. We need to wait till Berry Gordy, the owner, dies, and then we can finally get the quintessential Motown movie, right? Because there's just too much litigation, too much dodgy shit going on, right? But it's a great story. The music's just phenomenal.
I agree. There's some great artists there, and I would like to see some films based on Motown. I can imagine there'd be some
Yeah.
interesting stories to tell.
Oh, I mean, I've read some biographies of people, and some of the stuff is just incredible. What happened in the making of that record label?
Connor says, glad you like that. It's great indeed. DVD and Film Box says, Star Wars Episode 2 used to be the worst movie I've ever seen in my life, but then I saw a period piece, and that's in all over another ballpark. Yeah, I remember you said about that last week, mate. Cora says, glad I wasn't the only one. Sinjin says the best thing about Rise of Skywalker was the trailer. Probably
Yeah.
so, yeah.
I know the whole part with C-3PO, and he's like, I'm saying goodbye to my friends, and you were like, oh my god, this is going to be such a heart-wrenching moment. And when he loses his memory, and he gets his memory back like 3 scenes later.
Yeah.
They kill off Chewbacca, and then Chewbacca's okay in the next 2 scenes. It's like, what? All these sort of moments that they were going to make really have real stakes to them, they just fucking backpedaled. It's just garbage.
It was just, I felt like I was watching it on autopilot. There wasn't really nothing special about the film. They were just picking out bits from Star Wars past. Oh yeah, we'll put that in. We'll put that in to please the fans. And that's all it was.
Yeah. It was just the worst kind of fan service ever.
Yeah. And they ripped off a scene from the Goonies. Putting the matching up the blade to the rock.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
God. It was garbage.
Yeah.
And they promised that they weren't gonna fuck up Princess Leia, but they did. They couldn't help themselves by having a pure dead-eye princess. They didn't have a CGI one. They just had like shots that they hadn't used, which just looked so obvious, didn't it? It was like she's looking that way, and it's just rubbish. And weirdly, I said the same thing. See the way that they did Black Panther, where they just began with his funeral, so to speak, right? Yeah. That was what I expected them to do. I thought they were going to give her the same send-off in that way that we done off camera, died off camera. No, they couldn't help themselves.
I do agree there. Yeah. Oh, you're back, Mike. Just moving into the living room now. It's warmer. Right, next up we have Gary North saying, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Gary.
Hey, Gary.
DVD from Film Block says, really, the last great Star Wars movie was Return of the Jedi.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
Be back in a minute, guys.
No worries. Dr. Impossible says, wasn't Pons Ma a wheeler in Return to Oz? The Dark Crystal was the film I saw at the cinema that scared the shit out of me. Owl with that eye, fucking hell.
Yeah, Dark Crystal's creepy as fuck. I was talking to someone about this, that it was nicer. It was nice in the old days where children's films tend to have a little bit of an adult theme to them. An element of terror included, which was kind of good and healthy. Return to Oz for me was just freaking overkill in that department, but it was good when they had kind of scary moments in them.
Yeah,
that doesn't tend to happen as much now.
I remember watching a documentary about like scary moments in kids' films, and they said kids want to be scared. Kids want to watch like scary things in their films. So to not put so much in that in films these days is a bit of a disservice, and they should try to do it now.
Yeah. There was a bit in Toy Story that used to get me when I was a kid, and that was with the spider baby doll thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that was horrific.
That was
the kid that would mangle up all the toys. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that kid, he was a bastard.
You have been chosen.
Rogue says, "Don't worry, the House of Mouse will ruin everything." Probably so. Andy Lake Stuff Channel says, "I left the cinema after watching Last Jedi, thinking it was the top 3 Star Wars films. My son thought I was mad. I went 4 times to see it. I only watch clips of it now. I see why it's hated. Oh. It's definitely one of the most polarizing Star Wars films. There's many people I know who hate it. There's quite a few who really do love it and defend it. That's good if people enjoy it. It's just a shame that I and the rest of us couldn't find some enjoyment in it.
Yeah, I mean, the only real sort of merit I can give it is it looks good, you know. And all,
it's a great production. It does look nice. And
it looks good. Yeah,
cinematography.
That's where the praise starts and ends. That's really all I can say about it. That's just one of the greatest misfires you'll ever see in terms of a franchise.
And I'm sitting right next to the pile of shit right here on the bookshelf. Jeez. Dr. Impossible says, Laurel and Hardy, what the fuck? Yeah, my dad has a tendency to think black and white films are automatically Laurel and Hardy. So he said, oh, there you go, Eraserhead, Laurel and Hardy.
Laurel and Hardy is in Schindler's List, that's right.
He probably thought that as well. Oh, he was. I remember we were sitting there watching the race. They said, "Oh, I remember that. That's from my childhood. My dad used to show me that." I was what?
Human Centipede 2, Laurel and Hardy. Oh, and he's gone.
4 hours.
4 hour mark.
Yeah, that's what happens every time it nears 4 hours. One of us disappears. Edward says, who picked up Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves? I still need to get this one. Yeah, we all did bar Terence, but yeah. Hope you get it, Edward. Carl says, what's up with Laura and Hardy? Dr. Impossible says, believe Pete's talking about his dad and the raised head. Jesus, man, this is mental. Yeah. Cora says, oh, okay, let's be honest, Pete makes it sound like his dad is a fucking idiot. Jeez. I very much doubt. No, that's my dad to a T. He just buys anything. Yeah, he'd buy Flash Gordon and say it was Flash. He doesn't actually read the label, he just looks at the pictures. He just comes home with any old crap.
He's the sort of person that what's that company called? Where they just do like Snakes on a Train and
yes, the Asylum films. Yes, he'd pick up one of them. And
he's the target audience for the Asylum films. It's like,
he definitely is. Well, when we used to go in a Tesco and he'd see them all. Oh, look, I got the new Bumblebee out. What?
It's like that. Right, and what was it in the late 90s? They made that film Jack Frost with Michael Keaton. Right, not his finest moment, right? But at the same time, there was that terrible slasher film, Jack Frost.
Yes.
So people were getting hoodwinked by that, thinking they were getting the Michael Keaton film. We're getting this fucking terrible killer snowman movie.
Oh, imagine getting that on Christmas Day for a kid. Fucking
oh,
gee whiz.
Yeah.
Better with a lump of coal.
Peter McCluskey says the Sight and Sound poll is every 10 years. Citizen Kane was number 1 for a long time until Vertigo was voted number 1 in 2012. There were 2 polls, one by critics and one by directors. Oh, sound good. Dr. Impossible says you missed Terence talking about Cox Coral on his last stream. It was an education for sure, and Curly's collection of knives. My granny had less knives in the drawer in the kitchen.
Yeah, she had knives out for everyone. She's going to castrate the entire chat. Yes.
Comments have gone weird. Cara says, yes, his streams were too late for me. Need to watch it. I'm seriously afraid of Curly Girl. She gives me the heebie-jeebies. Peter McCluskey says, it may be curious to check out some obscure titles that I've never heard of. Some turned into my favourite films, whilst others would cure insomnia. Dr. Impossible says Coral Curley's the perfect Catherine Trame of the film streams.
I think it's been Catherine Trammell, as
Trammell.
in, like in Basic Instinct.
British TV personality. No, Dr. Impossible says Sharon Stone's character in Basic Instincts. Alright. Andy Like Stuff says, bloody hell, Jay in a shirt and tie, what happened?
Jay? Who's Jay?
I'm confused. Please elaborate, Andy. Gary says Voodoo Magic Man Predator 2.
Fucking Voodoo Magic Man.
We've got Andy Like Stuff says Joe. Okay. We've got Tim Young-un Productions say, hey all, happy Tuesday. It's Wednesday, but hey Tim, hope you're doing well, mate.
Yeah.
It's Wednesday, he said, any shows that you guys are watching that you'd recommend? I haven't watched much TV shows lately, just Peacemaker,
Wednesday
that
looks
was
good.
pretty good.
I've seen a bit of Wednesday, and that looks really good.
Hmm.
The interview with the vampire series, that's great. Have any of you seen that?
No.
I've heard of it coming out, but I
That's
didn't know
good.
it was out. Oh.
It's the first season's finished. It was on AMC. Really good. Top quality. Changes it up a bit, but the thing is, and there's been a lot of haters saying, oh, they're going all woke and all that stuff, right? As they always do. But Anne Rice signed off on this. God rest her. She passed away in the last year, but she's an executive producer on this. So, and you know, these shows, they take a long time to get made. So Anne Rice was quite happy with the way that they were portraying Lestat and Louis in this story. So fuck you. You know what I mean? That's what I've got to say to the woke people, because that's what she wanted. Unlike Tom Cruise back in 1994, right? She was quite vocal about how she was not happy with Tom Cruise being cast in that part, even though she did backtrack and say, oh yeah, Tom Cruise did an excellent job. That's probably because the studio went, here's a big chunk of money, you better go out there and say that. Right? You know? Can't have the author fucking criticizing our casting choice. But yeah, Interview with the Vampire is great. Check that out.
Keep an eye out for it.
And it's getting a second season as well.
Is it? Oh.
Mm-hmm.
You saw Wednesday, Andy, didn't you?
Yeah, that's really the only new show I can sort of recommend, to be honest. I had fun with it. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Good.
And another thing that I'll add that I know that will get Andy's interest is to take Christian Slater's character from Interview with a Vampire and swap him for Eric Bogosian. There you go.
Okay.
Eric Bogosian's the interviewer, and he's fucking excellent in it. They really give him a good part. He's a sarky git. It's just like they've went, right, let's just get his character from talk radio and make him the interviewer for Interview with a Vampire. It's a really good part for him, actually.
Okay.
It's good to see him in a good part these days, you know.
You like, even back in the 80s, you hardly saw him. Like, he was just, he's a rare actor to see, but he's so good. Yeah.
Have you ever seen Special Effects, the Larry Cohen one?
No.
He's the lead in. Check that out. That's an odd film.
I'll check that out. Yeah.
Strange, but he's good in that.
Yeah, he's in. He's got no lines in it. He plays a stock boy in The Stuff.
Yeah.
That's the only other film.
Over by the kids in the shop, and he's trying to wreck all the stuff cartons. Yeah.
And he's one of the villains, and obviously Under Siege 2.
Oh, Under Siege 2, a classic. It's fun.
It's better than the first, in my opinion.
I agree. I enjoyed it more than the first one. I think because it's set on a train.
Yeah.
Mike, what about you? TV shows you've been watching?
I haven't really been watching any for a while now. I'll probably watch that Wednesday show soon, but yeah, I haven't watched a new show for ages.
We've got Wes here. I'm the Ice Lord. Hey there, everyone. Hey, Pete. Hey, Terence. Hey, Wes.
Hey, Wes.
Hope you're doing well, mate.
Hey, Wes.
DVD Fullblood says, yeah, I heard Saving Mr. Banks throws the author Mary Poppins under the bus.
Yep, they totally do. Bastards.
Cora says, Saving Mr. Banks made me castrate myself. Having a dump on P.L. Travers' grave is more respectful than what the movie did. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
DVD and Film Bloke says Disney often adapts public domain stories which Disney later kill. Yep. Marvel fan says, hey guys, how's this been ages? I think a month. Sorry for not turning up in the previous 3 or 4 live streams. I had a lot of things going on at the moment. Hey Marvel fan, no worries mate. I hope everything's alright and it's great to see you back on the stream. Hey Dr. Impossible and DVD and Film Bloke says, where's? DVD and Film Bloke says, I was going to say The Disaster Artist is a similar story because the movie changes the ending from the book and the history, but it's not propaganda to make Tommy Wiseau look good.
Yeah. Yeah. It was funny. Did you see the Golden Globes when Tommy Wiseau showed up for the Golden Globes?
Yeah.
He was really desperate to kind of make himself the center of attention, and they were just not having it. But it was just weird. It was fucking weird to see Tommy Wiseau walking on the same stage as Shirley MacLaine, right? Right? I mean, she's fucking Hollywood royalty, right? And there's Tommy Wiseau like walking beside her. You're like, whoa! Never thought I'd see something like that.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, can't go wrong with Lee Marvin. One film that sums up Marvin was Prime Cut. Gene Hackman and Marvin go head to head. One a rancher with a prostitute ring and Marvin collecting the debt. Great. Oh. Never heard of that one. DVD and Film Bloke says, The Dark Knight Rises is so bad, it's so boring, I couldn't give a rat's ass about the other issues.
Yeah, there's that scene, isn't it, where the Batman and Catwoman are fighting on the rooftop with like the Bane's goons and that, and then there's you see Bane's goons fall over without actually being hit.
Yeah.
When you watch it, it's really bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I just thought it was a very disappointed ending to the trilogy. I just could not get on with it.
Yeah.
Pete says, agree Andy, Dark Knight is very overrated. I rewatched it for the first time in years recently. I was very disappointed. Hasn't aged well. Dr. Impossible, no, DVD and Film Bloke, sorry. You know the idiot's plot Alien comes to mind. How on earth do people love it? Don't look in the fucking egg, John Hurt. What the? Well, with the fucking cat. Why don't you shoot the alien? 70s, 80s expert, Avatar 2, yay or nay?
Nay. Was never a fan of Avatar in the first place, to be honest. It was just kind of Ferngully with a gigantic budget. That's what I felt like. You know, I mean, don't get me wrong, it looked spectacular in parts, but it was just kind of empty, right?
Yeah.
You know.
Mike,
so I'm not really pumped for the sequel. I'm sure James Cameron will pull out something spectacular because the guy, he doesn't do things by halves, right? He always sort of goes above and beyond with his films, but I'm not too excited about it.
Mike, what about you? Yay or nay?
Sort of a half yay. I'm not the biggest fan of the original, but I am kind of curious about this new one just because it's been so long and because it is a new James Cameron movie and we haven't had one for 13 years or whatever. So I am quite curious about it.
Yep, that sounds good. And Andy, what about you?
Yeah, I'm sort of the same. I'm just Avatar. I don't think it's the best movie yet. It's not, but I'm kind of just intrigued because it's got James Cameron's name to it. I'm just a bit, you know, that's where my curiosity's focus is with it.
Yeah. I'm not that bothered about it, but I'll give it a go because it's been so long. I'm not the biggest fan of the first one. The new trailers look good, but again, as I said in previous streams, it just reminds me of Waterworld without Kevin Costner. DVD and Film Bloke says, my all-time favourite movie is A Clockwork Orange, one of the most controversial movies ever made.
Classic.
And again, I still need to see it.
Very well, brother. Very well.
Really well.
I know they do say that in the film. That's one thing, mainly because my copy on DVD actually says it on the front cover.
Yeah. So,
We got Joe Darkin here saying Sallow is a weird film.
yeah, what's with your shitty grin?
Gary says, a way of getting over that irreversible scene is to watch the making of movie. DVD Republic says, we're going to say Rain Man because of a small part of me expected not to enjoy it. The film's pretty diverse in the autistic community, and I fit into that I dislike it camp. That's fair enough, mate. DVD Film Book also says, I did do a video review of it a few years back, however, I've grown ashamed of it, so I might unlist it. I might watch it again, maybe with a fresh mind, and write a Lapbox or review or so. Oh, sounds good. Andy Like Stuff's channel says, Batman Begins is the best Batman film for me. The soundtrack pulls you in with it as well as the brilliant score, yeah. Very atmospheric film, I think. DVD and Film Globe says, one thing about Rayman is Tom Cruise doesn't learn anything. He only grew to his brother because he made tons of money and he got to fucking keep it. I doubt Raymond got a penny of that. DVD and Film Globe says, if Tom Cruise had lost the money but still liked his brother, the redemption arc would have worked. But in that film, it didn't. Plus, because of my cynical views, I wanted to see Tom Cruise get arrested at the end of Rain Man for kidnapping his brother. Saying that, the Sia movie music is far, far worse. You know, I had no idea who Sia was until the autistic community started talking about, so I had a low opinion on Sia. In fact, she's a cow. Well done.
I wonder what your opinion is of The Fanatic with John Travolta.
Wow.
Isn't that one of his more recent films, The Fanatic?
Yes.
Oh, I've not heard good things, if I think it's the one. Dr. Impossible says, what films would you define as a genuine 100% masterpiece under your standards of how you view a classic film?
Chinatown.
The Jack Nicholson one, isn't it? Jack Nicholson?
Yep.
Oh.
Or 100% masterpiece. Well, Citizen Kane. I mean, I know that's an easy one, isn't it? You know, but it is really brilliant.
Yeah.
It really does. It does live up to its reputation.
Good picks there. You got any, Andy?
There's two that come to mind: 12 Angry Men and RoboCop.
Yeah,
both of them are masterpieces for me.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just give me my fucking phone call.
Yeah.
Fucking
hell. Kurtwood Smith. I've seen this new fucking trailer for the revitalizing that 70s show with that 90s show. And fucking hell, it looks atrocious.
Right?
Oh,
really?
Yeah.
Not another one. Jeez, why have they got?
It's only Kurtwood Smith and his wife, I think, that have come back to the show.
All right.
Well, it's like there's whole like different kids in the same basement, but in the 90s, and I'm just like, can't do it without the original cast.
No,
can't. But yeah, I think that was the first movie I saw him in was RoboCop, and he was just like everything else I see him in. I'm like, it's Clarence Boddicker. It's Clarence Boddicker in everything.
Yeah, is that's why when that 70s show came on, I was like, is that fucking Clarence Boddicker?
Yeah. Yeah.
He burnt the fucking money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Dick Jones. Yeah.
Yes, that's a fucked up villain, isn't he?
Oh God.
Yeah. And Mike, what about you?
I'll probably just have to say 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Yes.
Classic.
Very good film. For me, thinking off the top of my head, most recent one, I'd probably say Parasite. I bloody love that film. I think that's superb.
Oh, me too. It's timeless, isn't it? You just know in like 50 years' time that film is still going to get talked about.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
DVD and Film Bloke says, in fact, that when the music controversy started bubbling, I almost did a video on it, but decided against it as it could be because I couldn't add anything new to the discussion, so I didn't bother. Oh. Andy says Snoke was a throwaway character, so was Darth Maul and Count Dooku. I saw Last Jedi in the cinema and I was just numb. I really liked Force Awakens, and after that I didn't bother watching Rise of Skywalker, and I still haven't. You're not missing much.
No.
Gary says Star Wars is in a terrible state. You only have to look at the merchandise sales compared to years ago.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, I used to watch Young Ones on BBC Two back in the 80s. Great series and some real music numbers. Used to watch The Tube as well on Channel 4 with Paula Yates.
Yeah, great.
DVD Fullback says, yeah, the original trilogy is the only trilogy worth fucking watching. I've seen those movies loads. The 70s, 80s expert says, bad films you like.
Oh, Smoking the Bandit Part 3. It's terrible, but I love it. Yeah. Jackie Gleason is like, apparently he was just drunk off his ass the whole time they made this film. I would love to see, the weird thing is it was originally meant to be called Smokey is the Bandit, and you can find evidence of this online, where they were going to have Jackie, because Burt Reynolds wasn't returning, they were going to have Jackie Gleason playing a dual role as the bandit and as the sheriff, Buford T. Justice, and they shot this film and they showed it to an audience and they could not understand what the fuck was going on, so they had to go reshoot it with the snowman, the truck driver, to replace Burt Reynolds, and it fucking shows the way that they've sort of patched this up. There's even parts in it where you're outside of the police car and it's not Jackie Gleason's voice, and I'm convinced it's Paul Williams' voice. Paul Williams was in it, and his character, it sounds more like his voice from the outside of the car doing an ADR over the voiceover. It's just full of, it's just an absolute disaster, right? And I love it for that. It used to be a film I'd watch when I drank. I don't drink anymore, but I don't think I've watched it since I drank, so maybe I absolutely hate it now. But yeah, Smoking the Bandit Part 3.
Good one.
Terrible. Can't defend it. It's garbage. Andy?
I think for me, mine would have to probably be Samurai Cop.
All right.
God,
yeah, the acting in that is just so wooden, isn't it?
Oh, God. I adore that film. As terrible as it is. It's the wig. Oh God, the wig is just too much.
Oh, but also Plan 9 from Outer Space. Ed Wood was a genius. Plan 9 from Outer Space, just hilarious.
And The Room. I love Mac and Me. I love Batman and Robin. That's terrible that is.
What about you watch any of those Neil Breen movies? Like
No.
Down and stuff. Oh, you need to see them. They're terrible, but they're so funny.
No, that's it. Well, one big one is the Garbage Pail Kids movie as well.
Oh fuck!
Jesus Christ! Yeah, that movie just. Oh my God! Yeah, just there's nothing redeemable about that film. Apart from how bad it is.
Yeah.
It's oh God, the bullies in it are like 30 years old and they're playing teenagers.
What the fuck?
Like chasing this kid, and it's messed up. Yeah.
I haven't seen it in a long time. I used to have it on cassette, and I think I watched it once, and I just remember it being pretty much unwatchable. Sorry.
It is,
Mike, you got any?
I'm going to go with Jaws: The Revenge. I have a good time with that movie.
Great one. I'm going to go with Speed 2. I really enjoyed that one. I didn't mind it. Pete says, I think I dislike Finn in Star Wars more than I dislike Jar Jar Binks.
They did nothing with him. They didn't give this guy any arc or anything. And it was an interesting. They had this whole setup of him being this stormtrooper. And they reached into that old "feet don't fail me now" cliche of the black man that's always scared of everything, which was like, come on, this isn't the 20s, for God's sake. Right? And John Boyega himself spoke out about how disappointed he was with how they'd written that character, because he talked. I remember in the publicity for the very first one, Force Awakens, that he was so excited when he got that phone call that he managed to get a part in the new Star Wars film, a major part. But yeah, I just felt for him every step of the way, because as the story went on, he just got more and more written out.
Yeah,
right?
It was hardly in the third one, I think.
Oh yeah,
Like, Rise of Skywalker.
looking scared, and it was like, fuck's sake, you know. And that made no sense, because if you're a stormtrooper, right, and if you've been raised from birth, which is the way that they were in this, which I kind of thought more of like the film Soldier with Kurt Russell, which is underrated, I think, right? Where and that's what I thought they were kind of reaching for, was that here's these children that have been turned into stormtroopers the whole life. You think they would have beaten the fucking fear out of them, right? You know, they don't need to be afraid of anything. We just want killers here. We want fucking absolute killers that will do whatever we say. And then all of a sudden, this guy, he's just fucking spends the whole 3 films being scared of everything. It was just really irritating, you know. I mean, I can't imagine what a black person must think watching that character and just feeling so let down that finally they've got a Star Wars hero besides Lando Calrissian that they can get behind. And they were really pushing it. I remember Empire Magazine, they gave you 3 different choices of covers that you could get. And one was John Boyega holding a lightsaber looking badass. And you just get this fucking complete disappointment of a character.
Yeah.
Right? It was just so disappointing.
Edward says, what movies are you looking forward to coming out in December?
Violent Night.
Yeah, that Santa one, probably.
Yeah.
There's also this Killer Grinch movie.
Yeah.
I've seen the trailer for that.
The mean one, it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be entertaining. Why not? And obviously Avatar 2. Oh yeah, there's this other one with Margot Robbie in. I think it's got Tobey Maguire in it. The trailer was dropped yesterday. I can't remember what it's called.
Oh,
that's coming.
Is it Babylon?
Is it Babylon?
Yeah.
That's the one. Yeah, that's coming out this month.
Mm.
Don't know much about it, but
yeah, because we're going to the Oscar season, aren't we? It's all the Oscar chasing films.
Yeah.
Plus, it's got Damien Chazelle's name to it, so
yeah.
DVD from Film Bloke says, I hate Jar Jar. Honestly, people who say the prequels are good fascinate me.
It really depends on your age, DVD and Film Bloke, because apparently, I mean, I've had this discussion with many people, because I'm not big on the prequels either, but I think there's a whole generation that grew up with them more than they did the originals, and when they get to see the Empire Strikes Back, the Return of the Jedi, they're a bit let down with them. Weirdly, so I think it's a generational thing when it comes to Star Wars. I don't see there being a generation growing up on this sequel trilogy, because they reach back so much into the original trilogy. I don't see that happening, but hey, I might be wrong. I doubt it though.
Dr. Impossible says, I'm having a pork roast party on Saturday. All welcome, plus some green tip milk on the side. Oh. Gary says, even Chewbacca was awful and wasted in the sequel movies. Might have well killed him off like Han Solo. Yeah. Rogue says, the day that Avatar 2 releases is the day my Odeon reopens as an Odeon Lux, and the day my semester ends in uni. So you know what I'm doing. Watching Avatar 2. Hope you enjoy it, mate. Ewoks need not apply. DVD Even Film Bloke says, Ewoks alright, although forest-dwelling Care Bears defeating the Empire is a bit silly. We are the Ewoks. Marvel fan says, what's your thoughts on Royal Mail strikes? It looks like we're getting more strikes throughout of December.
That's right. They're on strike today, I think.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
tomorrow. Yeah,
They're
tomorrow.
on strike the 1st as well, so yeah, they're on about 2 days every week. I suppose it can't be helped because it's all to do with like pay, isn't it, and stuff, but I don't know. DVD Even Film Bloke says, yeah. Gary says, I used to work for Royal Mail and union ain't given up until the pay rise is given. Yeah. The 70s and 80s expert. Oh yeah, fair enough. DVD Even Film Bloke says, I wanted to see the Flumps rather than the Ewoks. At least you could understand what the fuck the Flumps said. Who came up with the concept of the Ewok language? Mind you, the best Ewoks film was Ewoks Battle for Endor. Sian Phillips was brilliant in that TV movie.
Yep.
Sinjin says Black Windmill is an awesome movie. Yeah, I picked up for like $2.99 from H&V. Great price. DVD Even Film Bloke says, have you ever heard of Star Wars Revisited, which is a fan cut of Star Wars where they're kept in the good special edition changes and not the bad ones? It'd be an interesting watch.
Yeah. Does it not travel under the name of the despecialized versions as well? Where they've basically re-edited Star Wars. They've taken all the fucking stupid ideas that George Lucas did in the 90s. Han shooting first, all that stuff. Fixed all that.
Yeah,
quite right.
Yeah. They're the versions I have. I've got despecialized cuts. They're
Yeah.
the only way I'll watch them now.
Yeah.
No, quite right.
Yeah.
You know, to vandalize your own film like that.
Oh, I know.
It's shocking. He thought it'd make good idea, but no, it makes it worse. It's so needless. That's the thing. It doesn't really add anything to the films.
But here's the thing: there's a lot of surface things we notice, like the special effects changes and all that. But there are some editing changes, like a couple of seconds here, a couple of seconds there, a couple of frames here and there that they've done in the special editions. And here's the thing: Star Wars won an Academy Award for editing and sound design back in 1978, right? And there's George Lucas, who didn't win an Academy Award, coming in and saying, no, you guys are wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just a fucking slap in the face to those Oscar-winning technicians, right?
Absolutely.
Right? It's just it's arrogant.
Gary says James Belushi was great in Twin Peaks Return, along with Robert Knepper as the Mitchum brothers. Yet to see the Return one yet. Need to see that.
There's a bit in it that's horrific. Puts Pet Cemetery to absolute shame.
Oh.
Yeah.
Marvel fan says Christine McVie from Fleetwood Mac has died.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I've just seen that before. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
It's been a shit month, hasn't it? November.
Yeah. So many famous faces have passed away. So sad. Dr. Impossible says, I forgive you all with the Alain Delon question. I'm going to give you a pork each, cooked, of course, courtesy of Uncle Walt. DVD for Public says, I don't know if it's actually in Star Wars Revisited, but some of the more extended scenes of Alderaan getting blown up, and it shows Jar Jar Binks getting caught up in the blast.
Oh, right. These are sort of, people trolling the Star Wars films, isn't it?
Yeah. I would like to see a cut of Star Wars with that. David B says, what is your favourite River, Resident Evil, and do you like the cartoon versions? And do you like the Silent Hill movies, Resident Evil, have you watched TV shows? Resident Evil films are fine. Yeah, they're not the greatest. The first three are alright, the rest of them are so-so. The CGI ones are very, very good. They're very close to the gaming materials, and there's some fun action scenes in it. Silent Hill movie, the one with Sean Bean, is fantastic. The other ones are a bit ropey. I haven't seen the new Resident Evil TV show on Netflix, but I've not heard the greatest things.
Yeah, it got cancelled as well.
Yeah, that's
They're not going to do another season or.
Yeah, it was just one series, wasn't it? It just come out and didn't do much at all. Coral says, you're being very kind tonight. I unsubscribed and blocked them all, except for Terence, after that Elon Dillon question.
Oh.
DVD for Film Bloke says, also want to check out Star Wars The Geordie edition, where someone overdubs it with Geordie accents.
Why, aye, man.
Dr. Impossible says, well, at least you don't hold back, Coral. Do you fancy a Jar Jar Binks blow-up doll, Coral? DVD for Film Bloke says, and of course Star Wars The Third Gatherers, The Backstroke of the West is a classic as a fan dub of Episode 3 using poorly translated subtitles from a bootleg DVD, but so funny. Coral says, I wouldn't mind a blow-up doll, but not of Jar Jar Binks, as I don't get hard from that character.
Oh. You're all alone in that front then. See,
okay.
I remember someone put a YouTube video on years and years ago, and it was just scenes from Star Wars dubbed with Bricktop from Snatch. You know that character Bricktop? Get your tongue out of my arsehole. And it's just Darth Vader walking around talking like Bricktop. Sorry, did I upset someone there?
Dr. Impossible says, I feel like Dalboy tonight from Only Fools and Horses with these Jar Jar blow-up dolls behind me. They seem to react to heat. DVD from Film Bloke says, Backstroke of the West is the only Star Wars film where people say fuck. Oh. Marvel fan said, did anybody get the Sonic the Hedgehog 2 movie collector's 4K steelbook for $24.99? Nah, I didn't get it.
Nah.
No.
Dr. Impossible says, Shoot to Kill is great, and it's a Disney film.
Wow.
Andy Like Stuff says, I've been hearing in the Bond fandom that they'd be happy to see Brosnan came back as an aged Bond. What are your thoughts? Craig's Bond is in its little pocket and can be forgotten.
Yeah, I'd like to see Brosnan back. Why not? He never fully completed. He was about. I remember reading an interview with him not long after Casino Royale got announced, and he was a bit jaded about the whole thing because he never got consulted about it. Apparently, they kind of ditched it. They started recasting without really letting him know.
Yeah,
right.
I think about that.
So that probably won't happen on the grounds of that, right? That I think he got fucked over by the Broccoli and Michael G. Wilson.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Mike? What do you think?
Yeah, it'd be kind of interesting to see like a movie with like an older, like a much older James Bond, and yeah, I'd like to see Pierce Brosnan back. I feel like after Goldeneye, like his other movies just didn't really live up to Goldeneye, so it'd be nice for him to like be in like a really good Bond movie again. Yeah, if he got the chance.
It'd be an interesting turn for the franchise, have an older, more refined Bond. Hopefully he doesn't fall for somebody about 20 or 40 years younger than him, like Roger Moore and A View to a Kill.
Yeah. See, his relationship with the Bond franchise goes all the way back to 1981 when his wife was in it, who's passed. She was one of Roger Moore's squeezes. She gets murdered in the film. And he came to the set to visit his wife, who was in the movie. and that's when they saw him. They were like, "Oh, do you know what? This guy, keep him in mind," you know. And they were, you know, and eventually when Roger Moore stopped being Bond, they were going to go from then. So, you know, Pierce Brosnan's relationship with the Bond films goes way back, right? So he must have had a good relationship with them for a long time, and for them to fucking like just get Daniel Craig right out from under him, it must have been a bit of a slap in the face.
Yeah, definitely.
No, because
Yeah,
Die Another Day, right? It is a pretty shitty Bond film, right? The effects are horrendous, but it was actually the most successful at that time. It actually did gangbusters at the box office, so he did no wrong. And in that front, the Bond films were in good form. For just some reason, they just felt like they wanted to reboot it and try and be more like the Bourne Identity, which is kind of what the Daniel Craig series were like.
Yeah, that's really true. It definitely feels like Casino Royale took so much inspiration from them Bourne films.
Yep.
Dr. Impossible says Belushi did that funny film with Charles Gordon called Filofax. That's a hidden gem.
Yeah, I like Filofax as well. Mr. Destiny as well. I've got a soft spot for that one.
DVD Film Bloke says Night of the Living Dead is on YouTube for free. It's in public domain. Well, there's no excuse for me not to watch it now. I'll have to add it to my watch list. They forgot to put a copyright tag in it when it was made. Before 76, you had to put a copyright notice on a piece to keep it protected. Rogue says, when my Russian language skills are good enough, I'm planning on reading War and Peace in its native Russian. Sounds good. And in the USSR, they had no copyright as it went against communism values, so you can just upload any Soviet-era film on YouTube with no consequences. DVD Even Film Bloke says a lot of silent films are public domain, so are on YouTube. I need to watch more because I've only seen 2 features, Metropolis and The Lodger. I have The Lodger on Blu-ray. The ones in my watch list are The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, Nosferatu, and The Phantom of the Opera. Nice. Dr. Impossible says, what's the best TV sci-fi spin-off you've seen from a movie?
I don't know, probably Stargate. Stargate was a lot of fun in parts, you know, in the earlier seasons. Enjoyed Stargate. So many of them.
I can't think of any.
I can't.
No, that's a hard question, Dr. Impossible.
Film to a TV series.
No, I can't.
Probably dozens of them as well.
We've got Battleship Potemkin is a good silent era film, says Rogue.
Yep.
DVD Republic says, actually, I've been eyeing up the Universal Monsters Legacy collection. The annoying thing is that they're in 6 sets and some of the movies are duplicates. Yeah, I've seen that. There's a lot of crossovers. But I've heard Battleship Potemkin is great. Rogue says, despite Battleship Potemkin being an early Soviet-era propaganda film, most Soviet montage films are propaganda anyway. And DVD from Film Blitz says, yeah, some films are a bit dodgy like today. Gary says, a top Warner Brothers movie is The Devils, but they won't release it. Never heard of it. You guys heard of it?
Russell.
Yeah, Ken Russell. You can get hold of it, but you can't get hold of it uncut.
Oh. Dr. Impossible says, I'm going to ask a shit question now. Terence, have you seen Legal Eagles with Deborah Winger and Robert Redford? Not forgetting that Rod Stewart hit Love Touch.
Not in a long time, Dr. Impossible. But yeah, I have. Ivan Reitman directed it. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Been a long time.
Right. Got quite a few comments. I'll try and get through quite a few of them quickly. DVD Even Film Block says, I mean, look at The Birth of the Nation, a film that arguably birthed motion picture and was the most successful film till Gone with the Wind, but it's also extremely racist with KKK propaganda.
Yeah. And the damage that it's done is still being felt today.
What's your best Christmas movie of all time? For me, Muppets Christmas Carol. What about you guys?
I'll probably go with Muppets as well. Yep.
Yeah. I think that's definitely the best version of the Charles Dickens story. For me, it's the one I go to the most. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to say Home Alone.
Great pick. Mike?
I'm going to have to say Scrooged with Bill Murray.
So, DVD Republic says, I believe D.W. Griffith did a film after Birth of the Nation, which is more influential and just better, and yet doesn't get talked about.
Intolerance.
Oh, was it? He
That's
says
the film.
somewhere, I heard somewhere the KKK was used in the Birth of the Nation as a tool till the 70s. Wow, introduction tool.
There's a scene in Black Klansman where that happens.
Is it? Oh.
Yeah.
Is it? Well, what's his name? Elefante, the actor.
Harry Belafonte. Yes.
Yeah, he's
Amazing.
talking about it. It's horrific.
Yeah.
You don't say anything, but what the story he's telling is horrific. And it's just
See, when he showed up in that, I was like, oh my God, wow. See, that's the thing is, you know, there's Tarantino talking about modern cinema, right? But you never hear him mention Spike Lee, will you? I wonder why. Do you know something? Tarantino did a rewrite on the script for Crimson Tide in the 90s. He was brought on set by Tony Scott to rewrite Crimson Tide. And fucking Denzel, Denzel got a hold of. You never hear Denzel and Tarantino being said in the same breath. You never hear Tarantino talking about Denzel. You wonder why?
No.
Because Denzel fucking had a word with him. Apparently he cornered him on the set of Crimson Tide because of his fucking prolific use of the N-word in his films. Right? Yeah. I know, and I'm not going to lie. I think Spike Lee's been putting out some great films lately. I loved The Five Bloods. I thought that was excellent. And it may have been a bit overlong, to be honest. It was a little bit bloated, but it was an excellent film. Otherwise, that was my only sort of. It felt a bit too long, but Black Klansman was great. That was a really good film. You know, sorry, just get some quick.
Yeah.
We have Gary saying best Christmas movie, Die Hard.
Yeah.
Good choice.
Now I have a machine gun. Ho ho ho.
Rogue says, who remembers the good old days where cinemas was just rich French guys filming random shit because they can? DVD Republic says, you're objectively wrong if you said Die Hard isn't a Christmas film. The most complete version of The Devils officially is available on BBFCX version released by the BFI with the rape of Christ sequence removed. Warners won't release the full version. Wow. Gary says the first time I saw Die Hard was on Christmas Eve on pirate videotape. Nice.
Sorry.
I believe George Méliès is the most important director in film history as he created narrative structures in films instead of just filming random shit. Just watch A Trip to the Moon. Dr. Impossible says Rogue Nation was pretty good, but the first Mission Impossible left me cold. The TVR and the Channel Tunnel sequence was tastefully done by IRM. The DVD. DVD Republic says Mark Moe did a full cut of the film with the Rape of Christ sequence intact. Some members of the BBFC were at the screening and they said they would pass it uncut today.
Is there not a version available in other countries? That's the thing that's weird. I understand that The Devils is cut here, but is it cut in the States? Is it cut in Germany? I don't know.
No, I don't know.
That is a good question. Gary says Arrow or Criterion should have a go at getting the rights to it.
Yeah.
DVD Bubble says also the footage from the Rape of Christ sequence in The Devils was featured in the BBC Three documentary Dear Censor in 2011. Oh. Gary says it's Oliver Reed's best performance in my opinion. DVD from Filmbloke says I've actually never seen The Devils. It doesn't seem like my cup of tea, but might watch it. Dr. Impossible says Oliver Reed was brilliant in Triple Echo. I find that film brilliantly acted. I think Reed said that Glenda Jackson had the best pair of tits he'd ever seen. God bless Ollie.
God.
Oh dear. Gary says watch it if you get a chance. Vanessa Redgrave is crazy as Sister Jean. Or Jean. DVD and Film Bloke says D.W. Griffith, I was thinking of The Intolerance, which I've heard is a masterpiece and of actually more influential film than Birth of the Nation, and yet Birth of the Nation is studied in film schools. Yeah, that's the one you were talking about a minute ago, wasn't it, Terence? 70s, 80s expert says Playtendo knows nothing. Haha. Thanks. DVD from Film Bloke says, yeah, not going to film school is the best thing. The most I ever did was film studies in my GCSEs. The films we studied were superhero movies for some reason, and a foreign film called Tossie.
Sotty. Yeah.
Tossie.
It's a good movie, that, Sotty.
He continues to say, I think this was when film studies were coming into GCSEs. It must have been about 2014 to 16. Cara says, I have the BFI DVD of Ken Russell's The Devils. Need to rewatch it on the 25th.
God.
Jeez. No, that's a Christmas film indeed. DVD from Film Bloke says, yeah, there's no Blu-ray of The Devils and Warner's have a ton of paperwork before signing over The Devils, even more than any other film, including the most uncut copy being the BBFC X-rated version. Gary says a Christmas Day watch of The Devils with family sounds great. DVD from Film Bloke says the versions released on VHS, yes, it did come out on DVD until 2012, were even more heavily R-rated versions. Dr. Impossible says, didn't Washington do a British film called Queen and Country? Cry Freedom was an extraordinary film about Steve Biko.
That's right. Queen and Country. It's like a... I can't remember, but I remember it coming out. Yeah. It's an old film now.
It rings a bell.
The 80s.
Rogue says, the Brave Little Toaster is really dark. There's a scene where cars basically realise they're worthless now and commit suicide.
Yeah.
DVD from Film Bloke says, you know something about Coraline? I really wanted to watch it when I was like 9 or 10, but my sisters and parents wouldn't let me watch it. I didn't watch it until I was a teenager, and then like a single jump scare, and it didn't find it scary at all. It's still a good film. It would probably scare the shit out of me as a child. Now, it doesn't do that. Country bumpkin, yeah. David said, what was the first movie you bought on Blu-ray, and what's your favourite moment in the movies you see? First Blu-ray was X-Men First Class for me. Andy?
Mine was, it was two in a deal. I got Transformers and Yes Man for Jim Carrey.
Not a bad deal.
First Blu-rays I got.
Terence, have you had any Blu-rays? No.
No. I'm you know me, I'm old school. VHS.
Yeah.
I've had to say what VHS it was, right? The Three Amigos, and I still have it.
Wow.
The original copy of the Three Amigos from 1987. Still got it.
That's cool.
What's my favourite moment from that film? So many. The part with the singing bush, where they have to find the singing bush and then they have to say a magic chant, and the invisible swordsman will appear and fire their gun at the same time, and they end up killing the invisible swordsman. It's a completely and utterly pointless scene that's got nothing to do with the plot except just have this goofy ass scene. I love that. I love that. It's just completely ridiculous. Yeah, the singing bush scene from the Three Amigos.
Mike, you got one?
I remember my parents buying me a Blu-ray player for Christmas. I think back when Blu-ray first came out, and the movie they bought me with it was The Transporter free, despite the fact that I didn't even own the first or second one. So yeah, that was my first Blu-ray, and I still haven't watched it, so I don't have a favorite moment from it.
DVD Republic says, yeah, the baby doll bit in Toy Story is creepy as a child as well. I can see why it got a PG in this country. It's only a PG because of the fireworks stuff.
Okay.
Marvel fan says apparently a Bambi horror movie is in the works where Bambi's on rabies.
Nice.
Fair enough. DVD from Film Bloke says your dad's either Peter Griffin or Homer Simpson, Pete. Definitely Homer Simpson, DVD from Film Bloke. Even he says he's quite like him. Marvel fan says McDonald's no longer uses plastic spoons for McFlurries. The spoons are now made of cardboard.
Yeah.
Oh, didn't know that. I know the straws are, and they. Oh, I just take them off now and just drink them like that. But wow, they must melt. I haven't had a McFlurry in ages.
Right, there we
DVD
go.
DVD from Film Bloke says, "Oh God, the Fanatic is hideously assaulting as well. The only thing that prevents me from hating it is now because of how unintentionally funny some of it is.
Yeah.
Made even worse because John Travolta let his autistic son die because of Scientology. Wow.
That's right, Jet Travolta.
I've seen a lot of So Bad It's Good films. A friend of mine, he appears on the chat a few times, and I host screenings of B-movies on a Discord server, and we point and laugh, and I've seen those. Oh, that sounds fun. David says, Andy, do you own Return to Oz if it's available on Blu-ray, and how much is it to buy?
I haven't got a clue. I don't own it on Blu-ray, but I've got it on DVD. Yeah.
Dodger Impossible says, I've heard the Saturday Night Fever 4K transfer isn't great. Glad Keith from Euphoria Pictures trashed that transfer. I saw it yesterday and it's not good. War of the Worlds look brilliant though.
It's a shame. Saturday Night Fever deserves way more respect, man.
Yeah. That was the first time I ever heard the F word was in that film.
Yeah. See, I saw the old TV cut because what happened is they released it here in the cinema, and a lot of people wanted to see it, so they actually censored it for the cinema. They made a PG cut, and that was the one that they just put on TV, was this PG cut. So I always seen it without the swearing in it. I didn't realise that they had all this kind of, I mean, some of the stuff he says in it is just horrific, actually. And yeah, brilliant. It's an absolute, that's a film that's a masterpiece, Saturday Night Fever. There's a lot of depth to it. You know, it's a great movie. I've been meaning to tackle it one of these days on my channel and explain why it's so fucking fantastic.
Oh, that sounds good. Andy Lakestep says, Roger Moore in A View to a Kill has to be up there with missed scenes when he's kissing gorgeous women who are 40 years younger and it's not even being questioned.
I still love that film, but yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I saw it in the cinema as a child. It gets a pass from me just because wow, Bond on the big screen for the first time, and it was just amazing. And Grace Jones is awesome.
She is great in it. Yep. But do you own it on DVD or Blu-ray, Angie? Angie? Oh,
I need to pee again, sorry.
you're okay. Dr. Impossible says, I should say Keith trashed that transfer of Planes and Trains. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm disappointed about that one.
Yeah.
That's a shame, because the Blu-ray's pretty crap, isn't it, I've heard?
Apparently, I've still only got it on DVD, but by all accounts, it's the best way to watch the movie still.
I might actually pick up the DVD. But I was thinking about picking up the Blu-ray, but if the DVD's so different, I'll just get that one.
I've got it on Blu-ray, and I don't think it's definitely not the worst Blu-ray I've ever seen.
I watched it on streaming, and apparently it was 4K, but it looked really nice, to be fair. Some scenes look really nice, especially in the outside.
Mm.
David says, Andy, do you own Wizard of Oz on 4K, and what's the pictures like?
No, not 4K, just Blu-ray.
Mm.
It's a good picture, the Blu-ray.
I've heard the 4K is one of the best ones out there. David says, what are your favourite memories when you were young watching movies? Oh, take me back to the childhood days when I was sitting there watching Eraserhead with my dad. Oh, childhood was brilliant. Probably just playing Stuart Little and Muppets Christmas Carol on repeat when I was a kid. Or putting sandwiches in the VHS player because I thought VHS player could play sandwiches as well, as you did as a kid. Andy?
I mean, me, I remember sort of channel hopping, watching movies that I didn't even know what they were called. Like discovering like the Goonies for the first time and Temple of Doom and Adventures of Baron Munchausen. Those types of movies.
Oh, sounds good. And Mike?
Yeah, like channel hopping, watching movies and having like no idea what's going to happen in them. I feel like nowadays when you watch a movie, you may already know a bit about it, or it might be spoiled because of the internet or social media and things like that. So I just miss it when, you'd go into a movie blind and you wouldn't really know what was going to happen in it.
That's the problem with today's movies. It's so easily spoiled online.
No, that's the thing that's missing now in it, is not knowing anything, right? You're not having like a whole year of hype about, even some sort of middle of the road films are getting overhyped now. It's it's rare to actually not know anything about a movie and then be completely surprised. Like I remember going into the video store and coming, getting something like Critters out of the video store when it just came out, not knowing anything about this movie and just enjoying it for being a movie as opposed to a big merchandising machine.
Sinjin says Leslie Phillips also passed away. Shocking, he was so young. Keith's here from Euphoria Pictures. Hey Keith, hope you're doing well.
Hey
Says
Keith.
hello to all. Hope everyone's doing well. I've just seen a fantastic trailer tonight of a movie called, kid you not, Cocaine Bear. Never seen anything quite like it. I've heard a lot of people talk about it, but I haven't seen the trailer yet.
It's the first I'm hearing of it.
Like Fozzie Bear from the Muppets, he always looked like he was.
Yeah, he's probably.
Waka waka. I mean that Gonzo, right?
Oh yeah, Gonzo certainly did with that bloody nose. Edward says, what's your thoughts on Dad Stevens' new favourite to be the next Bond? Everybody's in line to be the next James Bond at this moment. I think the list is as long as Santa's list, to be honest. Just give us an unknown actor, please.
I personally feel that they should just retire James Bond as a film character. I think he's had his time. I mean, how many times do we need to see? It's the same thing every time, right? And I think that last one just kind of was an example of how tired the whole franchise really was. I think they should just give him a rest. Let him go back to being a novel or radio drama or something. I'm not really interested in Bond anymore, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, that's fair.
Come up with a new spy character. Because as a character, he's still stuck in the 1950s. The thing is people get their knickers in a twist when it's like, we're going to make James Bond gay, we're going to make James Bond black, we're going to make James Bond female. And they're like, no, don't do that to James Bond. James Bond belongs in the 1950s, right? So you can't really make him move with the times as a character. You could do that to Sherlock Holmes, you could do it to Robin Hood, you could do it to all these other fictional characters and no one cares, but James Bond is sacred. So I think either do away with them or send them back to the 1950s. If you want him to behave like a 1950s guy, then take him back to where he came from, right? Make a. I know. There's been novels that have done that, where they've went back to the 60s. They went back to the times when James Bond, his attitude was fine, right? And yeah, do that with him, right? Because if you took someone like, say, Mike Hammer, which James Bond is influenced by, a lot of big 80s action movie characters, 1970s action movie characters all come from Mike Hammer, come from the Mickey Spillane novels. And you read those novels, they are full of that sort of dinosaur behavior as well. And when they've adapted this character in feature films in the 80s and 90s or whatever, they've changed this character with the times, right? They've not let him carry on these dinosaur behaviors, right? And that's fine. No one gets upset about it. But with James Bond, for some reason, it's like, no, James Bond would never do that. James Bond has to be this way. And it's just, I really don't understand why. I think it's because we've all grown up with him. You know, James Bond was always that Christmas Day, Boxing Day movie that we've all been kind of indoctrinated by.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
There you go. Rant over.
Andy, what do you think of Dan Stevens as Bond?
I'd take him as James Bond, but I'm kind of with Terence here. I think it's done. It's had its day now. Put it to bed.
Yeah.
I honestly, I can't see them doing another one the way the last one ended.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
And we're not hearing no news whatsoever. You'd thought they'd had some sort of plan whilst they delayed No Time to Die, but nothing.
Nah. I think that, I mean, the fact that Bond itself as a franchise had to borrow from another franchise, right? The Bourne identity, and they done it well. I like the Daniel Craig movies, right? They were really well made. Not all of them, but the majority, I would say, were really good. And but it's ran out of steam a long time ago. Even GoldenEye, as good as it was admitting in the film, right? That was meta right there, where she was going, you're a relic from the Cold War, right? She's actually saying this to the characters, saying this is 1995, and the franchise itself is saying that you're a relic of the Cold War. Precisely. Yeah. You belong in the 1950s. You were created in the 1950s by a guy who has been dead for fucking 60 years now, right? Almost. I would send him back there. Make a TV series set in the 1950s. That would be interesting. Something different. If you're going to get out of the gun barrel franchise that it's been in for 60 years. Because that is it, isn't it? It's 60 now. It's 20. I mean,
yeah, it's about that.
Because I remember, what was it? Skyfall was when they were celebrating its 50th anniversary. That came in 2012. So, yeah.
And Mike, what do you think of Dan Stevens to be Bond?
I can't even picture the guy, to be honest. So probably a good thing, because I'd rather it be someone unknown. But like you guys say, I just don't know where the franchise can go anymore. I'm kind of worried on where they're going to go with the franchise. I hope they don't go off and make multiple spin-offs and TV shows and stuff like they have with Star Wars. So just rather than just keep it with the movies. But yeah, I don't know.
It feels like they haven't got a clue at the moment.
Yeah.
DVD Even Film Bloke says, when I first heard of that, I burst out laughing. Then I found out it's based on a true story. The bear died after ingesting cocaine, which makes it slightly less funny.
Why give it such a exploitation title then? Right? Cocaine bear.
Cocaine bear. Oh, what Bungle did on the set of Rainbow.
It just screams of exploitation. It's like Killer Condom or whatever. That's another trauma one that's meant to be quite good.
Peter says, you fuckers still streaming? Good job. Hey,
Yeah.
Peter. Dr. Impossible says, Terence, did you see the BBC AMC drama back in the 90s called Wild Palms?
Yep.
Jim Belushi and Robert Loggia?
Yeah, it was kind of seen at the time as a sort of Twin Peaks rip-off. Oliver Stone produced it. I remember it.
Peter says, I was about to pick up the DVD of Legal Eagles Tube from the charity shop not too long ago, but didn't want to bring it home. One more DVD. Seems like a cool movie, though I'll try and pick it up at some point.
It's been a long time. Can't really.
Got Peter on about Black Klansman. Dr. Impossible says Brosnan's back with better written stories. Yeah, be up for that. Yes, he was doing Remington, still got in the way. Then came Timothy Dalton, but we still got Timothy Dalton, so it wasn't too bad. He's a great Bond.
Yeah.
Peter says, I just bidded in the Eureka Monkey Shrines with Slip and Booklet. Good release.
Great film.
Yeah.
Love Monkey Shines.
Good release, yeah.
Peter says, wow, I agree with 70s, 80s guy. Playtendoguy just plays ridiculous video games all day and only started collecting films to get more friends.
Oh.
Wow, Peter. Wow, Peter, that's hit me in the fucking feels, Peter. Jeez. You could write my autobiography there, Peter. Jeez. DVD from Film Bloke says, The Devils is only available in a heavenly cut film. No country had the uncut version. The UK DVD from BFI is the most uncut version. Andy says, what's your favourite British TV panel show? Mine's Shooting Stars. For me, it's hysterics from start to finish. Genius.
I don't know. Never mind the Buzzcocks. I haven't watched it in like 10 years, but I used to enjoy that.
That was good back on BBC Two. I think it's on Sky now. I think they bought it out.
Yeah.
Mark Lamar was doing
it. Through the keyhole.
Through the keyhole. Oh, dear. They did a Keith Lemon reboot of that. That should have fucking stayed in the... Oh, dear.
No. David Frost all the way, man.
Yeah, and Lloyd Grossman.
Yeah. David, it's over to you.
Peter says Roger Moore kissing gorgeous women who are 40 years younger is a wonderful thing.
Yeah, gets his leg over a lot in that one. He has the women at the beginning in the submarine, Grace Jones, Tanya Roberts, and the Russian spy. 4 women he beds in that.
Jeez, I'm surprised he had the fucking energy for that film.
He has time to cook a fucking quiche as well. It's unbelievable. Right. It's fucking, of course, it's perfect, right? He's James Bond, right? The guy knows how to cook a fucking quiche.
Well, in the next James Bond film, he needs to cook a bloody quiche.
That's it.
We've got Nige here. Hey, Nige, Rock God 2004.
Hey,
Evening, you beautiful bastard. Sorry I'm really late. I've not been in long. Have I missed fuck all?
See, going back to Roger Moore bedding so many women in View to a Kill, right? When they rebooted it with Timothy Dalton, because of the AIDS epidemic, they made a conscious decision not to have Bond go to bed with only go to bed with one woman in the film. Because they felt it was sending out a bad message that Bond was just a fucking whore,
right? Peter says, I think the first Blu-ray I got was Sin City, A Dame to Kill for. Thought every Blu-ray would look super high def the way that this does after watching it. Got a bit disappointed when watching others. Peter says I need to send Playtendoguy dad some porn. Fucking hell. Jeez. Peter, my word. Dr. Impossible says, in A View to Kill, Moore gets mounted in bed by Grace Jones. Moore grunts and you think Jones has grabbed his nuts down below. I'm surprised Q doesn't give him a box of fucking condoms every time he goes out on duty.
Bloody condoms.
No, it says I've got Saturday Night Fever on 4K on the day it was released, and I think it looks fantastic. Don't know what the fuck people are saying about us looking shit. I think it depends on what display you got, because a lot of people varies by 4K display. Got Josh here saying, still going, guys? Yep, impressive. I'm about to watch Jingle All the Way because I'm a bit of a weirdo. It's December the 1st. Nah, great time to watch it, mate. Hope you enjoy it. DVD for Public says, yeah, I have the old DVD for Planes, Trains, Automobiles. The print is a little dirty, as are the transfers on DVD, but that's fine. Oh, it's good. Josh says, 4K of Wizard of Oz looks super lush, like watching bubblegum in 4K.
Yeah.
Peter says, yes, that scene where Travolta's buddies rape a girl in the back of the car whilst they're driving in Saturday Night Fever is such an asshole moment.
Yeah, poor Arnett.
DVD and Film Bloke says, in fact, until I started buying Blu-rays, I didn't notice just how dirty the film prints of a lot of old DVDs are. I don't mean grain, I mean black and white specks, scratches on, and so on. Josh says, just started watching a film on Movie tonight called Hold Me Tight, and it's pretty great so far. Very experimental film, which I'd love to see. Good to see you enjoy it. Peter says, rest in peace, Playtendoguy's dad. Nige says, don't know if you missed, lads, we've been on your stream, but Christine McFly from Fleetwood Mac has passed away.
Yeah.
Very sad news.
I think I'll be listening to rumours tomorrow now.
Yeah. Classic Review says, Cocaine Bear is one of those films where at the press screening they will give you a tub of cocaine to snort beforehand. DVD and Film Bloke says, yeah, that's one of the reasons I couldn't get on with Saturday Night Fever. Yeah. Peter says, Rock God, that's sad. Everywhere is definitely one of my favourite Fleetwood Mac songs. Yeah, brilliant song. Classic says, Josh says, the list for Bond goes on. James Cameron, Elon Musk, Daniel Bedingfield, Pingu, Fonzie Byrne, Dan Stevens. Okay, now. Pingu as Bond, jeez. License to mute. David says, and in the James Bond box set you own on Blu-ray, how many discs, orange-sided, much did you pay for it? How many discs are there and how much you paid for it? I think it's like 25 discs, isn't there, for 25 films, and I think it's about 60 quid on Blu-ray, isn't it?
I can't remember.
Peter says, where can I watch Euphoria Pictures? Who produced them? David says, how much did you pay for the James Bond box set, Andy?
I can't remember, no.
Josh says, good news, the Before Trilogy Criterion is starting to ship now. Had an email saying it's arriving today. Great to hear, mate. Hopefully I've got one too. Nige says, Andy's getting cheap fanny eyes again.
Cheers, Nudge. I'm fucking knackered.
Peter says, can we hear a knickers in a twist again? Okay. Andy Like Stuff says, seriously, us Brits grew up with some seriously insane children's TV show. Fraggle Rock, The Muppets, Sesame Street, Terrorhawks, Captain Scarlet's. Yeah. All classics. DVD Public says, yeah, I do think No Time to Die should have been the end of the series. Dodd Impossible says, I think GoldenEye should have been the ending of the Bond franchise. That's good enough for me. Yeah, GoldenEye is amazing. Peter says, I haven't seen the film. Why didn't he have No Time to Die? Josh says, I'm waiting for the UK to get their ass in gear and release Uncut Gems on Criterion on UK. You can do it. Yeah, I'm surprised that hasn't happened already. Shame. Dr. Impossible says, I agree, Terence. Bond is over. David says, Mainly Millicent TV show Climax 1954 TV show. Have you seen this? Haven't got a
No.
clue, mate.
No.
Josh says Inspector Bond lays pipe with more women than any other character do in a Gaspar Noé film, and that's saying something. David says is part James Bond. Haven't got a clue, mate. Peter says maybe you should all watch the film Bound starring Gina Gerson and Jennifer Tilly instead of Bond. I've heard that's good, and I do want to watch that.
Great film.
Yeah.
Great film.
Dr. Impossible says Spy Hard is a terrific Bond film. Oh, dear. Peter says, I think I prefer Top Secret starring young Val Kilmer.
It's a good film.
How silly can you get? Secret.
David said, you are funny, Pete. I'm not, mate. DVD from Film Bloke says, Peter, oh yes, send Playtendoguy to add period piece. Or what about Let My Puppets Come? What the fuck is the last one? I'm gonna have to Google these ones up and then I'll see what they're about. No, probably better not.
No.
Oh dear. Josh says, I wish I would have known a Saturday Night Fever looks crap in 4K, then I wouldn't have got it. Fuck. I don't know, it may look all right on your setup, Josh. You never know. Peter says, we need to all chip in and send Playtendo fuckers dad to that 4K of stiff competition from Vinegar Syndrome. Peter says, meep. Yeah. Josh says, what's the best 4K transfer you've seen? Mine is probably Blade Runner 2049 or Nope. Shallows or Le Mans 6999, whatever it's called. They're pretty good. Andy, what about you?
Hands down for me, Vertigo. Wow. That on 4K was just stunning.
Mike, what about you?
Probably The Shining. That looks really good on 4K.
Yeah. Have you seen any films on 4K, Terence?
No, not yet.
We've got Peter saying, Playtendoguy, when you read my comments, could you read them with a bit more feeling? I haven't got a dramatic Oscar or anything, Peter. You just get what you get here. Nige says, I think I'll be doing a video tomorrow. I'll go with what you'll say. Shall I do Jaws or my first Iron Maiden one? Jaws or Iron Maiden? What do you think, Andy?
Yours.
I would say Jaws as well. Mike?
I'll probably go with Iron Maiden because I love Iron Maidens and yeah, I'd like to hear Nigel's thoughts.
Yeah.
Iron Maiden. There's not enough videos about Iron Maiden.
Right. DVD Film Bloke says Cinema Snob reviewed Let My Puppets Come is puppet porn from the director of Deep Throat. Fuck's sake, jeez. My word, where'd they come up for these ideas?
Damiano.
Oh dear.
Who almost got a deal with MGM at one point. MGM were going to go into business with pornographers at one point because they were making shit tons of money, and they were gonna sign up Jared Damiano, the director of Deep Throat, to work for them, but it fell through.
DVD Film Bloke says it came out in 76, 13 years before Meet the Feebles, and that was pretty strong.
Well.
Dr. Impossible says pre-Frozen from M&S, of course. Terence for View to a Kill. Sinjin says Jaws all the way. Josh says about hit the hay, but great stream as always, guys. Take care of you and have a great night. Take care, Josh. Thanks for joining. Peter says, Playtendo fellow, you did a pretty good job at reading the comments. Just don't read too fast. Okay. And the final comment of the night is coming from Nige saying, lol, fuck. 2 each. Looks like I'm doing 2. Oh, well, that is the final comment of tonight. But I look forward to watching your videos, Nige. So, yeah. we have just done over. Oh, another comment here. DVD from Film Blitz says, well, MGM went bankrupt in 72. Same year, Deep Throat came out. So I guess anything is possible. And the final comment is DVD from Film Blitz saying good night then. Yep. Good night, everyone. We've just done over 5 hours, and it's been a heck of a lot of fun. Good night, everybody. Thanks ever so much, Andy and Mike, for joining the stream as always, and thank you, Terence, for joining. It's been a pleasure having you on and having a chat with you. And join us all next week, where we'll have some more special guests join us next Wednesday night. So see you all next week. Bye.
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 Right.